are really left anywhere in the world, but I'll bet you it's in that report. And that could save lives if we had access to it. But Dick Cheney fought to the Supreme Court twice, had an ex parte meeting with Justice Antonin Scalia. The Constitution didn't matter. The American taxpayers paid for that report. We need to know what's in there.
Very good. And the 7 pages that were released indicated what?
7 pages that were released as a result of 2 lawsuits. I think from the Sierra Club and Judicial Watch, showed that there were maps of oil fields. There were lists of who owned what oil fields where. There were, it's clear that that's what the task force was looking at and trying to find workarounds for. Pages that were one of the workarounds being, of course, 9/11 and the invasion of Iraq.
Okay, I want you to state this. The current economic implosion will result in the longest lasting economic depression in history. You can state that and expand why.
I think I understated in the book when I said it will result in the longest lasting economic depression in history. No, it's the end of human industrial civilization.
Can you state that though? Because my voice will not be on the video, so just restate it singularly. So,
okay.
So in other words, that's great actually what you just said. Maybe you can just state that again, but comment whatever you think you can do.
There is not going to be any recovery. This is not some long depression that we're someday going to pull out of. This is the end of human industrial civilization. The people who are aware and who are working, like myself, like Zeitgeist, like everybody else, who sees what the real problem is. What we're really doing is we're fighting to determine what the new paradigm is going to look like, and what values it's going to have, and what parts of human civilization and human nature are going to survive from that. We don't want to recreate the old paradigm and start from scratch with no energy to build from.
Okay, let's just jump into the ramification of oil. Restate and expand. The edifice of human civilization is built upon oil, population, transportation, plastics, agriculture. I have some more specific questions as we go along, but give a general overview of the significance of oil for those that have never even considered it.
Oil is the foundation of, and it is present throughout the edifice of human civilization. There are 10 calories of hydrocarbon energy, oil and natural gas, in every calorie of food you and I eat in the industrialized world. Fertilizers are made from natural gas. Pesticides are made from oil. You drive oil-powered machines to plant, plow, irrigate, harvest, transport, package. You wrap the food in plastic, that's oil. All plastic is oil. There are 7 gallons of oil in every tire. There's all paints and resins and are all heavy. Your toothpaste is a user of oil. Your toothbrush is made of oil. Oil is everywhere. It's ubiquitous. And it's only because of oil that there are 7 billion people, or almost 7 billion people on this planet right now. Oil made that happen. And if you take away the oil, you take away the food. If you take away the food, you take away the people.
Fair enough. Debunkers of peak oil. What is your response? First of all, what are the typical rebukes against peak oil, and what is your response to those rebukes?
Well, when people talk about rebuttals to peak oil, there aren't any that stand the test anymore. The reason why is because all you have to do is look at what's happening in the world. That's why there's really not that much debate. You still see articles being generated. People talk about abiotic oil, which is absolute nonsense. Oil being infinitely materialized like a giant hot fudge sundae in the center of the earth, and we'll never run it out. That's really strongly advocated by Walmart, Time Warner, by General Electric, and by General Motors because they want you to keep buying. But we're now using 6 barrels of oil for every new one we find, and that gap is getting wider year after year. That's evidence. So, really it's kind of like if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck. The most common spokespeople to rebut peak oil, Michael Lynch and Daniel Yergin, I'm sorry, I'm on camera, they're liars. They're absolute liars. We can prove it. Facts prove it. The peak oil movement spent many years, and I in particular, engaging in debates and arguments. And then all of a sudden we had this epiphany one day. We looked around and said, what do we have to argue about? The evidence is all around us. When people like me, and I've been fortunate, I've never kept track, but I have roughly an 80% accuracy rate in my predictions. That's because I'm reading a map that says peak oil is real. Now, the people who say that peak oil isn't real, go check their predictions and see how right they are, that we're in an economic recovery now. I mean, every prediction they've sold to the American people has been proven wrong. So, by their fruits ye shall know them, so to speak.
And just, people say things like, oh, well, we haven't had a chance to explore certain areas.
Oh, that is absolute nonsense about exploration. People say the Earth hasn't been explored. That's absolute bullshit. The planet Earth has been vigorously and thoroughly explored for oil for about 130 years now. All the major oil companies, especially from roughly the 1920s, when Britain carved up the Middle East and we got Saudi Arabia, that was all because oil had been scouted. There's never been a discovery anywhere near the size of Ghawar, the largest field in the world. Never has it been found. And all those big fields would have been found by now. Why is Saudi Arabia drilling offshore if they have so much oil onshore? It costs 5 times as much to do that. So the bullshit about exploration is just that. It's bullshit. We know, and besides that, whatever oil is left to find is no longer low-hanging fruit that you just pick off a tree. It's fruit that you got to go out into 10, 15,000 feet of water and drill 4,000 feet below that, spend $25 million on a well, and maybe get a dry hole.
Good. And the only other point I think would be good to add to that, which I think I'll get to in a second, actually. Well, I'll just state it. The government action revealed, obviously these are people now. We have the military evidently starting to put solar panels on their military vehicles. That might be a good point to bring up. We have these wars that are blatantly resource-based. Go ahead and describe the actions of those in the know and how they're revealing their hand.
When I was publishing From the Wilderness, my newsletter, from 1998 to 2006, I spent an enormous amount of money researching what the government was doing, especially what the military was doing. It's not just that the military is now getting solar-powered laptops and solar panels on vehicles. They have built some of the largest, most massive solar arrays to power bases near San Diego and elsewhere. The military clearly knows exactly what's coming, and they've been preparing for it for a long time. I even found a story where the military was looking to try what the Nazis had tried in World War II, which was the Fischer-Tropsch process. They were looking to see. Found the military was even going to try to attempt what the Nazis tried in World War II, the Fischer-Tropsch process.
Take a time. That's a tough one.
Fischer-Tropsch. I say it, Tropsch. He even found a story. They even found a story where the U.S. military was going to try what the Nazis had tried in World War II out of desperation, the conversion of coal to oil through the Fischer-Tropsch process, which is horribly inefficient. It takes more energy to get anything usable than to get a petroleum-powered engine. Now you get from burning it. It consumes enormous amounts of coal, destroys wastewater. Those are signs of desperation. If you watch George Bush, George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, all of those people are completely off the grid and self-contained with solar panels, wind generators, their own fresh water supplies. You watch how these guys walk instead of listening to how they talk, and you get a clue as to what's going on.
I didn't even know that. So you mean George Bush is home? It's
in Texas, Crawford, Texas, man. He's completely off the grid.
That's hilarious. Got
his own generation. He's got solar. He's got wind. He's got water. Dick Cheney's the same way in Wyoming.
Okay. Describe the bumpy plateau for oil prices and how demand for oil is being literally destroyed at each price spike, and how smaller economies, due to the economic collapse, the GDP has been shrunken in. They can't even afford to get anything. Some of them. And this, in other words, destroy the fallacy that these price spikes, where it goes down, actually means that we're doing fine. There's a significance to the bumpy plateau. I'll leave it at that.
Mm-hmm. What you see is the peak oil movement has long been aware and predicted what's called the bumpy plateau, because we saw evidence of it in the 73, 74, and 78 Arab oil embargoes, where oil prices spiked to a certain point, which we saw in 2008 with $147 a barrel oil. And then all of a sudden everything starts shutting down because nobody can afford the oil. So you have the economic growth going up, price spike, everything shuts down. That's where we are now. Then it starts to come up again. But what we have now is this area where there's no more ability to produce cheap energy. We're at the peak. We're entering we have crossed the peak. We're on the downslope of oil production. No way you're going to get any more out of the ground any faster, which means that things shut down, the price of oil drops, which it did in early 2009, but then as you have an ersatz so-called recovery, the price of oil starts to come back. It's recently been hovering around $80 a barrel, and what we see is at $80 a barrel now with the economic and financial collapse, people are having a hard time affording that. So we run through these spikes. Now as we're shooting this right now, we're on the brink of what may well be an attack on Iran. If that happens, China will back Iran. It may be a global nuclear war, in which case you won't have to worry about editing the movie. But we will see an immediate price spike because Venezuela will shut off oil supplies in solidarity with Iran. Iran will shut off oil supplies to the U.S. They'll try to close the Straits of Hormuz. So you might see oil jump from $80 a barrel to $200 a barrel if there's an attack on Iran within a matter of weeks. Bumpy plateau. That kind of a spike, though, and this is what I've seen as I wrote the new book, Confronting Collapse, and what I said clearly in the movie Collapse, is that the next major price spike will be the coup de grace for industrial civilization. There will be no coming back after that. Then we go off the bumpy plateau and down the cliff.
Very good. Yeah, it's a great point. People, of course, still rationalize, oil goes back to its current rates, so we must be okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you doing about hamburgers?
There's something you alluded to in both of your books, at least Rubicon and Collapse. It's the global war on terror. Mm-hmm. Is this essentially a front for the U.S. domination, attempted domination of global oil reserves?
Well, the global war on terror is in large part a crock of shit. The global war on terror is a joke. It's a pretext. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't terrorists out there who don't like the United States. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that under the guise of global war on terror, we have positioned ourselves, we, the United States, not me personally, to strategically dominate most of the available oil on the planet. 60% of the recoverable oil on the planet is in the Persian Gulf. That's a fact. That's known. The planet's been explored. 60%. It's very clear, as I demonstrate in my book, that we invaded Iraq for oil. Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with 9/11. There was no terrorist threat against the U.S. The global war on terror was used to mask the invasion and occupation of Iraq to control roughly 90 to 100 billion barrels of Iraqi oil for the United States and its allies. By the way, 90 billion barrels of oil, recoverable oil, is not a lot. The planet's using 1 billion barrels every 11 and a half days. Break out your pencil and do the math.
Very good. Political philosophy. We live in a world where Republican, Democrat, liberal, and then of course social philosophy, communism, socialism, fascism. You did a brilliant job of describing the idiotic aspects of these determinations. Go ahead and just summarize why you feel the way you feel about it.
I totally reject the mainstream media's categorization of anything. Who says I gotta be red or blue? Who says I gotta be Republican or Democrat? Do you really think my mind is limited to those boxes that they try to put me in? Do I have to put a label on myself that the mainstream media offers me because that's all they offer? No, I don't choose that. I really am Jeffersonian in that I think that it's time that every generation you need to throw out every definition and start from scratch based upon your present reality. People ask if I'm a socialist or a communist or a capitalist, and I say I'm none of the above. And why do you think that those are the only options? Socialism and capitalism and communism were all of those political constructs were created by writers writers and thinkers who assumed that we lived on a planet of infinite resources. Not a one of those political philosophies even contemplates that there might be a shortage of anything. Tear everything up, throw it out, get rid of the labels. I don't want any. Let's make entirely new labels, but then let's be prepared to throw them out as soon as we have to.
Would you like to mirror that comment in any way? But I think just making sure people understand that we have to have a system based on resources. Any singular statement of ideology is relevant.
I've done a lot of spiritual study in my life. Many different religions and forms of spirituality, and in many ways, I'm very comfortable with First Nation, with Native American spirituality. And Native Americans have known this truth for a long time. It was Native Americans who said wisely, I think 100, 150, 200 years ago, that it won't be until the white man has consumed the last fish and cut down the last tree that he will understand that money means nothing. And that's the way it is. And there's a lot of this stuff is so simple and easy to see once you just take the red pill, snap out of it.
Good, no, that's great. There was a term
No, it was me. The collision of finite energy with the demand for infinite expansion.
Basically,
Okay. Well, part of this got edited from the movie Collapse. And let me finish that flip side. Von Clausewitz said that war is the continuation of politics by in the movie I said that politics is a continuation of economics by economics. But then what didn't make it into the movie was the fact that economics is a continuation of energy by other means. Energy is the ability to do work.
Instead of referring to the prior movie, would you just state that statement? Just go ahead and say the whole thing.
Von Clausewitz said that war is the continuation of politics by other means. I have said that politics is a continuation of economics by other means. And I've also said that economics is a continuation of energy by other means. Whether the energy is slave labor, which is what the planet relied on from 6,000 BC until through the 1800s, was a form of energy limited by the number of people that could be born on the planet. Money itself can do nothing. You can't put a dollar bill or 20 in your gas tank. You can't eat a $20 bill. It's only a symbol. We print these symbols out of thin air, having no connection to reality of any kind. They don't reflect how much energy is available to make that $20 bill worth anything. That's why hyperinflation is coming, because all the governments of the world have done to back up the financial markets is they've printed money, which didn't create any more energy to give that money any meaning.
And then one statement you made, you print too much money is bad, you cause inflation, you print too little money, you slow economic growth. Can you restate that?
Yeah, well, I'm not in favor of economic growth, but that's the way the bankers view it.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, okay. Listen, any college student who got a hold of their first credit card and had no idea what they were digging themselves into, and who maxed it out, and who made only the minimum monthly payments, understands what kind of hole they dig themselves into when they keep borrowing and spending, essentially printing more money. In doing so, you're digging a hole from the moment you start. and here we are now standing in what looks like an economic Grand Canyon. You ain't getting out of this one. The whole thing flows in on top of us. If I were to talk in spiritual metaphor right now, I would say that debt is the mark of the beast. Debt is the mark of the beast. If you want to go biblical, apocalyptic. We are seeing now debt slaves being created who can't move, they can't travel, they can't go anywhere because they have bad credit reports, they can't get a bank account. This is debt slavery, and that's why I have been screaming for years. It's in all my videos going back to 2003, 2004, all the lectures I gave. Get out of debt. If you want a chance to survive what's coming, get out of debt.
Very good. You've pointed out, and sort of other people, that the data that comes from the IEA, it comes from, of course, Wall Street, and it comes from the government, cannot be trusted. And can you give maybe a simple example of information that's been released, that's been debunked by independent research? Or
well, everybody who has oil reserves in the ground are assets against which corporations trading in the economic paradigm borrow money or base their stock value on the amount of oil reserves they have in the ground. It's in their interest to lie. In 2003, 2004, I think into 2005, Royal Dutch Shell Oil Company, was caught lying about how much reserves they really had. Not once, not twice, but 4 times. One of the co-chairs had to resign. The books in the oil books are as cooked as the books of AIG, Citigroup. As I've done all the financial Enron. Those books are cooked. The Saudis don't dare disclose how much oil they have remaining, or that they're past their peak of production, because they're liable to face a revolution if they do. So everybody lies about oil. That's why it's essential to find out how much oil there is and where it is, because oil entries for reserves are bookkeeping entries. They have estimated reserves, probable reserves, proven reserves, ultimately recoverable reserves, yet to find. I love that. That's an accounting term. They book on what they think that they're going to find. I wish I could borrow money, borrow against the money I was hoping to make someday. So those are all accounting terms. They have nothing to do with science. They're lies.
Good. There was one example you had in the book where it denoted explicitly how through time there is a documentation of the resources available in certain regions like Dubai. I'll show you real fast.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Can you give an example, if you don't mind recalling that?
It's in Rubicon.
It's basically about the falsification.
Yeah. In the 80s, OPEC still works on a quota system. In other words, in the 80s.
Will you mind leaning back a little bit?
Sure. OPEC works on a quota reserve system, meaning that members of the OPEC cartel, nobody talks about OPEC anymore. Why? Because OPEC is losing its clout. But they can only produce and pump oil based on it being a percentage of their reserves in the ground. And what you saw in the 1980s, as the Reagan administration was trying to bankrupt the Soviet Union, one of the ways it did so was by driving the oil price down to $18 a barrel, because Russia depended upon foreign reserve currency from oil sales. But in order to do that, OPEC had to dramatically increase oil production to drive the price down. So what we see is a chart that I published in 2 books now, was that OPEC just took out a pencil and erased their number of reserves, and all of a sudden, the oil reserves of these countries tripled overnight, not as a result of geologic exploration, just because they wanted to. The only country that the oil reserves didn't increase was Dubai. So what you see is Abu Dhabi, the Emirates, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela. All of a sudden, Indonesia, all these nations suddenly tripled their oil reserves, except for Dubai stayed a flat line. That's proof that all this stuff is just accounting bullshit.
Here's one that goes to Wall Street. We had utility deregulation. And my wife described as a case study how it's not people that these companies care about. It's the money, utility deregulation, like Warren Buffett, it becomes something different than something real that actually helps the utilities lives.
Yeah. Well,
Ich bin unterwegs.
hopefully
Bleib
by
ruhig.
now people will understand that deregulation is not a gift to the people, it's a gift to the corporations to steal from the people.
Wir sind schon drin.
Since the Great Depression, the United States was governed by a very sound, reasonable law called the Public Utility Holding Company Act, PUCA, which mandated that whoever supplies your power, whoever pumps your water, had to have storage and preparation for a 10, 20, 50, 100-year weather event. They had to have excess capacity, they had to maintain certain standards. What the repeal of PUCA did under the Bush administration, among other things, was it just opened the door to the wholesale trading of power for financial reasons rather than public need. We saw that in California with the Enron crisis, but it's still going on. And you see the selective deployment of power now to favor industrial, commercial applications as opposed to residential applications. But the worst, and Matthew Simmons has truly done the best work on this of everybody. Matthew Simmons is a giant, and I salute his courage and his alacrity. He's made it clear that what's happened is that nobody's investing in the grid. One of the great stories, one of the best stories I wrote at From the Wilderness was a story called The End of the Grid. It's still on the From the Wilderness website. But it's clear that since PUCA and was repealed, and with the profit motive now, there's no investment in the grid. There's no investment in the sewers. There's no investment in any of the public utility services because the profit motive has taken over everything.
Summarize, I don't mean the CIA ramifications. Just the parasitic, detached nature of this institution. How would you lay into that? Because I despise Wall Street.
Wall Street is the capital of the United States of America. It owns, runs, and operates the United States government. I don't care what anybody says. And I guess in terms of horror movies, I would say that Wall Street is the vampire capital of the universe. It exists to serve a monetary paradigm. It controls commercial advertising. Corporate Wall Street, 6 corporations control 90% of all the news heard by people in the United States, and they report what serves the corporation.
Lade meine Schilder auf. Gehen wir hier entlang.
Hier war jemand.
Gegner in der Nähe.
Kontakt.
Runde 5.
Gefahr. Bewegung.
Sehr gut. Wir sind alle im Ring.
Ich brauche eine Splittergranate. Schnell, verteidigt hier. Splittergranate unterwegs. Hier, gerade nach. Lass meine Schilder auf.
Werde beschossen. Lade nach. Sehr gut. Wir sind alle im Ring.
Bringe ins Licht. Kontakt.
Lifeline hält dir den Rücken.
Granate.
Muss nachladen.
Ich lade nach. Hier fliegt sich ein Gegner.
They have produced a nation, if you will, of people who serve as the batteries and the fodder to generate profit. And that's the heart of the beast. Well, no. Actually, if I were to really think of what the heart of the beast was in Wall Street, I would say it's the New York Federal Reserve Bank. That's where the real control is.
Very good. In The Truth and Lies of 9/11, the documentary you produced, you do a great job of finding the interconnectivities of CIA and Wall Street. If you were to summarize CIA connections to Wall Street and the best example you could think of,
all intelligence agencies, whether it's the CIA, MI6, the DFS in Russia, Bundesnachrichtendienst in Germany, whoever, Mossad in Israel, they were created by and exist to serve the business, banking, and financial interests. That's why they were created. The economic use of drug money to fund banking goes back to the British East India Company, when the British were smuggling opium into China in the 1700s to create a market, to create cash, to open China, and to generate lots of illicit cash that could be moved off the books. The CIA was created in the National Security Act of '47, written by Clark Clifford, a Wall Street investment banker who was shamed and prosecuted for criminal corruption in the BCCI scandal. Allen Dulles, John Kennedy's CIA director, who many believe had something to do with Kennedy's assassination, was a partner in the largest Wall Street law firm, Sullivan Cromwell. Bill Casey, Ronald Reagan's CIA director, who ran the horrible Iran-Contra mess, which resulted in the murder of tens of thousands of women and children. Under Bill Casey, U.S. domestic cocaine consumption went from 60 metric tons in 1979 to 600 metric tons a year in 1987. That money laundered through Wall Street. Bill Casey was a stockbroker. When I wrote Crossing the Rubicon, the executive vice president of the New York Stock Exchange for enforcement was a retired CIA general counsel. We could do the CIA connections to Wall Street for years, but just recently, in early 2010, I just clipped a story that the CIA is now allowing its officers to moonlight directly for firms on Wall Street.
Muss meine Schilder aufladen.
That's not CIA officers moonlighting.
Gegner weniger.
Heile mich. Bin trotzdem wachsam.
Lade nach.
Der Ring schließt sich in ein...
Der Eierkopf dort hat kein Schild mehr.
Nur noch mehr.
Wieder ein Eierkopf weniger. Bohre nicht durch. Lade nach. Der Ring ist ewig weit weg und schließt sich in 45. Die Eierköpfe schießen auf mich. Eierkopf hier.
Muss kurz nachladen. Heile mich. Bin trotzdem wachsam.
Lade nach. Werde beschossen.
Lade nach. Gesamter Squatter. Ich heile mich selbst.
Ich habe das Abzeichen unseres SWAT-Mitglieds.
Ich hab's auf die nächste Stufe geschafft. Upgrade, ich komme. Jede noch so kleine Entscheidung.
Sekunde, ich lade meine Schilder auf. Arbeite an meiner Routine.
Achtung, der Ring bewegt sich.
Ich gebe niemals auf. Verlasst euch drauf. Aufmunitionieren, Schätzelein. Ich hab Geschenke für euch.
Hier ist ein Knockdown-Schild. Stufe 4. Hier ist ein erweitertes leichtes Magazin. Stufe 3.
Der neue Killspitz. Ich heile mich. Alles gut. Ist nur ein Kratzer. Danke.
for Wall Street. They're just being called from the field office in Langley back to work for their real bosses.
Care-Paket ist
Thank you.
unterwegs.
That's great. We just changed tapes real fast.
I need a cigarette.
Yeah, take your time. Thanks, Mike. This is really good stuff.
Want another song?
Yeah, man.
I want another song. Hey. Hey,
I was really pleased to see
get off the set.
to see Collapse though, because it was
Go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down.
it was wonderful to see you actually get to speak, not just be a segment.
Yeah,
You know, because that was very well deserved.
thank you. Well, it was a lot of work. We had 5 separate shoots, and some of them were really long.
I heard that it was in the basement of a
An abandoned commercial meat packing plant downtown.
Oh, that's not really well.
Yeah, it was so cold when we started filming in March that I would be shooting. It was like a 7-hour shoot, 8-hour shoot. And it was so cold that I'd be sitting there and I'd start talking, and all of a sudden I'd start going, cut. They'd wheel up 2 heaters, throw a blanket on me, wait till I warmed up again, take them off, and we'd start shooting
Was
again.
that strategic, or is that just the place he felt?
That Chris made that call.
Didn't want to keep you cold deliberately.
No, it was just
Torture him.
fucking freezing down there.
Describe the significance of hydrocarbon energy to modern
Der
agriculture.
Gurt steht noch. Erledigen wir sie sofort.
Los jetzt! Sag
Modern agriculture wouldn't exist without hydrocarbon energy. It's that simple. You have to drive an oil-powered machine to plow. You have to drive an oil-powered machine to plant, to sow the seeds. You have to burn hydrocarbon energy to irrigate. In the U.S., it's largely natural gas, in some cases oil, in some cases coal, in some cases nuclear. Very little, about 5-10% nuclear. But while the plants are growing, all the commercial fertilizers are made from natural gas. That's where ammonia comes from. All pesticides are made from oil-based. And, hey, stop it.
There'll be subtle music
I
underlying.
don't want to hear ass slurping noises in the middle of the movie, okay? Okay. He looks at me like, what'd I do? Okay. And then, when the plants are ready the crop is ready to harvest, you drive an oil-powered machine to harvest it. Then you drive it by another oil-powered machine to a processing plant where, it's either the seeds are stripped out or whatever the case may be. That's all hydrocarbon energy. Then you drive it by another oil-powered machine to a factory where it's packaged and wrapped in plastic, which is oil. And another oil-powered machine drives it to your supermarket. But now we have strawberries from Chile. We have spinach from China. We have this globalization has turned into this obscene use of hydrocarbon energy. Because the only thing that's going to make a difference with 10 calories of hydrocarbon energy in every calorie of food is local food production. As the world collapses, as the economy collapses, as industrial civilization collapses, you're going to be forced to eat what's grown within 100 miles, 50 or 100 miles of your home. I got to tell you, if anybody just wakes up and tries to figure out how much of what they eat actually comes from within 100 miles now, they're going to be very surprised. I've been saying since 2002, 2003 that globalization was dead, and of course, again, I and many others have been proven right on this fact. With oil at $80 a barrel now inhibiting growth, you see a dramatic fall off in the number of flights because airlines are no longer profitable. So it's not profitable to bring strawberries from Chile to a supermarket in Los Angeles when we grow some of the best strawberries in the world about 10 miles south of where we are right now. So all of that's coming. Anything that's based upon the use of cheap energy to transport goods and services around the world is coming to an end because cheap energy is coming to an end. Globalization is done. And things are going to revert to local everything much faster than anybody could possibly imagine. I talk about lifeboats frequently, about how people can survive the collapse of industrial civilization, and I say it, and so does the whole peak oil sustainability movement. I'm not the only one for sure. We all recognize clearly that the people who are building lifeboats are relocalizing as a matter of priority, relocalizing to the point of trying to grow food in their backyard if they can restore the soil and make it grow things off of petrochemicals. Hey, I mean, it only takes about 500 years to replace an inch of topsoil. You think you want to go out and restore your backyard off of petrochemicals in a week? You've got another thing coming. It can be done faster, but we're burning topsoil as fast as we're burning oil and fresh water.
Good. And on that one, describe how peak oil will take us out, or whatever language you want to use, faster than global warming will.
Well, I don't know which is going to take us out faster, peak oil or global warming. It's a perfect storm. We can see massive climate change that happen at any time. It's hard to predict that. But certainly peak oil will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but what it's also going to do is reduce the human population. You have to have your priorities straight here.
Okay, that's good. And as an aside, I'm probably not going to put this in there, but I'm curious to know your opinion. There's a whole slew of people out there that do not believe that global warming is real. And this is, I'm sure you've encountered this.
Well, yeah. Okay, I prefer not to use the term global warming. I use the term climate change. And I don't care whether it's man-made or not, it's happening. I have no tolerance for people who get caught up in semantic definitions and avoid the fact that there's something big and ugly coming down the railroad tracks that looks like a train that's going to kill us. I don't care what we call it, I just want to get out of the way.
This is something that really trying to think about. Well, obviously, CO2, it's pretty transparent, but there's a whole, these people, I'm sure millions of them. Like Alex Jones people, that's all they have to say is it's just a big scam for the New World Order. Don't worry about any of that shit, I'm not going to waste my time.
Thank you.
Okay, did that. Okay, war. I really love, you made a statement that's just so obvious, but no one thinks about it. War is the greatest waster of resources and energy that we've ever come up with.
War evolved from prehistoric times when one tribe would invade another tribe's land for the resources. But now, because of the way the financial system works, war is probably the biggest driver of so-called economic growth. The U.S. military budget now is going to hit $700 billion a year, which means that you could roll up the 8 other largest militaries in the world and you wouldn't even come close to what the U.S. spends on war. But the essence of war is that you spend energy and you mine resources to blow them up and destroy them so that you can make profit by building them all over again. That is the sickest form of economic growth, that you find a way to grow an economic paradigm by building stuff, wasting it, blowing it up, so you can make some more of the same stuff to blow up all over again.
Perfectly stated. And also, it was a great point you made about how much oil the U.S. military actually consumes, which I was a staggering number.
Yeah, I don't recall the number off the top of my head.
Summarize the importance of net energy in the valuation of alternative energies. You can start with just net
Ich habe
energy.
da so ein Gefühl. Werde die Position der
Net
Drehung
energy asks a very fundamental question that most people don't even think of. How much energy do you have to expend as opposed to how much energy you get
bekommen. Mir diesen
returned? When oil was seeping out of the ground in Pennsylvania, energy is measured in calories or joules or British thermal units, whatever. But let's say it's a one widget of energy expense. With the oil that was seeping out of the ground in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania.
Da drüben ist ein Care-Paket. Gut, wir sind drin. Ich schlage vor, wir gehen dorthin.
Sieht aus, als käme da ein Care-Paket. Immer gute Sachen drin. Stell etwas her. Momentchen.
Gegner, da drüben. Evo-Ernter. Vergiss es. Wir haben ihn vernichtet. Stehe unter Beschuss. Muss kurz nachladen.
Granate unterwegs.
Muss meine
Das sind Termine.
Ich wurde ausgeschaltet.
Achtung, Replikator ist unterwegs.
Yo, bro, 2020 will be 5 years ago in 6 months.
Light sweet crude, you would get a 200 to 300 calorie return on your energy invested. Whereas there are serious studies that have been reaffirmed many times since showing that it takes more energy to make ethanol than you get from burning it. Now that is sheer stupidity. The Fischer-Tropsch process developed by Nazi Germany in World War II converted coal to oil, to a synthetic oil. But it took more energy to do that than you got from burning the oil. And the only reason they did that was because they had engines and tanks and airplanes and trucks that would only work on oil. And this is what is not asked about alternative energy sources or anything else. That it should be the first question out of any person's mind. Now, as the oil companies are moving into ultra deep water projects, the energy return on oil now is, I'm just estimating, maybe 20 to 1, as opposed to 200 or 300 to 1. That's why there will always be oil in the ground. If you think of it in terms of money, if oil is selling for $80 a barrel and you've got oil that you can get, but it costs you $81 a barrel, nobody's ever going to get that oil. There will always be oil in the ground. That's the fundamental meaning of what net energy is. And people need to start applying that test to all these so-called alternative energies.
Very good. Here's more of a philosophical one, if you will, and I think it's just a good cultural point. And it also couples in with the general disposition that I share, which is that people are basically culminations of their society. They're not really responsible for a great majority of their actions. There's so much distortion in society. They're just doing what is pushed upon them. You stated in your book, I cannot help but note the collective anger expressed by the birth of octuplets to an artificially inseminated single woman in California in early 2009. I recognize that in our dysfunctional world, this woman has merely manifested the insanity of a position we have all endorsed and enabled. Wherever you would like to go with that.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, hold on. You're scooting down.
I'm a little uncomfortable. We live in a very sick culture, and we see manifestations of that frequently. That when carried to their extremes look absurd, but on the other hand, they really just are echoing or carrying to a logical conclusion things that we all buy. More is better. More signifies success and or happiness. Octomom had 8 babies, but and people made fun of that. But she's just basically doing what the culture of infinite growth and consumption suggests she could do. She's creating more demand for diapers and food. But I think probably the most ironic and the most idiotic that I ever heard of was this guy who kind of heard that global warming was a problem and oil might be running low, and Priuses would solve the problem. So he went out and bought 5 Priuses.
Das könnte ich brauchen.
That's insane. But that's a reflection of the culture in which we live, in which we've all, to one degree or another, endorsed or accepted. And so we have nobody to blame but ourselves.
Very good. And to extend to your work, this is a little bit beside the point, but because you work as a field police officer, which I think in California must have been very intense at certain points, you see a lot of aberrated behavior. Can you express the causality of the economic structure and how it relates to criminal activity in your experience? Do you know what I'm asking?
Well, there's an old saying: pass a law, create a business. Whether you're creating a business for a lawyer or whatever. Since 2001, I have publicly opposed, publicly proposed the decriminalization of all drug use. The war on drugs is a joke, and really officially, the United States has just surrendered in the war on drugs. It wasn't well publicized, but the U.S. is recalling all of its DEA missions around the world because the war on drugs is over. It's been lost. So, crime does create business, just like destruction creates business in Haiti. We have now roughly 2 million people incarcerated in this country, and of those, many of them are in prisons run by private corporations, Corrections Corporation of America, Wackenhut, who trade their stock on Wall Street based upon how many people are in jail. Now that's sickness, but that is a reflection of what this economic paradigm calls for.
And here's I think this will be a final question, and I think it's a very important one. You've stated that the collapse of civilization will lead probably to a much more balanced, stable society, not intentionally, but a values adjusted to reflect reality as it exists. And almost as though you gestured that it's probably a good thing that we're going to be going through what we're about to go through.
Well, what the human race is about to experience will be the single most significant event in its history since we left the metaphorical Garden of Eden, which is, Joni Mitchell had it right, and we've got to get ourselves back to the garden. Get that in 69 or 70. But it's questionable at this point whether any of our species will survive. We could nuke ourselves. We could unleash a biological plague that would wipe us all. Mother Earth could get rid of us with a fever, as if we were an infectious agent and created a fever to rid herself of this organism that was attacking her. So it's questionable as to whether we will survive. I think it is inevitable that as stasis returns, the survivors, this is what I have dedicated my whole life to. It's not this generation now. We're beyond redemption. I've dedicated my life to serving the generations who are going to inherit this god-awful mess that we're leaving them. They will certainly understand the need for balance and connection to the planet, to life around us, to things that are important. Stasis and balance will be there unless, not God forbid, that somehow the keepers of this economic paradigm somehow survive to try to recreate it all over again. That can't happen. I think the one thing that everybody needs to get right now is there are no more tomorrows. Today is not a drill. We are in the collapse of human industrial civilization. And when people are thinking about what to do now, they have got to stop thinking in terms of initiating governmental reform processes that never work and that take years and that are corrupted by lobbyists. You really need to think about detaching yourself from the economic paradigm. Debt is the mark of the beast. You also need to start finding out what you can do with your family, your neighbors, your tribe, if you will, to start building your lifeboats right now. The best places to start where you might get some governmental response are local and county governments. States are very problematic, but the federal government now is basically useless, if not in fact an enemy.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
You feel good about that?
You got a lot of good shit.
Bin aber voll bei der Sache.
Replikator wird geliefert.
choose your own ground. How you live, how you fly. Smiles will give, tears will cry. All you touch and all you see is all your life will ever be. Run, rabbit, run. Dig that hole, get the sun. Then at last the work is done. Rounds it down, it's time, dig another one. How you live, how you fly. Love me if you ride the tide. Out of stars, physics waves. Face to west, American waves.
Werde beschossen. Ich schieße. Muss kurz nachladen.
Somebody else is coming.
Ich verpiss mich. Wurde gesichtet.
Somebody's up on the.
Hallo. Will trotzdem wach sein.
Gerade da.
Das Schild geknackt.
Werfe Bogenstern.
Baue einen Tunnel.
Augen nach oben. Ventilatorachtung.
Konzentration.
Dritte Partei. Die Roller sind eingeteilt. Ich verpiss mich. Wurde gesichtet. Auch freigesetzt.
He's broken. Good shit. Somebody's up top.
So gefährlich.
Coming in. Run, Grace. Run. There's crabs. Maybe not. Good shit, Ray.
Ich bin hier. Mr. Pathfinder.
Fireproof building in the FDNY doctrine is in the lobby of the building. So I had realized previous to this time that the North Tower, which had come down right in my face where I was running towards, is now gone. So there's going to be no lobby. I had no idea the South Tower was already gone, again, having come from home. So I set about, rather than being in a high-rise firefighting procedural set of steps, reverted to what we do at collapse operations, which has things that we do to discover victims. So obviously victims out on the surface, we're going to get to them first. And then we're going to penetrate voids, and then we take other steps. Like Chief Fox was then battalion chief in that area of Manhattan, one another. And it took some time for us each to recognize who the other was, because we're both completely coated in the toxic dust cloud that, to which he said, this time, I got a 40-story building behind me going to beat the band and nobody around to put it out with. At which point, we then walked towards the 7 trade,
Segne mich mit Klarsicht.
which indeed had a number of fires.
Springe ins Licht. Kontakt.
Fires in numerous locations. Suspicious. None of what we were looking at in 7.
Markiere unsere Umgebung. Deine Zeit
Ich werde beschossen. Lade meine Schilder auf.
feindlicher Schild geknackt.
Ich bin aufgestiegen. Mein Ab.
Part ways at 7 right there.
Feuere.
Gönne meinen Schilden eine schnelle Aufladung.
Secured.
Ich werde beschossen.
Werfer Bogenstern.
Anybody put
Der
in
Champion.
Objektiv geschossen. Feindlicher Schild geknackt. Brauche einen Moment, um meine Schilde aufzuladen.
Lade nach.
Chief and I were not in a position to argue.
Ich habe mein Upgrade. Mal sehen, wohin es mich führt. Ich stehe unter Beschuss. Lade nach.
7 now to the south of me where I can see
Markiere unsere Umgebung.
and at a distance of
Splittergranate unterwegs.
Ich muss meine Schilder aufladen.
Werde beschossen. Lade nach.
Ich selbst.
Gönne meinen Schilden eine Aufladung.
Segne mich mit Klarsicht.
Hasser. Sekunde.
Ich habe mich entdeckt. Ich brauche keine Munition mehr.
Feind erledigt. Noch kein Ärger.
Ich habe keine letzte Munition mehr. Laufe ins Nichts.
Geknackt. Gönne meinen Schilden eine
Ich werde beschossen. Diesmal hat's mich erwischt.
Hoch mit dir. Lifeline hält dir den Rücken frei.
Ich habe den Schild eines Anscotti geknackt. Muss nachladen.
Gehen wir hier entlang. Kontakt mit Ziel.
Markiere unsere Umgebung.
Lade
Feind da
nach.
drüben.
Kontakt mit Gegner.
Gönne nur meinen Schilden
Gehen wir
eine
dort
Aufladung.
entlang.
Ist angekommen.
Granate.
Kontakt.
Ich gönne nur meinen Schilden eine
Kontakt.
Aufladung. Sie haben mich entdeckt. Werde beschossen. Feuere. Lade nach.
Kontakt mit Ziel.
Feindlicher Schild geknackt. Feind am Boden. Hört mal her, ich werde beschossen.
This episode is brought to you by Buffalo Trace Distillery. Actually,
Runde 1. Starte den Countdown.
Wir sind alle im Ring. Gut.
Wir haben mich gesichtet. Diesmal hat mich erwischt.
Sicher Schild geknackt. Unsere Gegner am Boden.
Schnell, der Feind wird wiederbelebt.
Ein Hoch auf mit dir. Lifeline hält dir den Rücken frei.
Neue Stufe, neues Upgrade.
Ich bin der K-Spitzenreiter. Wir kriegen das hin.
Ein Champion ist gefallen.
Los jetzt! Sag Hallo! Ich lade nur schnell meine Schilder auf.
Hier ist ein Havoc.
Wir haben den Vorteil. Auf mich wird geschossen.
Dieses Upgrade sollte helfen.
Aktion, Umgebung. Brauche einen Moment, um meine Stimme.
Sie haben mich entdeckt. Werde beschossen. Feind da drüben. Gut.
Schlag mal nach.
Ich kenne mein Schild machen.
Lade nach.
Lade meine Schilder auf. Mich entdeckt. Wagenverschiebung. Werfe Bogenstern.
Lade meine Schilder auf.
Ich muss meine Schilder aufladen.
Allvater, schenke mir Klarsicht. Heile meine Wunden.
Kontakt!
Lade nach. Ich habe einen Gegner.
Lass mich liegen. Hier ist es gefährlich.
Sie haben mich entdeckt. Werde beschossen.
Das war knapp. Ziel da drüben.
have some Buffalo Trace cigars here they just sent me. One of the world's most award-winning distilleries that's been making whiskey the same way for more than 200 years. Fantastic for working out. Check out all that shit. Go to Joe Rogan. Check out the Alpha Brain Balanced Nootropic Supplement. Check out New Mood, the 5. We're gonna get to the bottom of some shit. This is an unusual, very unusual man that's with us today. First of all, thank you very much for doing this, man. I really appreciate it. It's an honor. I bought your book. You gave me a copy of it today, but I already have it because I bought it. Sweet baby Jesus, we're back again. Holla! The Joe Rogan Experience podcast is brought to you by the Fleshlight.
What the fuck was that?
That's just my new shit. I'm ready for a new opening. Holla!
Holla, guys.
Hey!
Whatever.
What's up? What's up? That's gonna be new.
Es geht los.
Just like that.
Der Feind hat dich im
Hi,
Visier.
boys. Joe Rogan.
Just gentle. What's up? That's the new thing. Go to joerogan.net and click on the link for the Fleshlight. Enter in the code name Rogan. And save yourself 15% off the #1 sex toy for men. Right, Brian?
No, right on.
They were there when no one believed it.
How the fuck do you not
You're not helping yourself shit. Why are you wearing sunglasses, you creepy bitch?
Because Michael
How
told
the
me to.
fuck did that guy
Oh,
not die?
well, it's Michael.
Sicher Schild geknackt.
Two squads in this
Lade
shit.
nach. Wird nicht wehtun. Durchhalten. Wir sind
No, this works, bro.
Bringe ins Nichts.
I don't think it's worth, dog. They chase me.
Kopf hoch, Schätzchen. Das ist nicht meine erste Wissenschaftsmesse.
Kontakt mit Gegner. Feind, da drüben.
If I told you to wear sunglasses, I would say wear sunglasses. Maybe you know something. I would like to get those sunglasses that Roddy Piper had.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if they had douchebag sunglasses?
I want Dice Clay's sunglasses. Holy shit. I was
Those are
looking at
pretty
those
dope.
going, I want a pair of those.
How awesome was having Dice Clay on?
It was amazing.
Shit. We're also sponsored by Onyx. In the MMA world, they're saying, hey man, Nick Diaz no-showed to a match with Braulio Estima. They were supposed to have a jiu-jitsu super fight, and Nick Diaz no-showed. And they said, are you going to take him off the opening your podcast? And I was like, how dare you? How dare you suggest that I would ever take Nick Diaz off the opening of my podcast? That was one of the greatest moments of my life, sir.
I love it. It's one of my favorite parts.
And I don't know why he no-showed. I'm sure he had his reasons. I don't know what the fuck happened behind the scenes. I don't know who pissed him off. You can't piss that dude off. All right, if you want that dude to fight, everything has to be smooth as silk. Like the UFC, there's no bullshit. Everything's handled. Everybody's smooth and professional, and it goes off without a hitch. And he has no problems with anybody. But you can't be pissing that dude off and then expecting him to show up. He'll just vanish on you.
What was there? Was there some controversy? Like, was there a reason that he got pissed off?
There was a weight issue apparently. They were supposed to fight they were supposed to weigh in at 180 pounds, 185 pounds the day of the match. Like he had two weigh-ins. And apparently Braulio Estima didn't know this, and then he weighed in the morning. He lost the weight. He had to cut weight. He had to cut like 9 pounds. So he cut the weight. He weighed in the morning, and then he rehydrated. But the confusion of him not being on weight or not knowing what the weight is or when to weigh in, it's real. That's where it gets confusing because it seems like it's the fault of the organizer. It seems like there's a big confusion as to like when this was all supposed to go down. And then of course with Nick Diaz, you can't piss him off. If you piss him off, it's just not to show up. You know, and they fucked up in that regard. They should have had everything working nice and smooth. But I don't, you can't excuse it. I would have loved to seen it, man. Nick is a bad motherfucker, you know. And for him to have the kind of confidence to get in there with Braulio Estima, Braulio is one of the 2 or 3 best jiu-jitsu guys in the world. I mean, he's amazing. And as a pure grappler, I mean, he taps out other amazing pure grapplers. Very smart guy, you know, and, you know, it sucks for him more than anything. Because he came over here from England for this. This is like a big moment for him as a representative of the best jiu-jitsu that's currently available to have a grappling match against what is a representative of the best, mixed martial artists we have available. I mean, Nick Diaz is in the elite of the elite. He's right up there with the top guys in the world as far as MMA is concerned, as is Braulio in jiu-jitsu. And so that would be so fascinating to see them go at it. And it sucks that it didn't work out. I don't know why it didn't work out. But
it seems like all these guys have weight issues. Like, that's a huge problem. Why don't they just have like 4 girls on staff that just have to focus on weight issues? They seem like they would be pros at that.
Well, they won't. You got to leave that shit up to a fighter. And this is a different sort of situation because there was a lot of confusion apparently as to when they were supposed to weigh in. And different people, like Nick Diaz, weighed in one day, and Braulio weighed in the morning of the next day. There's obvious confusion. I don't know exactly what happened. You would have to sit both guys down and sort of piece the argument out, but it sucks.
I was just trying to get Nick Diaz to have some girls on staff. I'm just trying to help the guy out.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Rupert's here, and he's going to get down to the bottom of things. Michael Rupert's been... I've heard that Fox Magic is particularly strong this type of month.
Fox Magic's been working
this time of the month.
Yeah.
Fox Magic, it's working.
Fox Magic's been magicking all over.
Yeah.
But as far as what's going on, that's what I came down here to find out. I had to talk to you to figure it out.
I don't know if I have any answers for you, sir. I have a feeling anything that will be coming out of my mouth is pure speculation.
Good.
From someone who's completely unqualified.
Well, let's speculate all over the place. Well,
Mein Upgrade wartet schon. Der Champion hat eine schlechte Entscheidung getroffen. Ich habe mein Upgrade.
As far as my life
Mal
goes,
sehen,
things are
wohin es mich
changing
führt.
for the good all over the place. I've left CollapseNet.
Now, explain for the folks who are uninitiated, what is CollapseNet?
Collapse Network. CollapseNet.com, not Collapse.net. It's a company we started 2 years ago after the movie the Doc Collapse came out, and its purpose was to help people to prepare for the collapse of human industrial civilization, which is well underway right now. And over the 2 years, we've grown to 6 members in 68 countries, and we got really busy. We specialize in bringing really accurate news reports from all over the world that gives a real picture and telling people what's really going on, but also connecting them through a directory with 1,600 hand-picked entries. That's free, the Lighthouse Directory report. So the lights are just going on. Maybe it's a good idea to grow food, or maybe there's going to be more blackouts, or maybe this, that. So and a lot of work has been done over the course of a couple of decades by a lot of people. So we bring all that data there so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And then we bring a lot of great feature writers and stuff. So it got to be big, and we had some big challenges. We got massively cyber attacked this year. Man, they just laid into us twice this year, and we had some big struggles. But the way it all evolved, and one of my lines is like,
Lass uns den Weg da nehmen.
Seil und Schirm im Einsatz.
Lade nach. Ich muss kurz nach. Ich habe einen Feind ausgeschaltet. Ich bin ausgeschaltet.
Hoch mit dir, Kumpel. Neuer Squad klingt sich in den Kampf ein. Werfe Termitgranate. Werfe Bogenstern. Lade meine Schilde.
Benutze einen Phoenix. Kontakt.
Splittergranate unterwegs. Gehen wir hier entlang. Ich bin bei dir, mein Freund. Ich bin im Kopf. Letzter Haar. Einer dieser Clowns.
Wissen ist Macht. Und Schmerz. Feind, da drüben!
Perish, grow up or die. And one of my big spiritual lessons now is about letting go. It's not. It's it's letting go that really gives me more options. And so anyway,
Isn't it funny that you figure that out like later in life? Everybody does.
Oh yeah. Well,
When you're young, it's like the big problem.
I spent 21 years in 12-step, and I lived that program. So letting go came to be something you practice when confronted with, so letting go of CollapseNet turned out to be perfect. I gave the ownership back to the, and I'm out completely, but now they don't have to pay my salary, and they're all on their own, and they're just so energized, and they're just so on fire. And now I get to step back a little bit because I'm a tired motherfucker. I've been at this a long time.
Do you ever put nice stories on, like happy stories? Like
Sure
someone
we do.
found a box of kittens and they were purring and,
And
they
all
gave
of them
them
had
milk.
beautiful smiles.
No,
And
we-
everybody went home and they had a great day. And the new episode of Game of Thrones was on, and we watched it, and it was awesome.
And they had Fox Magic.
What kind of music is that, Brian?
That's Fox Magic song.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We have a sound for it now. Do you think it's possible that civilization won't collapse? Is it possible that we're just stumbling and that we'll balance out? Is that possible?
Absolutely, totally. And that's one of the reasons why I'm going through this big change. I mean, we not only did I in 2 books and the movie and everything else kind of predict all of this stuff based upon a model that said that means civilization is collapsing. So if you see these symptoms, there's a pretty good chance that's what the disease is. But now, just recently, Fukushima is so totally out of control. Reactor number 2 is so hot that any robots they send to the reactor get fried. And so they can't get into work on this melted core that's lying at the bottom. And then they've said no machines that can handle that radiation have even been designed yet. Oh, okay, that leaves reactor 2 out. Building 4 with all the
I think it's amazing that someone made nuclear reactors in the first place. I think it's amazing.
Yeah.
I did a joke about it in my act, but it really is fascinating that you can build something like that you can't shut off. That someone allowed them to build something like that where in some unmeasurable event where the power gets shut off and can't get back on in time, it's fucked forever.
There are 450 more reactors
That's
around.
insane.
San Onofre's just had a major breakdown.
Where's that?
That's in San Clemente on the way to San Diego.
Really?
And
They had a major something?
It's
What did they
it's
have?
down all season. So you guys in Los Angeles are going to be having some humongous blackouts this summer.
Really?
And brownouts. Yeah, I'm surprised. See, we had that on CollapseNet, but they hide it from you in the mainstream news here. That's why CollapseNet's so good at what we do.
Whoa. So because of what's wrong with the reactor? That's the one that you see when you drive down to San
Reactor
Diego?
number 2 at San Onofre, right by Camp Pendleton.
It's a weird feeling to drive by and see a nuclear reactor.
Reactor 2, there was problems with the cooling pipes, and then I think they were checking another reactor, and the X-rays showed some faulty piping. But now, so the reactor is offline indefinitely.
It is such a stupid fucking idea. The idea that you can make something you can never shut off, that you would do that.
Yeah.
That's so arrogant. It's so incredibly arrogant. Because if it fucks up and people are like, well, most of the time it's clean and safe, what are you banking on? If you look at the permanence of any fuck up, what a massive amount of time it takes before that area is not deadly to go near. If you look at the fuck up, we're talking about thousands of years.
Japan is dead. Japan is mortally wounded. And I've been saying so in print, and it's clear. Japan's economy is imploding. They are now a net importer. Their debt is like 280% of GDP. And
how are they getting their power now?
Very good question. Japan has replaced.
Was that a Japanese impression, by the way?
No, I can do better one if you like.
Don't do that. No.
Okay,
So Japan was what happened?
They're running emergency diesel widely, which is diesel's a whole separate issue worldwide. But they're running diesel. They're burning now fuel oil and coal oil, two grades of oil, and they're importing liquefied natural gas. Now that's where you build this $450 million floating gigantic bomb of liquefied natural gas,
Jesus
and you float it across, and one of those things is almost the size of an atom bomb if it goes off.
My God.
So this is energy desperation. But when you talk about diesel, don't buy diesel now, and here's why: diesel shortage all over the world. In India, they got 30,000 generators to handle blackouts at the Taj Mahal and the city that's around there. We ran that story twice on CollapseNet. And there's so many blackouts in India and Pakistan. They're all burning diesel, and they're short of coal. I mean, it's happening all around the world right now. But diesel's in really short supply.
What are they going to do with all these nuclear power plants? They can't shut them down, right? There's no way you can. You can't You can't shut it off.
Well, if you combine that. Let me just take you a little bit further ahead to where the point of all this is going.
Okay.
Because from 4 different directions, they ain't going to shut the nuclear power plants off. They can't control what they got. Because electricity is industrial civilization. You
Right.
don't have industrial
It
civilization.
just seems so
without it.
ridiculous to put something like that in an area where it's close to humans. It's the idea that you can completely contain that insane amount of energy. It's so arrogant.
Okay. Yeah. That's one prong of a fork.
Yeah.
Fukushima. Here's the
Okay.
second prong. One of the
AIDS?
No.
What happened to AIDS? AIDS just petted out. AIDS came out of the gate like Tyson. AIDS was killing people left and right, but now you hardly hear about AIDS anymore.
It's the best diet in Hollywood right now.
Yeah, it also generates a lot of medical money in the medical business.
Do you ever read like that Peter Duesberg stuff?
Long time.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
He's the guy. He's the biologist from the University of California, Berkeley, and his claim is something along the lines of that HIV is like a weak virus. I may be paraphrasing here, and that when you're seeing it in people, most likely it's because they have a weakened immune system. That a strong, healthy immune system fights off HIV fairly easily.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not the culprit of AIDS, but rather a symptom of a depleted immune system that's from a variety of different things. And it's a crazy argument, because if it's true, it's like, how could only this guy be figuring that out? This one biologist and all these other guys, they haven't noticed that?
I don't trust.
Is it that tricky?
I don't trust any of the science behind.
But is it possible?
Medicine.
That's not possible, though, right? I mean, it's not possible that AIDS is a hoax. That's not possible. It's not possible.
It is definitely possible that it was man-made.
Right, but it's a real disease.
It is definitely
right?
possible that it was intentionally released.
You feel like that?
Yeah, I've seen. This goes way back to like the 90s when I saw these, but these were WHO documents showing the first outbreak of AIDS, and superimposed were WHO vaccination programs, and it was like a perfect match.
Wow. Yeah, I don't. Obviously, I'm no biologist, but I don't see how one guy could be out there saying something like that, and all of his peers disagree. I mean, is that how it works? I mean, obviously, people think that HIV causes AIDS, but in this guy's mind, he's like, these people were all doing. I think it was drug abuse and partying, and that's what he was attributing to their depleted states. That they were doing like crystal meth and poppers and amyl nitrate and stuff, and that apparently is immune system crushing. This amyl nitrate is something that gay guys
that
like
was
to do.
big in the 70s. When I was a cop, I ran into amyl on the street.
What would they do? Just pop it and they smell it or something like that? Sam Kinison had a bit.
This
about
is the
it.
story of the funniest dead
That's how
body I
found out
have
about
ever
it.
seen in my life. You want to
Whoa,
hear
okay,
the story of the funniest dead body I've ever seen in my life? Okay.
Yes.
All right, and I swear this is true. I was working Wilshire Division, and I was a P3. I had 2 stripes. And every Christmas, cops from one division will go cover for another division when it has its Christmas party, So we were covering for Hollywood Division's Christmas party. So I'm driving up around in Hollywood, and we get a call, 6A42, meet the RA, dead body, such and such address, maybe on Cherokee something. So the RA is a rescue ambulance. So we pull up, and it's a 3-story standard California, really bare bones interior courtyard, open, balconies, and it's up on the 3rd floor. And so me and my partner, we go walking down, and I noticed that the paramedics are just outside, they're laughing their asses off. They're down on their knees, they're laughing so hard. Okay, and I'm going, oh. Okay, guys, this is the dead body call, right? They go, yeah. And I go, what? And they point, and I go in, and there's this dead guy on the floor. And he was, I would say, young, 20-ish, light-skinned African-American guy in a Fredericks of Hollywood negligee.
Holla.
And he was laying on the floor and kind of spread eagle, and I look, and there is a broomstick protruding from you know where, okay? Mm-hmm. But there's only about a foot of it protruding from you know where.
Oh God!
And so the table had been pushed up against. It was easy to figure it. He I guess this was before a man could buy a sex toy or something. I don't know, but he had been up masturbating on the table with the broom, and the purpose of the anal was to strike it right as you come.
Right.
Oh. But what it does is it gives you an involuntary back spasm.
Oh, no.
And
oh my God.
That's my amyl nitrate story.
And the broomstick went up his ass and killed him.
Mm-hmm. He looked satisfied.
What a way to go, man. Yeah, there's been a bunch of dudes that have gone asphyxiation style, right?
Yeah,
that's like the NXS guy.
And that's actually
David
pussy shit.
Carradine.
David Carradine.
Yeah,
that's actually pussy shit because like a real guy would do it the other way with the broom coming at you from like the bristle part side. That's the real way to do it.
Wow, like a man.
Yeah, like a man.
That's
like
like
none of this West Hollywood shit.
That's how like
I'm talking Burbank.
gay Samoans handle it. That's how to rite of passage. You got to use a broom the other way.
Humor was good.
Fudge magic.
Yeah, that's a dumb way to die. Do you think? One of the things I heard is like the big conspiracy would be that if you wanted to shame a person, you would kill them and make it look like they died masturbating like an idiot.
I mean, that's like in a couple of NWA songs.
Yeah,
you know?
just leave a bunch of gay porns around. Like that would be the ultimate joke if you found your buddy dead. You're like, all right, he's dead. So listen, there's nothing I can do about that. But what I can do is put his dick in his hand and put a bunch of gay porns all around him, and then take pictures of him and then put it online.
That's
like,
cold.
I got you the last. I got the last one, bitch. I got the last
time.
one. Come on, that would be hilarious.
Like
to
with
do,
lipstick on and
like,
shit.
Because if you knew that guy and you loved him, and it's like the one last joke you can get out of him.
That's so fucked up.
It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up, but it would be hilarious.
That's cold.
You got to have a good sense of humor. Come on, man. That's hilarious.
All right. I remember that.
You don't think that you remember that? Yeah, I remember that too, bitch.
That sucks. Why do you even release that into the net?
There's already photos of you out there with dicks in your hand and your mouth, and that's the golden rule of the internet.
Yeah, but imagine a
Neo,
real life
it's not
conspiracy against
real.
you.
Neo's back. Oh,
Neo,
now
it's not real.
Oh.
Michael Rupert went with the sunglasses on. That's when he's going to get deep. Isn't that a weird thing? Like that's a cool guy
go with
thing to
Matrix
wear your
sunglasses.
sunglasses. Isn't that a weird thing?
I tell you one thing.
What
I
about
do
that new
like it.
meme where the sunglasses come down? They go, deal with it.
I love
What
it.
What is that? Where did it come
love
from?
it.
Where did it? How did I love it too? But where did it originate?
I don't know.
What is that from?
I don't know.
To deal with it. It's everywhere though. I see it all over the place. Sunglasses drop down. Deal with it.
It's beautiful.
But how did sunglasses
What does
get
that
to be
mean?
cool?
I don't even know what that means.
I
Deal
think
with it.
what that means is whatever you have issue with. Why don't you just fucking deal with it and leave me alone?
Okay,
Deal with it.
get out of my face.
Well, he's a cool guy. He's got his sunglasses on.
Get out of
he's
my
just
face.
super cool. Yeah. But why? How does that make you cool? How did sunglasses become something that makes you cool? Like,
Because you look different. Your eyes are. You look like a fly. You look like a bug. and I've been wearing.
well, you do
Whoa.
right there. Those
He
are
does.
actually pretty dope.
Yeah.
These
Those
record
are
HD.
Oakleys.
No, these record HD.
But those are Oakleys, right?
No,
they're not.
no, they're
Oh.
just they're video
that's just
camera
the whole
glasses.
That is amazing. That's
Video
HD. What a world we live in.
Yeah,
How long before you get a chip in your eyeball that just does that and you don't have to have...
like 7 days.
Well, there's probably going to be... We're going to be inserting shit into our bodies eventually. They're going to give you something that just works way better. Like this, all you need is this one little microprocessor in your body and you will never have a disease again.
Yeah.
If just bing, you have like this microprocessor that regulates your body. They put it right in your pituitary gland.
And
And it
just
regulates
fixes
your
everything.
body like a little micro messenger.
And then that shit's going to start getting viruses.
But every 10 years, they have to give you brain surgery and open it up to change the battery. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, but imagine that if that computer.
Oh, help.
Hey Joe, imagine if that
Oh,
computer
help.
inside you, fixes all the disease
Yeah.
and all the shit,
Yeah.
and then that computer gets
That's
a
what I'm talking
virus.
about.
That computer gets a virus,
Oh,
and then so
shit.
you have to start making medicine to help that computer. So you put robots
Or
inside that
it
computer.
gets a virus that turns you gay.
Yeah.
Imagine that. They had a
Oh.
virus, and all of a sudden you just could not stop your gay urges.
That would probably be the first thing, virus, right? The gay
What
virus.
if John Travolta had that, and all this time people are just being mean to him, and they don't know that he has a disease? He has a genetically designed like a disease from like the Russians, maybe. If you wanted to do that, makes him like super aggressively gay. The government has worked on this. Right, this is not a joke. Michael Rupert would back me up. Remember, during Iraq, they were trying to figure out how to make a gay bomb. This is not a joke.
They have
using God.
I can pretty much
technology.
guarantee that with all of the hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars that the Black Ops community has had to work with in the secret budget all these years, they have tried every stupid fucking thing in the world you could think of.
This idea was that they were gonna be able to spray something down, like something blows up over these guys. It sprays all over them, and it makes them gay. I mean, they were really like looking into the possibility of that. They thought it would like demoralize them. Did they ever hear about the Greeks and the Romans?
Yeah.
Some of the greatest fucking soldiers of all time. They were boning each other constantly.
Yeah.
The samurais boned each other too. Dudes boned dudes back then, and they were cutting heads off every day. This was a wild time. You can't think that, making these people gay is gonna. It might make them better fighters.
Well, you know
they're gonna
what?
fight for their boyfriend now. Fuck you up, man.
That's what the system does with pretty much everything. It takes something and it bends it, it twists it, so
Yeah.
that you accept a way to look at it that is a basic fundamental lie anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think gay or non-gay has shit to do with how good a warrior you are.
Exactly.
Yeah,
there's a lot of gay dudes who can beat the fuck out of you. No doubt
I got
about
my
it.
ass kicked once by a dyke as a cop.
What?
I did, yeah.
What, did
Christ,
you, like-
she was 6'2" and she could bench like 260 or something.
Oh my God! Did you underestimate her? Did she charge you? Like what happened?
we just called it was a 415 fight at a bar, and it was
what does 415 mean?
That's a place called for disturbance.
Is 420 really pot?
No.
That had nothing to do with police talk.
No? What is that?
That's a colloquialism. It's a native, But as far as LAPD, no, I never heard of 420.
How did 420 become pot? Anybody?
There's probably a good history behind that. It might be a code in some county in Northern California.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So 415 comes out.
Yeah,
you go to visit.
It's a
This
lesbian
giant
bar.
dyke.
We go in, and there's a fight, and she was fighting somebody else, and I go to step in, and she went flying back across the room.
Man, you got to be really careful because big women can knock you the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
That's for real. There's some big women out there that can knock you the fuck out. Yeah, I know a chick that's only like 130 plus pounds, maybe like 140. My friend Tommy Jr.'s girlfriend, Katie, and she can punch a fucking hole in your face, man. This chick knows how to punch. And she's a strong girl. There's girls out there that can fuck you up. You got to be careful. Especially if they sucker punch you. Oh, that's terrible. There's a great video, though, of some fucking asshole who's yelling and screaming at this woman, and she grabs him by the collars and headbutts him and knocks him unconscious. It was like a security camera in front of a bar. The guy was just being a drunk douchebag, and the girl was badass, man. She was like a fucking character in a movie.
Cool.
I mean, she wasn't a big girl, but she grabs him by the collar and just fucking headbutts him right in the chin. The dude goes out. It was hilarious. Wow. Yeah, it's a beautiful video. Have you ever seen it, Brian?
Mm-mm.
Pull it up because it's there's not even any audio. It's probably girl headbutts guy KO. Yeah, maybe. I don't know why I'm asking you to find that. There's probably a billion of those, right? How many videos online are there about girls headbutting a guy and knocking him out?
I could find it.
Well, I am the only guy in the history of the Los Angeles Police Department.
No, this isn't it, man.
To have been bitten in the left testicle in the line of duty.
Really? Oh, Jesus. The only guy ever?
Was it a slow bite?
I know.
Is it because your right had your hand on it and you were massaging it and you were...
No.
No? Why did someone bite your ball?
We got a call. This was in a day when angel dust was on the street.
Oh, Jesus.
PCP. Oh, my God. It's the worst thing I've ever seen, drug I've ever seen in my life.
What is the effects for the unwashed masses?
Oh, my God. Well, It was supposed to be. It was designed as an elephant tranquilizer. That ain't the way it works in humans. It's a powerful hallucinogenic, but it gives people a feeling of superhuman strength, and they have it. They display it. You get a real thin sheen of perspiration, and you get this glassy eye look, just like this. And
That's how I look all the time.
And these guys would, throw 5 or 6 cops around. They would pull fire, stupid strength things, and quite frequently they had to be shot because there was just they wouldn't stop.
I have a friend who got his finger bitten off when he was on PCP.
So we got a call. A Wilshire sergeant was requesting a backup. It was just south of the station, south of La Brea and Venice there. A few blocks, and we go rolling up, and here's this Sergeant Tim Wright, was 6'5". He's just backed into a corner in this apartment, and here's this little bitty black guy, about 5'8", like Sammy Davis Jr., but he's holding like a 35-inch color console television set above his head. Those things were heavy. I mean, and right away it was dust. And I was known as the fire sergeant. Sergeant says, "Rupert, get him." So like 5 of us went in there, and it was just like one of the cartoon melee things.
Oh God!
And we finally got him handcuffed and then flexicuffed around his ankles, the plastic cuffs. Called an ambulance, put him on the gurney. 2 canvas straps on the gurney, one over like torso and one over thighs or knees.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we figure we got him. We take him out to the ambulance. Now, I stand up, but, when you're lifting the gurney to raise it into the ambulance, you pull it up to...
Oh, no. Oh, no.
So he
oh, my God.
He broke the canvas strap over his legs.
Oh, my God.
And everybody went back to his legs, and then went, wow, he went like that. And,
oh, my God, he bit your ball sack.
Yeah.
Holy shit. What is the recovery on something like that?
Well, it hurt a lot. Nothing was damaged, but the fear.
It must have been horrific.
Like just like looking down for your first time, like
it must have been
hoping
horrific.
Yeah.
It must have been horrific.
Yeah, so, yeah. I wound up having the nickname of Inspector Clouseau. Not now, Kato,
I got kneed in the dick once in jiu-jitsu, and I didn't know how bad it was. This is before I used to wear a cup. Now I wear a cup.
Smart man.
Yeah, and I didn't realize how bad it was until after I was done training. It fucking hurt like hell, but I figured it's just me being a bitch because I got hit in the dick. Like, oh, my poor dick. Because that's how you think. Like, it's like it's extra sensitive. It's my baby.
Are you wearing a Dixie?
I wasn't wearing anything. I was wearing a jockstrap.
Oh, I thought you were
and
cup.
gi pants. I'm not. I mean, I was wearing clothes. I should. What kind of wrestling are you doing, boy? And my friend Einstein was passing my guard, and he slammed his knee. And, he's trying to pass his knee through my legs, and he just miscalculated and caught my dick. And I didn't realize how bad it was until I was taking a leak after training. And blood was all over my jockstrap. My jockstrap was, like, filled with blood. And I was like, oh, great. My dick's bleeding. This is awesome. So, like a retard, I didn't even go to the doctor. Instead, what I did was I went to see if I could beat off. I'm like, well, if I could beat off, my dick has to be good.
Right. Yeah.
It can't be broken if I could beat off. And I beat off successfully, and it didn't even hurt that much. And when I came, it was like blood and cum together, like I had a chicken, like a little chicken egg. So I said, all right, well, let's see if this heals up. If it feels even a little bit funny tomorrow, I'm going to the doctor. So I peed blood for like 2 or 3 more days, but I felt great. So nothing didn't. I was just checking for any inflammation or feeling of irritation, or I think you just heal up. It's like would I go to the doctor if I did that with my nose? And the answer was no.
No,
I would
because I've done it with my nose 100 times.
I would have drank a lot of orange juice and tried to make orange pee, or you know what I mean?
Try to make lemonade.
Yeah.
It would be like pink lemonade.
No, but seriously, that's something that you probably didn't want to get checked out because you didn't want them to like have to put something in your penis hole or something like that.
No, I didn't want to be. I didn't want to be a pussy.
Done.
I mean, if it was my ear, I wouldn't go to the doctor. If it was my nose, why am I going to the doctor if it's my dick? I only want to go to the doctor if it's like infected. What are they going to do? How are they going to fix it? What are they going to do? They're going to put a splint on it,
put some
like Joey
Neosporin
Diaz's
on their finger and put
take
it
2
in
popsicle sticks and send it back in like a wounded soldier.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck they would do. It was nothing wrong with it. It was just hurt. You know what I mean? It just needed to heal up. But if it was hurt, if it was more than that, I would have noticed after a while. I would have felt. I was pretty sensitive.
That's a great physical metaphor for what happens emotionally. a few times in your life.
When you get kicked in the dick,
Yeah.
you heal up, hopefully.
Yeah, you heal up, hopefully. You know?
Hopefully.
That's a good physical metaphor for that.
Yeah, it's very difficult for people to accept the idea that sometimes people don't want to be around them. You know, that some people aren't meant for each other. Their fucking personalities clash, and that some people have different ideas. It's very difficult to find someone that you can hang with for any long period of time.
Definitely.
We just got to learn to be nicer about the whole process. You know, it's the getting kicked in the dick emotionally. We gotta figure out how to.
Don't worry, we
cut
put some
back
Fox
on some of
medicine on that for you.
You know, I had a party recently at my house, a little kids party, and a couple friends came over, including 2 friends that are exes. Their ex-boyfriend and girlfriend, married to different people now, but still great friends. And it's so cool to see that when people can act like that and can actually really be close friends. Like their kids play together, they go out to dinner together, you know, they go on double dates together. They're genuinely friends. So it is possible, but goddamn, for the most part, most of them end up like fucking like those air shows where they touch wings and just fucking go into the crowd in a ball of fire. Well, you ever go to an air show, man? You ever go to an air show?
Oh, I grew up in an Air Force family.
Jesus Christ.
And I've been to quite a few.
Have you ever seen a wreck like that?
No. Thank God.
Whew.
Yeah.
What kind of jets did you fly in?
I didn't. My father did.
You've never been in one?
Oh, not in a fighter jet, no. No.
I did a thing for the Blue Angels. They would take celebrities up. And we went to,
cool.
Yeah, we went 7.5 G's. Yeah, and they don't wear suits either, man. You know, when they do their shit, they don't, like, there's most places they wear some sort of a compression suit that allows you to deal with the pressure, but they don't wear them. They just do it all with their body. You know, they have to be like really in shape.
In really good shape.
Yeah,
a lot
it's
of
just to handle
isometric
it.
stuff.
Yeah, all kinds of gymnastics, lifting weights. You have to like really strengthen your body just to deal with the G-force. It's fucking incredible, man. The feeling it's amazing how much pressure it is when you realize that like going fast doesn't just it doesn't come free. Like if you want to really go that fast, you have to move your body in a way that it's completely unaccustomed to moving through the universe. Like the amount of pressure that comes from that kind of speed, it's like monumental. It's hard to even wrap your fucking head around.
I love it.
Dude, 7.5 G's is insane, and it feels like consciousness literally feels like an elevator door. You can see black on each side. It's a crazy feeling, man. But when they wreck hard.
Oh, I remember my dad was a radar intercept officer in F-89s and F-90s. Those are 2-seat interceptors. He used to fly up over the North Pole waiting for the Russians to attack during the Korean War. That was his mission.
Wow.
And you saw a few UFOs and some strange things.
Jesus.
Anyway, so the worst and it was all Air Force. So it was in late 70s, early 80s. The Thunderbirds. We're doing a 5 formation loop, ground loop, and something went off, and all 5 flew straight into the ground simultaneously.
Oh my God!
And that was like you just go,
oh my God!
Whoa!
Oh my God! Holy shit! That's crazy.
Words fail, you know.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What happened? How the fuck does that happen?
Something. I'm not gonna say. It wasn't. It might a combination of pilot error and mechanical failure. Because everybody follows the lead.
Oh my God!
Nobody else is paying any attention to anything except the lead.
Oh my God! That's so crazy.
Yeah.
That is so fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That's hard to even think about. That's one of those things that's hard to wrap your head around, you know, what that must have been like to be a part of and know that it's happening, like right before the fucking plane hits the ground.
Yeah. They didn't even, you know, they might have had a microsecond to know.
The guy that took me on the Blue Angels flight was a bad motherfucker. I wish I could remember his name. I have it at home. It's on a signed photo. But we went through these canyons, and we were going, it was so fast, it was ridiculous. And we're only like a couple hundred feet off the ground. And it's just, when you realize what those things can do.
Yeah.
And just think about if you were on the ground and one of those motherfuckers was looking for you. Holy shit. God damn, that's scary. One of those fighter jets looking for you while you're on the ground would have to be one of the most frightening things ever.
Well, they fly too fast. I mean,
Yeah.
this is where I have some expertise because of the life I've led, hanging with some green beanie guys, and
they can't see anything. They fly too fast.
They fly too fast.
So you need helicopters.
You would want a helo with a FLIR, forward-looking infrared radar for night. That's a third-gen night vision where you can pick out the heat moving very easily.
Could they use like a blimp or something, just float it up above the sky and get a big view
They're
of the
doing
sky?
all that shit.
Are they really?
They're that little microcopters, and they got all the money. It's like Jack Nicholson and Batman. Where did they get all the toys? You know, that's what they do.
Why do they feel like they have to control things so much? Why is that?
Because
Why does there have to be so much resources spent on this aspect of society?
It's the infinite growth monetary paradigm, but it's also people who have control, if you will. Some will call them the powers that be. I'm getting to call them the powers that were because they're failing monumentally. But they must maintain control. Otherwise, all of the crimes that have been committed for eons will come starkly clear to a lot of people all at once. That's like the awakening of the 100th monkey. Like, holy shit, we human beings really have been farmed.
What is
like
that expression,
animals.
the awakening of the 100th monkey? Because I've heard it more than once.
Well, that was in the Dock collapse, and it after the Second World War, and they were playing with the atom bombs. They wanted to see how long it would take to repopulate an island. So they went back to this island, and 4 or 5 years after, and then they introduced trees, and they got things growing. Then they brought in like 10,000 monkeys to see how they would survive. There was enough for everything, but the coconuts were slightly radioactive on the husks. So the safe way to eat the coconut was to wash it in the stream. And they taught like 10 monkeys to wash the coconut. And, so and then other monkeys look, and then pretty soon there's 15, and then 47, and then 200, or 88. But when they reached the 100th monkey, all 10,000 got it all at once. Everybody just went, oh, yeah. Okay.
So then they all started washing the coconuts.
Yeah, and that's a parable about...
You didn't tell me this story the last time you were here, did you?
No. It was in the movie.
That's what it was, okay.
Yeah. So that's a metaphor that's a parable about a radical shift in consciousness. And right now, a radical shift in human consciousness is the only thing that can possibly save us. And there's a part of me, for all of the stuff that I've done bringing the bad news, which was my mission. That was my duty for like 30 years, was like to warn. And now the Fox Medicine spiritual message says they've had all the warnings they're going to get. But now I'm also very aware that this change of consciousness is happening. And I'm seeing enormously encouraging signs of that. One day we won't have to think about how we suddenly try to get governments to be honest, or
one day, listen, this government right now, one day is going to be embarrassing. It's going to be embarrassing. They're going to look back. It is. I agree. All of them have been. We're going to look back on this time with shame, because the people that are running this country, this very small percentage of the people, they're not going to be able to maintain it. It's just there's too much access to information these days. It's not the same animal as it was when this whole monster was created.
If you look, Joe, anywhere in the world, every government is failing.
Yeah.
There is not a government anywhere in the world that's succeeding.
Because the way they're set up is ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous. And after a while, people just, they can't take the inequity of it. The people snap everywhere they want. Even this one, the best one there is, without a doubt, I think America's the best setup there is. I love it here. It's the greatest country in the world. But, god damn, it could be better. It could be better by a millionfold. It could easily be better.
I don't think America can be fixed. That doesn't mean that I'm un-American. What I mean is I think the United States of America, as it's operating now, is not fixable.
Well, it's set up on a bullshit financial system. That's a real big part of it.
It's utterly corrupt. I'm Thomas Jefferson here. I'm saying this Thomas Jefferson said you need a revolution every generation.
Have you ever thought about just moving to Hawaii and saying "fuck you"? You ever thought about doing that?
No. I spent 4 months in Venezuela. That was an unusual story, but no, I'm where I'm up in Northern California. And that's where I'm staying.
Staying.
Yeah.
Till the asteroid comes.
I'm planting my ass in there. They're going to have to come with a bulldozer and take me out of there.
You're out there making it happen, dude.
Well, I think.
Are you sure that this is all going to fall apart, though?
It is falling apart.
What is the possibility that something can happen that can pull us out of the fire? Something that's going to keep us from slamming into the mountain.
The only thing that can keep us from slamming into the mountain is for the human race collectively to see it slamming itself into the mountain and decide to do differently. It's got to be a change of consciousness. This is not going to be a message written in a letter put out in a broadcast put out. Everybody's got to get it.
I personally think
once.
the internet itself is very psychedelic in the fact that it's responsible for a massive expansion of human consciousness, not from a drug form, but from an information form. The fact that the access to information is so spectacular, and so the whole viral aspect of it, I think that human beings right now, this is a very rare time. We're in a balancing act right now. But I think the information that we're getting from the internet is expanding consciousness as much almost as a drug would. You know, as an influx. If you look back on between 1994 and now, what a massive change in our society has come about because of YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and the interconnectedness of society. The massive extent of it is so much different than it was.
The evolutions
before that
via the net are amazing.
Amazing, but I think that's going to influence the way the government works. I think it's going to influence who are the people that are in positions of power. I think that's slowly going to root out the old system that's in place. Was all these fuckers were around before the internet, all of them except Obama.
The old system.
Obama, he should have been just a little bit old. He's a little bit older than me, so he was a grown man while the internet came out. He should have. Maybe it was too late for him too. Maybe it's one more generation after this where they realize you can't fucking lie anymore because there's new technology that lets you read thoughts, and then everything has to be done transparently.
I don't think it's going to take anywhere near that long. This old system is going to collapse because it will be satisfied with nothing less. It's seeking its own death. It's doing everything to kill itself. Intellectually, anything running this world right now is being defeated.
Do you think that's because the current people are greedy and they're just looking out for themselves? They're trying to just score short term and just get out because that's where the money's at, Michael Rupert?
I think that they're trying to...
That was good, right?
That was good.
I think that they're trying to do anything they can to hold on to what power and what information they have, because they do not want the power or the information that they have to be shared, and it's a total desperation move, and they're going to fail.
If I was a doctor for the world and I looked at this problem and I was like, well, I see what you got. This is a bunch of cunts that haven't done mushrooms and they're running things. That's what it is. You have a bunch of old greedy fuckheads that are just unpsychedelically inclined. They've never had consciousness expanding experiences. They don't know the beauty and the love that you get from a psychedelic experience with friends, where you realize how much of the way you behave and live and interact with people is just insecurity. It's just stupidity. It's nonsense.
I'm not sure that would cure everything.
The happiness.
But
it would cure it all, baby.
I'd like to give 7 billion doses of DMT.
Yeah, I think it would kill the ego. I mean, that's really what you have to do.
There you go.
You have to kill the ego.
That's the dilemma. That's the issue. And that's why I'm writing a third book now, because
well, that's why everybody hates a chicken hawk. The idea of someone who wants to send people into battle that's never been in battle themselves. Well, of course you're so confident. Of course you're so aggressive about this. This is not yours to risk. It's the ego. Has not. You don't understand what war is. If you had been there, you would have a completely different sort of appreciation of it. You wouldn't be so callous, and it wouldn't be such an easy option.
No, I've come to a darker conclusion than that, Joe, and that is that these people literally look at us as cattle, expendable cattle that have been farmed for millennia. This is real Orwell. This is what it really is all about. Human beings are born and bred to be slaves and consumers to generate wealth. And that's the way it's always been, roughly since we started doing money this way.
Who are they? Is it a they, or is it just a series of shit choices that have left us in a situation where people are copying things? You know, there was a thing we talked about really recently on this show about the Salem witch trials. So the Salem witch trials, there was a woman who wrote a paper for a history class that sort of solved one of the major puzzles of the Salem witchcraft trials, and it was that there was an ergot poisoning of food. It was causing people to have LSD type effects, and that they thought that this was responsible for the original murders, but then they kept it up as a tradition for years later. Then it became a hysteria, and then even though people weren't even ergot poisoned, it would actually become learned behavior. And I think that in situations like where you have greedy business people and they set up corporations, and there's patterns of learned behavior that come about from the way these corporations interact with their consumers and the environment that they have their businesses set up in, and that this momentum gets carried away to a point where the greed and the bottom line supersedes human nature. It supersedes the idea that you are a group of people. And, you know, in the documentary, the corporation, they went over this, that a corporation tends to act as a sociopath. Well, I think we just have to make everyone aware of the accountability of their actions in that situation and remove that. Remove that as a design. Remove that diffusion of responsibility that you can get by being a part of a big group that does something really fucked up, but you don't feel responsible because you're just one piece.
From my spiritual perspective, and let me just add that my DMT journey, my cans just went crazy. What did you do to my headphones?
What happened? What happened?
My cans just went. I went into an echo chamber. It's cool.
You all right?
You're right.
You hear it now?
It's on right now.
I don't hear anything.
Okay.
It's Fox Magic.
Never. It's fine. Yeah. That's my dog Rags.
For the folks listening on iTunes, there was a photo of him, Michael, with his dog, and he's got the glasses on, and it says "Deal with it."
Yeah,
And
DMT
his
trip on.
dog has a fox face.
That's brilliant.
Oh, that's very
That's
funny.
that's
dude.
awesome.
That's very
DMT
funny.
trip on the message
I
board.
want a
Put that
copy
up.
of that.
What is his name? DMT trip.
DMT_trip.
Thank you, buddy.
I don't know if you made it, but whatever.
What was I talking about?
Fox Magic?
No.
It somehow or another it came up. What were we talking about?
Oh, DMT. I approach that very spiritually. I do medicine journeys as part of my spiritual practice, and it's very important for me that I always approach medicine with a clear intent, and it's always to seek and learn something.
You better.
Yeah.
You better respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to respect psychedelic trips. If you think you're the shit and you can handle it, it'll fucking throw you.
No.
There's a lot of people
I
that
spend
I've
days
noticed that
preparing
don't do
for-
that.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people that, well, listen, man, if you left hammers around, a lot of people are going to use them to build houses. Some people are going to break car windows with them. Some people are just going to hit trees. Some
Well, even
people are
close
retarded.
friends of ours, it's like they go do it and go to the UFC, and I'm like, man, that's crazy. Like, you don't want that. Do you really want that?
You do if you're with Joey Diaz. You do. I would say yes. I would say if you didn't do it, what are you, a pussy? If you're a real Hunter S. Thompson fan, you're a fan of Hunter S. Thompson and Joey Diaz wants to do mushrooms with you at the UFC, do fucking mushrooms with him. What are you, crazy? Of course.
That's not respecting the spiritual trip
Yes,
to me.
the fuck it isn't. What a grand opportunity that is in life to do mushrooms at the UFC with Joey Diaz. God damn it, that's the best seat in the house. I thought I had the best seat in the house as a commentator. I don't. The best seat in the house is the dude who gets to eat mushrooms next to Joey Diaz at a UFC. Because you know how funny Joey Diaz would be on mushrooms?
He would kill me.
It would be a
He would kill
non-stop
me.
chuckle fest. Everyone would just be howling, laughing, and you'd get to watch the UFC at the same time.
I might have
Sounds
a
like
panic attack.
Sounds like the greatest day on earth. You might have a panic attack.
I think that it's just too many people. I like being with nature. If I'm
Yeah.
going to go on any kind of spiritual trip, I want nature. I want to be able to.
I like how you're
escape.
talking about spiritual trips while you're smoking a cigarette.
It is a spiritual trip. It's just not. It's a shitty one.
It's a tobacco trip.
It is if you're a native.
Yeah, sure.
Tobacco holds there's a strong ritual for.
Well, it also
tobacco.
is a part of the ayahuasca ritual for some reason. Like a lot of ayahuasqueros, I think that's how they say them. They blow tobacco smoke on people. It's part of the whole thing. Yeah, I mean nicotine or the tobacco in of itself, and even nicotine is proven to have some really positive health effects. I think there's something about nicotine that actually is like good for your heart. You know, some like it's not nicotine that's really the problem. It's like caffeine. Caffeine's not bad if you have just a little bit. If you're fucking crazy, you're drinking Red Bulls all day and just.
All right, check this. I'm 61. Okay, I smoke. Everybody knows that. Okay, my I just had a physical. Resting blood pressure was 60. Pulse rate was 60.
That's incredible.
Resting.
That's really good.
Blood pressure was 120 over 70.
Are you in really good shape? Do you do a lot of exercise? That's pretty low.
I eat really, really, really good, and then I exercise as much. I'm weed whacking 2.5 acres now, so that's work.
That is work.
You know. And,
yeah, I mean, you know, George Foreman, when he was training for fights, used to chop wood. It's a well-known fact. You know, it's like real work. Real work is hard work.
No shit.
That gets you in shape, man. That's a pretty low resting heart rate, though.
Yeah. So you know. What I'm saying is I'm just real sick of buying into all the propaganda I'm sold about everything. Because the way the people that run this world operate is they do it 90% truth and 10% bullshit. And because you're not trained to separate the bullshit winds up steering you.
One of my favorite articles came out during the time that the Patriot Act was administered was it was on CNN. They were talking about how the CIA has announced that it's going to leak fake news stories in order to send terrorists in the wrong direction. And I remember reading that, and I was like, wow, that's like game over. Like they just came out and said, we're gonna lie to you.
That was right at the same time that CNN let it be known that the Department of Defense was permanently stationing military intelligence personnel in the CNN newsroom.
Whoa.
I screamed about that at From the Wilderness. That was my newsletter for 8 years. We had some great people there. We were just kicking Bush Cheney in the balls every chance we could get.
Why was it From the Wilderness? Why'd you call it From the Wilderness?
Because for my personal story, I'd been trying to expose CIA was bringing drugs into the country for like 18 years, and nobody had listened to me. Then Gary Webb's stories broke, and I confronted the CIA director at Locke High School, and the game changed a little bit. So I started FTW like a year and a half after I confronted John Deutsch. And I was a voice crying in the wilderness, but I was the guy from the wilderness that nobody had listened to. And then, you know, and so that came to stand for, over the course of my career, many hundreds of people and organizations who were all voices in the wilderness and nobody was listening to. And damn, we got it all right, you know. And there's some just amazing people I've met along the way.
It's an interesting name. I remember when I first found out about it, I was like, what the fuck is, what's that, From the Wilderness? I was like, it sounds very Unabomber-esque. Sounds like, you know, like you're out there
this was before
staring at the disease society out in the distance.
Yeah, no, this was just, hey, you know, pay attention. We were pretty successful. We got to have 60 members of Congress, and we broke the Pat Tillman. The whole cover-up with Pat Tillman was a 7-part series we did at FTW, and that's one of the good things now for me about giving CollapseNet over to the employees. I didn't get a chance to do that with FTW because our computers were smashed in the Tillman series. I mean, police falsified reports, leaked to editors who were having sex with children and for defrauding, and they really threw everything, but including the kitchen sink at me up in Ashland.
Linked to editors that what? What was that?
There was my computers were smashed in part 5 of the Tillman series. That's right, when we were nailing Donald Rumsfeld, and he was eventually forced to resign.
He was forced to resign because of the Pat Tillman incident?
Yeah.
That was what did it?
Yeah. He just resigned real suddenly, right, when Henry Waxman's Committee on Governmental Affairs was getting ready to call him.
What was the issue that he had created? First of all, if you wanted to have a bad guy in like a Batman movie that was like a bad government guy that was actually evil, would not Donald Rumsfeld be the fucking perfect guy?
Dick Cheney's right up there.
He's right up there, too.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
But, so what exactly took place?
Well, we eventually nailed it. The series was being written by Stan Goff, who was my military affairs editor at From the Wilderness. Stan's a retired master sergeant from U.S. Army Special Forces Delta. Stan taught at West Point. Stan is just one of the most amazing writers and human beings and really cool people I've ever met in my whole life. And brilliant guy. And Pat Tillman's mom, Danny, contacted me trying to get in touch with Stan. And I immediately said we'd publish anything. And I drove down to the Tillman house in south of the Bay and copied overnight 2,200 pages of Army records that she had been given, all redacted. All blacked out in pages and stuff. But they were in files and sections and all this stuff. So I returned the papers and drove back up to my offices, and I flew Stan Goff into Ashland, Oregon. And Stan did most of the work, but absolutely, because Stan knew it all. So he decoded the documents and figured out who was who and what was what and where was where. I caught some things that helped. But Stan wrote the 7-part series that proved that Pat had been killed by friendly fire at close range. And the Silver Star awarded him I think that was probably the most offensive thing for many in the military, was that Silver Star was fake. That just destroys the value of the Silver Star. So we broke that story, and
this is similar to what it's been the Jessica Lynch story. They changed that story around too. Apparently, any story that gets released, any big story, gets doctored up favorably. And so this one was an unfortunate incident. It wasn't a murder, right? No one's claiming it was a murder?
Oh, no. I think
some people claim it's a murder.
I think Danny believes that it's possible that her son was murdered. I think she said so. She said so to me. It could not have been premeditated because it was in a FUBAR situation. It was not really combat. It was an exaggerated stage play in some respects. There had been some incoming fire, but it was like 300-400 yards away. A couple of Mooj fired a couple of rounds and ran away, and here a whole lot of Rangers just start opening up on a lot of everything all at once. This is basically the way that played. But Pat Tillman's last words when he stood up before he took a 3-round burst from a SAW, squad automatic weapon, right here. I mean, it just took his head off. Were, "I'm Pat fucking Tillman." And that's not disputed. That's fully in the record.
Oh, who was the guy that pulled the trigger?
It was a sergeant in his serial.
What was he just? Was he on edge, or was he trying to kill him?
I can only speculate here.
If you had to speculate.
Pat was a really smart guy, and he was honorable. He had seen that the war was all fucked up. It was all lies, and he was disheartened. Now here he was, a pro football star, right? And
quits the NFL in a huge move to join the Army to defend his country because he thinks that everything that you see in the movies is how it works out, and you're supposed to rise up when your country gets attacked. As a patriotic American, he wanted to do his part.
Well, let me just continue with that a little bit. And he kept a diary, and so there would naturally be fear that he would come back, rejoin the NFL, and start bad-mouthing the government. But that didn't really factor into it. That could have been controlled in many other ways than that. Pat hung around frequently with special forces, and that's kind of a no-no in theater because one group does what they do, and anyway, that's just the way it works. And I think he was something of a grandstander, a little bit.
So I think he was making a lot of noise, and he was pissing some people off, and he was complaining about how fucked up things were, and somebody might have put it to him.
Yeah, and I think he became a Ranger before he became a soldier, and maybe only Rangers would understand that, or SF would understand that. But it's a totally Shakespearean tragedy. I mean, it's just like so fucked up all the way around for everybody.
Yeah. Did you ever hear the eulogy the brother gave?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty intense too. I
You
think
know?
it was something to the extent of Pat. Pat's not in heaven. Pat's fucking dead. Something along those lines.
Yeah.
He's an atheist or something.
Well, I'm glad you didn't know him, because then he would have like lipstick all over him, and they had
pictures. Like, I don't even want to joke about this. I don't even want to joke about it, unfortunately.
But you would joke about it.
I came close to.
But you would joke about it with me, and you didn't
No,
know
well,
Matt
not if your head got
Patella.
blown off. If your head got blown off, I wouldn't put a big dick like, damn, should have tried sucking a smaller dick. It blew your head off, bitch. That'd be the last thing I would do for you. But, you know,
guys are
Pat
sick.
Tillman's like an American hero, bro.
Right.
The whole thing was sad. It was it was sad that he chose to jump in, and it was sad that it wasn't what he thought it
The
was.
truth is that everything about those wars, the post 9/11 wars, everything about those wars is fucked up. And when you start off with everything on the floor you're building on, that fucked up, the war that takes place on top of that field can't be anything but more compoundedly fucked up.
Right. How do you have a just war when you go into it with, ulterior motives?
And lies.
Yeah. It's amazing that there's like a fucking army of people in jail right now. It's amazing. It's amazing that they can get away with that level of corruption and not be accountable. It's really...
But they do in the world of ones and zeros, the Cartesian world, measurable matter. And, of course, we know there's such a thing as spirit. There are things other than matter, but they operate as if everything is matter.
That's what we got to do, man. We got to bring them into the light. That's what we got to do. That's the solution to all of it. It's not even fight them. It's like they are us. They're just us in the worst case scenario, in the worst possible position, doing the wrong thing exactly.
I think that we are at one of the most epical times in human history.
Of course we
perhaps
are.
all of human
Yeah.
history. And I really believe that what I said in the movie is happening, that our species is being forced to choose whether
choose
to evolve
or
to perish,
Right.
to grow up or fucking die.
Well, it's obvious when you look at like what we're doing as far as like sucking fish out of the ocean and depleting resources and polluting things. It's like we're certainly not doing it in a sustainable way right now. And now I don't think it's impossible if we kept the population exactly how it is right now, it might even be possible to run the world the way it is and use the resources. It might be possible. But as we move along, if it's not, how are we doing it right now?
We are overextended.
But we're doing it right now.
No. We are everything is imploding right now.
Right, but right now we're doing fine. Right now we have electricity. I'm on the
you,
internet.
here. Oh,
We
okay.
have food.
Okay.
It's not everybody.
This is
sure.
this is the ego bomb, because this is where I've had the hardest trouble getting through to people, because they'll say, how long do we have? When is it going to happen?
Right.
And subconsciously, all they're really saying is, how long before it fucks with me?
Yeah. How long before I'm uncomfortable?
Exactly.
I want to read books by candlelight.
Like here we are, but that's why CollapseNet exists, because we bear witness to the fact that all over Pakistan, cities are having blackouts.
I like how you said
for,
that, by the way. It was very authentic.
Pakistan? Yes.
Pakistan.
Blackouts lasting weeks at a time. Same in Mindanao. India, major power blackouts.
Right.
Civilization is collapsing all around the world. And just because people choose not to hold it in their consciousness don't mean it ain't going on.
So
It is.
you recognize it as an inescapable trend that only a shift in consciousness can alter.
Mm-hmm.
So if the shift of consciousness occurred, how would that alter? What would be the correct thing to do? If the human population was brought into the light and everybody sort of figured it out and said, hey, we have to act responsibly and stop being a bunch of greedy cunts, what would we do?
I think it would all spring from a fundamental overriding awareness, not a conviction belief, just awareness. You're living it, of the oneness of everything, of the connectedness of everything. That's the place where you start. And once you do that, among other things, you overcome the pairs of opposites. good, bad, rich, poor, fat, thin, whatever. This world of duality, and I think there's some amazing work being done in quantum physics that is totally bearing this out. There's some amazing research out. Amit Goswami is a quantum physicist, and great book out by David Wilcock, and other stuff and a lot of stuff that I kind of became aware of along the way. So I think the awareness of that, once it comes or it flowers in the species, and pray God of spirit, it does soon. We will just automatically stop doing all the stuff that we're doing that's turning this planet into a living hell. Come on, the Gulf of Mexico is totally destroyed. They got shrimp with their guts hanging out in one eye and an eye in their ass, and crabs with half a shell. I mean, we've been running the photos of this on CollapseNet. So climatologically, there are plumes 2 kilometers across, 20, 30 of them, of methane venting directly up from tundra in Siberia. I mean, it's like methane is 20 times more powerful a greenhouse gas than CO2. This mess is out of control. It's going to come crashing down. The only thing, because by calculation, I had a guest on my radio show, great guy, professor from Arizona State. I'm having a brain fart on his name. It'll come up in a minute. Thank you very much. But climatologically, there's an incredible study that says you have to stop all economic activity now, or else everything dies irreversibly as a result of temperature rise. It's hard science. So, on all these fronts, with all that stuff happening, I just stood back recently and I went, this train wreck cannot be prevented at this level of consciousness. The only thing that can save us now literally is a miracle.
Right, a miracle, a revolution of human consciousness. Mm-hmm. But if that does happen, if this revelation, this revolution, whatever you would want to call it, if that did happen, what would we do? How would we fix everything? That just seems to me that we have to ship things, okay? We have to manufacture shit, we have to move it around places because people need stuff. You got to get food to supermarkets. Mm-hmm. You got to keep growing it. You got to keep a good cycle going on. Mm-hmm. So you got to burn something. You got to use something's got to run those engines. Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, you have to have at least public transportation. And then people are going to want to have cars. Okay, how are you going to get all this shit?
Drives you crazy thinking about that, don't it?
Well, it's amazing that we got so out of hand. We got as a society, we're like, it's like someone who was just out of college and you gave them an unlimited MasterCard and you don't have to pay for the first year. And they just fucking went bananas. Mm-hmm. They went bananas to the point where it's completely unsustainable. And then you realize you have this debt of the way you're living. It's just it's so disproportionate to your resources.
Here's the ultimate kicker to all of this. There are not enough resources in the world to pay off the debt that has been printed since 2008. All the bailouts are debt.
So all the resources in the world, like as far as all the gold, all the diamonds, all the oil.
Well, how about iron and copper and food? But energy is the first resource, because without energy, you can't use anything else.
So that's amazing. So how is that possible that we have an economy that's not based on entirely what anything could be worth? That just shows you how completely full of shit the whole idea of the economy is. If all the resources of the world and you owe more than that, someone got fucked. Someone fucked you out of the whole world plus.
Yes.
Think about that.
Yes.
Think about how strong the fuckery is in this economy. That it is so bad that literally we owe more than there is value in anything in the world
to pay off.
It costs more to make a penny than a penny's worth. The same thing. I mean, seriously. That pretty much explains everything.
Here's possible. Here's the catch too. All of that is founded on a premise of infinite growth.
Wow.
Infinite growth on a finite planet is not possible.
With finite resources.
Yeah.
Have you ever read Black Gold Stranglehold? Do you know the premise behind that?
Oh, that was, who was that? Was that Jerome Course? No, that was.
I don't remember.
That was a Disinfo book.
Was it really?
I had it on my Disinfo show.
Really?
Yeah.
So it was a book that it did sound completely ridiculous. I was like, well, how
was it-
this
what
is
was
the
it
only
about?
guy that knows it. The premise was that that oil was not a byproduct of fossil fuels.
Oh,
like everybody-
abiotic, yeah.
Yeah, that it was a process of it was like literally the blood of the earth.
Earth has an endlessly filled creamy nougat center that will satisfy your every desire for as long as your kinky ass should crave it.
What dirty,
Of course.
evil vampire cunts people are. We just suck the oil out of the earth until it's dead. That's what we're doing. We're running our entire crazy business on the blood of the earth. We're like the
And
craziest
that's exactly
tick.
what it is, too.
Yeah, it is the blood of the earth.
Oil is life. All we're doing is burning ancient sunlight that was stored in light. It's all solar energy in one form or another on this planet.
That's crazy when you really stop and think about it like that.
It is.
God, it's amazing. It's amazing when you really think about what it is.
Why do you think the natives call it Father Sky?
Because they were dumb. They didn't. They didn't know about planets. There's a lot of shit they didn't know.
Oh, yes, they did.
They didn't even have fucking horses, man. We had to give them horses. Settle down. Fox
Maybe.
magic.
That might be all fake.
Listen, man, those are the people that came across the Bering Strait, and it was proven recently, actually, when this Mormon dude tried to flex because he in the Mormon Book of Mormon, whatever the fuck that nonsense that Joseph Smith character wrote when he was 14 years old,
Yeah.
that everybody followed along with. It was said that they believed that the American Indian was actually the lost tribe of Israel, and that he was going to prove it with a genetic test. So he ran a DNA sequence on the American Indian, and most of it is actually Asian. Most American Indians are actually, they came down from the
Wait a
Bering
minute.
Strait, Siberia.
Joseph, 1860s running a DNA test? What?
No. Recently ran a DNA
thank
test
you.
on American Indians to find out the origin.
Thank
Because
you.
if they were Israelis, he could see, this is the lost tribe of Israel. If they were Semitic, and I guess they could find that out. But it was not. It was most likely that they were Asian.
Religions
They
are
came-
business, and I really think overall Christianity had the best business plan. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah.
But what's happening now is people are also beginning to understand that part of this great awakening is that many of us are returning to wisdom that existed before the word religion even existed. It was the knowledge of the ancients living in direct connection with this planet and everything on it.
You can
And just paying
absolutely
attention.
learn from other people's revelations that are written down and recorded. But the moment that people start attaching gods to them and start that, you're talking about a bunch of shit, you don't really know what the fuck you're talking about. If you're a human being, then you really don't know what you're saying. You're saying a bunch of nonsense.
Right.
Either you learned something or you didn't. But when you start thinking about things like Mormons or Scientologists or anything where it's like just even a whiff of crazy, it's like, how do you address that? Do you allow it to happen? Because I'll tell you, I've never met nicer folks than Mormons. Some of the nicest people I know are
Absolutely.
Mormons. They have a great sense of community in the Mormon church. I've actually been to services before because I had friends that were Mormon, and I've been to a Mormon funeral before. They're very polite and nice people. And if you wanted to find like a religion where you said, well, here's a religion that looks like it enhances family life a little bit, they do a lot of things together, there's probably a lot of benefits to it when you get past the fact that it's based on some nonsense fairy tale written by a
Mormons-
young con man.
Mormons are also very, very, very smart in that they have focused on food storage and food preparation for a long time, and that is the single most critical factor for who's going to make it and who's not.
There you go, dude. You have to bring
in
everything
what's
back to
coming.
the end of the world. Doom and gloom.
Well, no.
We need to take you to
We
Disneyland.
might have a wake-up
When was
before
the last
that.
time you were at Disneyland, man?
Oh, my God.
You know it works today. But you should go to
86.
Disneyland before like fucking Planet of the Apes style collapse of civilization happens, and you're out there Mad Maxing it in your fucking biodiesel truck, and you pass by the Disneyland when Anaheim is a fucking ghost town, and you have to get in the car because the zombies are coming.
This sounds like a movie.
Yeah, it is a movie,
Pretty
bro.
good movie.
Woody Harrelson would be. It's like what was that? Zombieland.
Zombieland.
Deuce. Zombieland Deuce.
Go to Disneyland, bring some Fox magic.
Yeah. Yeah, just fuck up
guess.
some zombies at Disneyland.
Actually, if there were places to party, I can think of a couple more I'd rather party at. than
Disneyland's beautiful.
Disneyland.
It's fun. It's a great place.
Did you end up going the other day?
That was awesome.
Yeah, I want to go there.
Yeah, you go during the weekday, man. It's great.
Did you use the app? Did you try the app?
No, it was really the lines were easy. Well, I go on little kid rides.
Oh, that's
it's
true.
a totally different experience. I'm not waiting for Space Mountain. I'm waiting like 10 minutes to go on the submarine. You know?
The submarine, and I like the teacups that you spin.
Yeah, kids love teacups.
Those are fun.
Those are fun. Disneyland's fun. When they're your kids, it's really an amazing thing that happens when you have kids, is that you get the actual joy of them having joy. It's really strange. Like, I used to see kids having fun, and I'd go, oh, that kid looks like he's having fun. That looks awesome. And it would make me feel good. But it doesn't make you feel good like you're a little kid experiencing the happiness. Well, when you have a kid and they're happy, like jumping around and laughing and having a good time, you actually experience that feeling. It's like you live through it. It's amazing.
It's amazing. You know what I don't like? I don't like when kids have that thing where they, out of nowhere, they just like start grabbing on your leg and like holding on to you, and you're like a random stranger kid. You're at the Olive Garden or something like that, and they're just grabbing it.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. You're like, get your kid. What do I do with it?
Do I start documenting like nothing happened? Nothing happened.
Does it bite?
Yeah, I don't want to pick your kid up and have you weird out too.
Right.
Because if some dude just picked up your kid, you'd be like, hey man, what are you doing with the baby?
Yeah.
What's up?
God, see, what a commentary on this world.
Well,
people would go automatically there. It's like
there's so many of us.
Yeah.
There's so many of us that the amazing spectrum of human behavior. There are possibilities you can run into people that are completely crazy. We all have in our day. Yeah. So in the world of martial arts and fighters and I've run into some fucking crazy people. I'm sure your world takes that to the next level times 10. Being a police officer in Los Angeles and all the shit that you've seen. I mean, your like douchebag to nice people ratio that you saw in your line of duty is fucking hard to keep a cheerful profile.
Well, that's one of the. There's a Jesuit mystic named Anthony de Mello, and he has a great line. He says, there comes a point in your life when your options are to either go stark raving insane, commit suicide, or become a mystic.
I want to be a mystic.
Yeah. Well, you are, man.
Really?
I think.
I would want to be like the Silver Surfer, dude.
Yeah. I want a Silver Surfer reboot.
If you could, fuck yeah.
I want it to be like digital, like Tron style, like where it's like when he's flying, there's like digital.
I enjoyed
streaks.
the first Silver Surfer. It's a good movie.
Yeah. Reboot that. Who owns that? Marvel or the other company?
I don't know. Silver. Wait, wasn't it a part of the Avengers? Or no, not the Avengers. Rather, the Fantastic Four. No,
Fantastic Four.
Where was the last Silver Surfer? I want to say it was in one of the Fantastic Four movies.
No, I was thinking X-Men.
X-Men.
Yeah.
Maybe it was that.
Yeah, it is X-Men. Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
It's in one of the X-Men movies.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Got to find out which one.
Fantastic Four was
Surfer
just that brick dude and that stretchy dude, and
Yeah.
that was like.
Silver Surfer wasn't involved in that?
I don't think so because I
feel like he was.
I think Silver Surfer was straight, wasn't he?
I think he's like a god or something.
Wow.
I don't remember the story behind it. You thought you were going to come on for a serious discussion about the end of the world, didn't you, silly man?
That's all right. It's okay. This is like a download. I'm just checking what's going on in the universe around here. And
Listen, I just think it's possible that a lot of people. Okay, here's a funny thing. When you're worried about the end of the world, you're worried about the collapse of civilization.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meanwhile, people see you smoking cigarettes. And they go, if you want to stay healthy and happy, why are you poisoning yourself?
Deal with it.
Yeah, that's right.
That will now be a meme. That will now be a meme that will spread across the internet.
Beautiful.
But I mean, I was talking with my friend Duncan about this. We were talking about people who are like looking for chemtrails while they're smoking cigarettes. They're fucking poisoning me from the sky. You're poisoning yourself too. Doesn't matter. You enjoy it.
I am what I am. At 61 years of age, after all the shit that I've done in my life, and I'm alive and healthy, I got wounds and scars, and don't go there. And it's like
just need that cigarette.
He's got a
this is
Pac-Man
just
chop
me,
on
man.
his
If
stick.
civilization falls apart, do you have a stockpile of cigarettes, or are you just going to quit?
I don't have a huge stockpile. I'll ration. I'll quit if I have to.
Would that be the biggest thing that you would miss about civilization, or would it be the internet?
I would not. I'm tired of the internet, dude. I need a break.
You're tired of
from
the
it.
internet?
I need a break.
I'm getting
from
there.
it for a while.
I'm getting there.
You're tired of the internet too.
I'm
Well,
getting
both
there.
you guys are pussies. You should go in a room together and make out.
I'm taking.
Fuck
a
you
break
talking
for a little
about? I
bit.
love the internet. It's the greatest thing that human nature has ever invented.
Well, that's
Human
where you're
nature
clicking right
invented
now.
it?
but see,
You know what I'm saying?
I'm starting to click in a different direction. I'm starting to click. I'm moving more to live in my spiritual, my inner life, and building my own lifeboat.
Sound like you need a night in the town. You need hookers and tequila. That's what you need. You need a limo.
Yeah.
And an Asian driver who knows how to weave through traffic.
No, I think I'd rather just have a big party at my house where we cook leg of lamb and
I like
all
that too.
sit around and eat and
Sounds awesome.
smoke a little herb, eat organic food, and then
Bigfoot makes it to the
and
party.
then anybody who wants to go off and make love to you just do it.
Don't you live up in Bigfoot country? There's Bigfoot sightings up there, aren't there? Northern California?
I don't think so.
Have you ever been to a swinger party?
Kind of yes and kind of no. It was like, yeah, I
like
guess
you
I
didn't
have.
know going in, but then it turned into one
Yeah,
kind of thing.
It broke out in the middle of it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I want to go to one.
Yeah.
You think that till dudes are trying to fuck you.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Come on, man. What's the hang up, man? Let me put it in your butt, man.
No, man.
Let me fuck your wife. You're
No,
like,
man.
what? Let's get out of here. Whoa!
Is that a broomstick?
Trying
Let's
to
do
have
it Burbank
too much
style.
Yeah, Burbank style.
I got a feeling that broomstick story's gonna spread.
I would imagine it would get on the internet now.
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous way to die.
Well, I have another one.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
Yes.
Get a call to a dead body in ambulance suicide in the jungle, Wilshire Division then, and we roll up and here's this dead guy in an easy chair. It's kind of like this, and I walk up and look, and wrists are slashed, bled out, but then I look up and his throat's also slashed. Think about that. His wife was saying she committed suicide. How, you cannot slash your own throat and slash your own wrist.
Could you do wrist and then
Can't do it?
She went to jail for murder. He had been beating her for so many years, and she just lost it one day. And 8 million tragic stories, but he was definitely not a suicide.
Why can't you do that? Why can't you slash your own throat and then cut your own wrist?
Well, can you do wrist and then throat?
You'll bleed out too fast.
You'll bleed out too fast.
Yeah.
Whoa.
The movies make it seem like you could actually play a piano song before you die.
She must have been a badass bitch though if she could pull that off.
Yeah.
Cut a guy's wrist and his neck.
It's amazing.
People get tired of you kicking their ass.
It's amazing what rage can do.
It's a bunch of fucking assholes out there.
Well,
We have to stop that, Michael Rupert. That's my number one goal in life lately. Is to figure out how to diminish the amount of assholes in the world. It's possible.
Hey, I became
Get off the internet.
Get off the internet.
That's the secret.
I became a cop trying to do that, and clearly that's a losing battle.
That was your motivation to become a police
Absolutely.
officer, to try to make a difference?
Absolutely.
Do you remember when you started to realize that the system was almost like unfixable?
Well, you acquire that in stages. I mean, I pulled one worm out of a can, CIA bringing drugs into the country. And I said, this is wrong. As soon as I get this to the right people's attention, they'll stop it immediately. Wrong. Of course, that was before Iran-Contra. And so that worm turned out to be all of human industrial civilization. It turned out to be the whole economic paradigm. It turned out to be everything was crooked. Everything was a lie. Everything was manipulated. I had a CIA friend recently who I was talking to, a former CIA guy, and he had been in a meeting, the first briefing of Bill Casey as a DCI under Ronald Reagan, Director of Central Intelligence. Bill Casey wore the glasses, ran around Contra. He had been a stockbroker before he became CIA director. There's a clue. And Bill Casey took U.S. domestic cocaine consumption from 60 metric tons in 1979 to 600 metric tons in 1987. And that money went to Wall Street. Casey had his first briefing as DCI, and he said, gentlemen, we will know that everything that we are successful when everything that the American people believe is true is false.
Whoa. Jesus Christ.
I've been around, I kept good notes. That's why I'm alive. I took really good notes, and I left a good solid record,
So you think you're alive because you've said too much already, and there's nothing they can do about it, and it's like it's just out there, no big deal, let them live.
I also think I'm alive because Spirit wants me alive.
Spirit?
I've had Spirit intervene so many times in my life, and that's part of what the story is now that I have to tell in my next book, because there is something powerful and I think wonderful afoot here, and all I can do is tell the truth about it. But it would be dishonest of me as a journalist to leave that out of the work that I've already done.
When you exposed all this, when you exposed the CIA, when you stepped in front of the, what was the man's designation? The guy you in Watts?
John Deutsch. He was DCI, Director of Central Intelligence, appointed by Bill Clinton.
That was an incredibly courageous thing to do on camera. You know, to step in and not just say that you were a former Los Angeles police narcotics officer. Is that what you were? That had caught the CIA doing this, but you named operations. You know what I mean? You gave out information. It wasn't just a blank statement.
I had a lot of shit.
Yeah, that must be the worst fucking case scenario for the creepy industrialist cunts that run the world. Some dude who wants to be a superhero. Some dude who wants to save the world. Some dude who wants to...
I'm just pissed off.
I hear
man.
you.
Just fucking
listen, man.
righteously pissed off.
For a good reason. And you don't want to recognize this, but that's a hero move. Okay? When a guy does that and stands in front of a motherfucker like that and you say what you said, it's... Brian, do you have that clip? Pull that clip up, because for the people who don't know, who haven't heard this or seen this is pretty intense stuff, man.
It's gonna make me smoke.
Yeah, go ahead, smoke. Well, it's a courageous move, man. I mean, it takes a lot.
I couldn't help it.
I know you couldn't help it.
If you're courageous, you can't help it. It's.
What I wanted to get at was,
sorry,
what was your thought process, and what was it like when you finally got that information out, when it came out of your mouth? What was it? What did that feel like when that whole courtroom was cheering?
Oh, that was
you knew that
was
you'd
a high
opened.
school auditorium. There were 1,200 people in there, and it was high. It was unbelievably high. It was like super peak awareness. You know how it is when you know how it is.
Yeah.
And it was like, whoa. It was like one of my favorite maxims is don't shoot unless you get a headshot. And I had John Deutsch in a headshot.
Right.
And I pulled the fucking trigger.
Wow.
And that cost him his appointment as Secretary of Defense.
Really?
Yeah. And
because you clowned him like that?
Oh.
He didn't have anything to say.
He was stammering like a son. He was wringing his hands. And
yeah.
You know.
He looked like the typical evil white dude that's exploiting. Yeah, that's it. Back it up so people can see it.
This is November 15th, 1996.
Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics.
I want to announce some new tour dates. These tickets will go on sale this Thursday at 10 a.m. local time. November 9th in Norfolk, Virginia, at the Chartway Arena. November 10th at Roanoke, Virginia. November 11th, Huntington, West Virginia. November 15th, Evansville, Indiana. November 16th, Pikeville, Kentucky. November 17th, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And November 24th, New Orleans, Louisiana, down there at the UNO Lakefront Arena. And that is the day after Thanksgiving, so that'll be during Thanksgiving break. All of those new dates will go on sale this Thursday at 10 a.m. local time. Today's guest is returning to the podcast. He is one of the most articulate men, I believe, of our time, between thoughts and oration. I don't know if there's, I don't know if there's anybody that can think and share as eloquently as him. We're really grateful to be here in his home country of Canada and to get to spend time with him again on the podcast. He is touring. You can check him out. He has a new book that he's working on. He has books that we'll put in the information below. Today's guest is Mr. Jordan Peterson.
I love the 70s shag carpet. People used to have those all over their houses. It wasn't a good idea.
Well, you know
Especially
who
if they had dogs.
Are we rolling?
Nice rat.
Thanks, man. That's my nickname is the Rat King.
Oh, yeah.
So that's kind of... Do you have a
Do
nickname?
you know what a rat king is?
Huh?
Do you know what a rat king is?
Uh-uh.
Oh, my God. It's a terrible story.
Is
There
it?
is a rat king.
Uh-uh.
Well, this is the theory now. I don't know if people ever did this. So imagine your village is full of rats.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so now you go catch 10 rats.
Okay.
You throw them in a pit.
Okay.
Soon, there is one rat because he gets all the other rats.
He's a champ?
Then you throw 10 more rats in there. Soon there's one rat. You do that 3 or 4 times. Then you take the remaining rat and you let him go. And soon there are no rats in the village.
Really?
That's the theory.
Wow. So it was like the toughest of them all.
Yeah, and then he learns to eat rats.
Wow. Oh,
That's a
so
rat
you teach
king.
them to cannibalize? No. We just had...
That's a rough story, eh? Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have... I guess, yeah.
Sort of like politics.
Yeah, that's true, especially these days. I don't think it's for the... I wouldn't say it's for children.
No, it's not. It's not for children. Although it's hard to tell
These
now
days.
what's for children.
Well,
Yeah.
did you see that movie Up? Did you ever see that movie?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, right in the beginning, the grandmother dies, and it's just kind of like shocked me. I was like, wow,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So, but that's a good story. I remember when I was young, if you got somebody a hamster or a gerbil, that's how you taught them about death, you know? It was usually like gerbil and then grandparent was kind of like the order, you know, the order that things kind of expired in a child's life.
That's very terrible.
Well, welcome to the Salem Witch Trials of Canada.
Oh, yes,
I'm
yes,
here
thank
on
you very
behalf
much.
of the Ontario. Is it the psychology department? Because
No, it's the College of Psychologists, and it's confusing.
you're under
because-
trial right now. Or you're under.
Yes, it's essentially a trial.
You're being brought up on. You have to take social media
Re-education.
re-education from your province. Is saying this. Is that right?
It's a professional group, but they have delegated authority from the provinces. So there are regulated professions.
Okay.
And engineers, lawyers, physicians, psychologists, social workers, teachers. There's a few others. And if you're in a regulated profession, there's a professional body that governs professional conduct to which the public has access in case people misbehave. And so the Ontario College of Psychologists, it's college as in group, professional group rather than university. And it's the Ontario College of Psychologists that have decided to pursue initially 13 charges against me. They dropped 7. Why they dropped those 7 is a complete mystery, as is everything else they do. You can submit a complaint to the College of Psychologists online with a form. And so what's happened, at least in part, is because that's become so easy, it's become weaponized by activists. So, for example, if you want to cause anybody who's a professional trouble, all you have to do is submit a complaint to the college. The college will look into the complaint, every complaint, and then decide whether they'll proceed. Now, they're not supposed to proceed if the complaints are vexatious or, just troublemaking. But they've decided that me complaining on Twitter about Trudeau, for example, is unprofessional and a disgrace to the profession, which is essentially what I've been charged with, is being a disgrace to the profession.
So it's trying to hold up what they presume is some esteem of the profession.
That's the theory.
And what are they going to do with all these nuclear power plants? They can't shut them down, right? There's no way you can. You can't You can't shut it off.
Well, if you combine that, let me just take you a little bit further ahead to where the point of all this is going.
Okay.
Because from 4 different directions, they ain't going to shut the nuclear power plants off. They can't control what they got. Because electricity is industrial civilization. You
Right.
don't have industrial
It
civilization.
just seems so
without it.
ridiculous to put something like that in an area where it's close to humans. It's the idea that you can completely contain that insane amount of energy. It's like, it's so arrogant.
Okay. Yeah. That's one prong of a fork.
Yeah.
Fukushima. Here's the second prong. One of the
AIDS?
No.
What happened to AIDS? AIDS just put it out. AIDS
climate
came out of the gate like Tyson. You know, AIDS was killing people left and right, but now you hardly hear about AIDS anymore.
It's the best diet in Hollywood right now.
Yeah, it also generates a lot of medical money in the medical business.
Do you ever read like that Peter Duesberg stuff?
Long time.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
He's the guy, he's the biologist from the University of California, Berkeley, and his claim is something along the lines of that HIV is like a weak virus. I may be paraphrasing here, and that when you're seeing it in people, most likely it's because they have a weakened immune system. That a strong, healthy immune system fights off HIV fairly easily.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not the culprit of AIDS, but rather a symptom of a depleted immune system that's from a variety of different things. And you know, it's a crazy argument, because if it's true, it's like, how could only this guy be figuring that out? This one biologist and all these other guys, they haven't noticed that?
I don't trust.
Is it that tricky?
I don't trust any of the science behind.
But is it possible? That's not possible, though, right? I mean, it's not possible that AIDS is a hoax. That's not possible. It's not possible that.
Ziehen wir denen ordentlichen Scheiß an.
Als zufällig, wenn man die Augen offen hält. Angurai, I weather lang. Aber ich bringe die Sonne.
It is definitely possible that it was man-made.
Right, but it's a real disease.
It is definitely
right?
possible that it was intentionally released.
You really.
It's
zurück aus der Lehre. Werfe Bogenstern. Ich muss meine Schilder aufladen.
Lust auf eine Seilrutsche? Also ich schon.
Mach euch keine Sorgen.
Ich sehe einen Gegner. Ich stelle ein Portal auf.
Lade meine Schilder. Sekunde.
Portal bereit. Lade meine Schilder auf.
You feel like that?
Yeah, I've seen. This goes way back to like the 90s when I saw these were WHO documents showing the first outbreak of AIDS. And superimposed were WHO vaccination programs, and it was like a perfect match.
Wow.
You know.
Yeah, I don't. Obviously, I'm no biologist, but I don't see how one guy could be out there saying something like that, and all of his peers disagree. I mean, is that how it works? I mean, obviously, people think that HIV causes AIDS, but in this guy's mind, he's like, these people were all doing. I think it was drug abuse and partying, and that's what he was attributing to their depleted states. That they were doing like crystal meth and poppers and amyl nitrate and stuff, and that apparently is immune system crushing. This amyl nitrate is something that gay guys
that was
like to
big
do.
in the 70s. When I was a cop, I ran into amyl on the street.
What would they do? Just pop it and they smell it or something like that? Sam Kinison had a bit.
This
about
is the
it.
story of the funniest dead
That's how
body I
found out
have
about
ever
it.
seen in my life. You want to
Whoa,
hear
okay,
the story
yes.
of the funniest dead body? Pretty much everything. It takes something and it bends it, it twists it, so that you accept a way to look at it that is a basic fundamental lie anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think gay or non-gay has shit to do with how good a warrior you are.
Exactly.
Yeah,
there's a lot of gay dudes who can beat the fuck out of you. No doubt
I got
about
my
it.
ass kicked once by a dyke as a cop.
What?
I did, yeah.
What, did
Christ,
you, like-
she was 6'2" and she could bench like 260 or something.
Oh my God! Did you underestimate her? Did she charge you? Like what happened?
we just called it was a 415 fight at the bar. And
what is 415?
They call for disturbance,
Is 420 really pot?
No, that had nothing to do with police.
No, what is that?
That's a colloquialism. It's a native, but as far as LAPD.
How did 420 become pot? Anybody?
There's probably a good history behind that. It might be a code in some county in Northern California.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So 415 comes out.
Yeah,
you go to visit.
It's a lesbian bar. We go in, and there's a fight, and she was fighting somebody else, and I go to step in, and she and she went flying back across the room.
Man, you got to be really careful because big women can knock you the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
That's for real. There's some big women out there that can knock you the fuck out. I know a chick that's only like 130 plus pounds, maybe like 140. My friend, she can punch a fucking hole in your face, man. This chick knows how to punch. Like, she's a strong girl. There's girls out there that can fuck you up. You got to be careful. Especially if they sucker punch you. Oh, that's terrible. There's a great video, though, of some fucking asshole who's yelling and screaming at this woman, and she grabs him by the collars and headbutts him and knocks him unconscious. It was like a security camera in front of a bar. The guy was just being a drunk douchebag, and the girl was badass, man. She was like a fucking character in a movie.
Cool.
I mean, she wasn't a big girl, but she grabs him by the collar and just fucking headbutts him right in the chin. The dude goes out. It was hilarious. Yeah, it's a beautiful video. Have you ever seen it, Brian? Pull it up because it's there's not even any audio. It's girl headbutts guy KO. Yeah, amazing. I don't know why I'm asking you to find that. I mean, how many videos online there about girls headbutting a guy and knocking him out?
Well, I am the only guy in the history of the Los Angeles Police Department.
No, this isn't it, man.
To have been bitten in the left testicle in the line of duty.
Really? Oh, Jesus. The only guy ever?
Was it a slow
As far as
bite?
I know.
Is it because your right had your hand on it and you were massaging it and you were...
No.
No? Why did someone bite your ball?
This was one of those PCP. Oh my God, it's the worst thing I've ever seen.
What is the effects for the unwashed mouth?
Oh my God. Well, it was supposed to be. It was designed as an elephant tranquilizer. That ain't the way it works in humans. It's hallucinogenic, but it gives people a feeling of superhuman strength, and they have it. They display it. You get a real thin sheen of perspiration.
That's how I look all the time.
And these guys would, throw 5 or 6 cops around. They would pull fire, stupid strength things, and quite frequently they had to be shot because there was just they wouldn't stop.
I have a friend who got his fingers taken off when he was on PCP.
So we got a call. Wilshire sergeant was requesting a backup. It was just south of the station, south of La Brea and Venice there. a few blocks, and we go rolling up. And here's the Sergeant Tim Light, who's 6'5". He's just backed into the corner in this apartment. And he's a little black guy, about 5'8", like Sammy Davis Jr., but he's holding like a 35-inch color console television set above his head. This thing's like heavy. I mean, he's and right away you know it was dust. And I was Rupert get him. So like 5 of us went in there. You know, it was just like one of the cartoon melee things.
Oh God!
But we finally got him handcuffed and then flexicuffed around his ankles. You know, the plastic cuff. Called an ambulance, put him on the gurney. 2 canvas straps on the gurney, one over like torso and one over thighs or knees. Mm-hmm. Right. So we figure we got him and take him out to the ambulance. When you lift him to go into the ambulance.
Oh no! Oh no!
So he broke the canvas strap over his leg. Oh, wow. And everybody went back to his legs, and then went, wow, he went like that. And,
oh my God, he bit your ball sack. Yeah. Holy shit. What is the recovery on something like that?
Well, it hurt a lot. Nothing was damaged, but the fear.
It must have been horrific.
Like just like looking down for your first time, like
it must have been
hoping
horrific.
Yeah,
it must have been horrific.
Yeah. So yeah, I wound up having the nickname of Inspector Clouseau. Not now, Kato. You know.
I got kneed in the dick once in jiu-jitsu, and I didn't know how bad it was. This is before I used to wear a cup. Now I wear a cup. What the fuck they would do? I monumental. It's hard to even wrap your fucking head around.
I love it,
dude. 7.5 G's is insane, and it feels like consciousness literally feels like an elevator door. You could see.
This is the end of not the end. It's just the current point of a very long saga for me. I come from a CIA family. I was an only child born in Washington D.C. My mother was a cryptanalyst with the Army Security Agency during World War II. Her product went to Franklin Roosevelt and Secretaries Stinson and Hull. Dad was a decorated Air Force veteran, went to work for Lockheed Martin on CIA projects. That's the family I grew up in, which kind of marked me from birth. But I'm a UCLA grad. I'm a former LAPD cop. I started, what a long story. It's like Forrest Gump. Coming from a CIA family, the CIA tried to recruit me, and I caught CIA dealing drugs in the 1970s. I resigned in protest. I was receiving death threats at the time, earning the highest rating reports possible. But conscience made me turn into a whistleblower. And so that evolved. I became an investigative journalist, and I began exposing a great many scandals in the U.S. government. I had a publication for 8 years called From the Wilderness. The archives are still there at fromthewilderness.com. Probably our greatest journalistic coup was that we, thanks to documents provided by Mary Tillman, we meaning myself and Stan Goff, great writer from U.S. Army Special Forces. He's retired. We broke the Pat Tillman cover-up, which brought down 3 generals, 6 senior officers, and I'm pretty convinced made Donald Rumsfeld get out of the Pentagon. I've been an activist for a long time, but I was introduced to peak oil in 2001. Shortly after the events of 9/11, I also did a great deal of investigative journalism around the events of September 11th. All of that, including my work, my earliest work on peak oil, was contained in a book, Crossing the Rubicon, The Decline of the American Empire at the End of the Age of Oil. And I'm going to grab, and this is my newest book, Confronting Collapse, which is the companion book to the documentary Collapse by Chris Smith and Blue Mark Films that was received so well around the world. Much thinner. This is probably the best starting place to fully understand. You will not need anything more than high school arithmetic, mathematics to understand it and common sense, but it really paints the picture. So I've been in movies, and now I'm doing TV things, and I have CollapseNet, which is doing very well. And I have evolved over the years, like everybody else has, and like you will, as you come to understand the situation. And And I just want to get the message across. There's a lot of us here been preparing the welcome mat for you, so you're not facing this alone.
When I ask you questions, Mike, I need the simplest answer. Not the shortest, but the simplest explanation possible. Realizing that some people will know immediately what you're talking about, but many will need more information or the background to what you're saying. So, just as I started with Jim Kunstler, where are we in the collapse right now?
The pace of collapse is accelerating. We are at what many in the peak oil movement have called the cliff event, where we leave a bumpy plateau of up and down oil prices as the economy collapses. And now peak oil is fighting hard, and there is no way to go down the cliff of any way you want to measure it, whether it's population, food consumption, GDP. We are going off that cliff right now.
Okay, there are many people who believe we have gone off that cliff, but now that we have that knowledge, what's next? What can we do?
Okay, it's very clear that the first thing that people need to get is the immediacy of this. You know, it's sad that this message wasn't heard by more people, but it has been screamed loudly for well more than a decade by some giants, in my opinion, some men who have paid enormous prices, and I'm one of those. I've been at this for over a decade now. But you have to get this very little time. So, ultimately, the first thing we have to do is not to start to try to plan to live in a post-peak oil world. There is going to be a period of transition. That's a term that I coined in 2003, where industrial civilization collapses before a new human paradigm emerges from that wreckage. So you need to prepare to survive the transition. The first and foremost thing is local food production. If you can at all do anything right now, start growing food in your backyard. But there's a whole lot more that can be done and is being done, and there's a large and growing network and movement of information sources all around the country. They can be found in many places. I have my own company, collapsenet.com, but we have a directory with more than 1,000 listings covering all of this. This is not something you have to come into and believe that you have to invent the wheel from scratch. There's a lot of us been working hard to do that.
I just read an article yesterday that said we were one bad harvest away from catastrophe. Give us a little bit of the background on why that's true.
Well, as I said clearly in the film Collapse, there are 10 calories of hydrocarbon energy involved in producing every calorie of food that we eat in the industrialized world today. We first published an article on that From the Wilderness, my old newsletter, in 2002 called Eating Fossil Fuels. There was a slight increase in the rate of human population growth when we discovered coal, but clearly at the time that the human race discovered oil, the population curve became vertical, and that curve became vertical because the food supply was vertical. The problem is, of course, that we have reached the limits of growth on a finite planet. The topsoil is depleted. We grow the food that we eat today just by pouring chemicals on it, and the underlying topsoil is in most cases just a dead sponge. So that's just one of many problems that are all here right now.
Can you even predict, Mike, what we're going to be seeing as far as prices in the future?
We all know how this is going to play out, more or less. But obviously, we're going to be looking at $5 gasoline in the U.S. Within a very short period of time. And that's unavoidable because of peak oil. It's past the peak in production, and yet demand is increasing in an infinite growth economic paradigm. But a lot of this work has been done. So what you can expect is enormous price increases for food, which we're seeing all over the world now. Some of that's a deep result of quantitative easing too by the Federal Reserve, but inflationary pressures are clear everywhere. And as we see things break down, what we document at CollapseNet, I have a world news desk there, and we scan world news events very thoroughly and bring you the results daily, is that blackouts in major cities around the world are increasing both in frequency and duration. And they will become permanent at some point. And that's unavoidable because of growth as China is now. The fact is we're running out of everything. So you need to prepare for interruptions in foods. That's why I've been recommending to my subscribers a 3-month food supply on hand, stored. And I put out that emergency alert in July of 2010. That's how clear these events have been. You also need to anticipate massive civil unrest, and that's something that not a lot of people are prepared to talk about right now. But I am, because it's clear, and leading up to the events in Wisconsin and around the states, we were predicting these events 4 or 5 months before they happened. So we have a map of what's coming.
Where can I go to research these topics? Where can I start?
There's a huge number of resources available out there. That's what I've dedicated CollapseNet to doing, among other things. We have an absolute free directory with more than 1,090 hand-picked listings sorted by category that will lead you to all of this. There is instruction available. There are people who have been living this life and making the transition for years. And that's the most important resource that any of us have, is our friends, is our people who are close to us. Without a community of some kind, I don't think anybody's going to make it through this. Ben Franklin, we must all hang together, or else we shall surely hang separately, but you need your own tribe. But there's a lot of wisdom out here, and people are aching to give it away. That's the good part. But I've been deeply involved with Transition US in Sebastopol, California, where I'm deeply so that's a clue. They are growing exponentially, and we just were able to help with some help from me, push them over $100,000 matching grant, a challenge grant. So they have $200,000, and they're getting lots of requests. That's definitely what people need as a part of their preparation. There are other areas that they don't address, and nobody claims to be a Walmart for transition.
You're unique in always being upfront and saying, this is what's happening right now. I remember from watching Collapse, there are so many people who say, show it to me, show me right now. You've been talking about civilization collapse for the last year. It's going to happen, it is happening. You know, Dmitry Orlov said, if you opened your eyes, you'd see that we're halfway down the road.
Yeah, I love Dmitry. He's one of my oldest friends. I was first to publish him at From the Wilderness in 2002, and he's just become a giant, and that wonderful Russian sense of humor. In my 2 books, in Crossing the Rubicon, published in 2004, I described the world that we're living in today, right now. I predicted these events. In my 2nd book, Confronting Collapse, again, a lot of this was foretold. This is clear. So no, I'm not getting that anymore. But what you said raises an important point, though. I was just in a 2-hour History Channel special with Jim Kunstler and just some really cool people called Prophets of Doom. That wasn't the title they told us originally, but there was a really cool fact in there, and it has to do with human psychology, or even collective psychology, if you want to get Carl Jung involved. Is that if a huge dam was about to break, you tell the people 3 miles away, and they get very concerned. You tell the people 2 miles away, they're even more concerned. But you tell the people living a mile away from the dam, and they're completely blasé about it. They cannot accept that because it's so imminent and it has caught them so by surprise. It's like we had a commercial in the 70s for Burger King that said, it's too big to eat, and it is for the mind for a lot of people. When you're in a crisis situation, it's very important to ask the right question. So I have to be honest and say that it is not up to me, nor do I waste a moment of time thinking about when anybody else is going to get it. What we in the lifeboat movement, the transition movement, and I bring them from all over the spectrum on my radio show and into CollapseNet, because all we're interested in is to help people survive. What we are dealing with now is something that started as a trickle, but is now really starting to become a steady stream on its way to becoming a flood of people asking for help. So that's really all we're concerned about. It's like that story I told about the Titanic. I'm not interested in worrying about the people who refuse to admit the boat is sinking. I only want to find as many of the people who want to build lifeboats as possible and help them.
Mike, talk a little bit about the oil fields out west that are being revitalized by fracking. And is that hopeful?
First of all, fracking is something I monitor on a very close basis, so I'm very familiar with everything that's going on about fracking, and we report on that on the World News Desk at CollapseNet. I think we've turned a corner on fracking. The city of Philadelphia using a legal tactic developed by the Community Environmental Legal Defense Fund, CELDF.org. Awesome people. Tom Lindsay runs it, have been posing legal arguments that have been winning, taking away the personhood of corporations, declaring that the earth has rights and an inherent right to local governance, which is going to save people's lives. They have stopped Nestle and Coca-Cola from taking water out of Mount Shasta, and they have prevented a number of shale gas projects, including one in Philadelphia, using this. And as I watch the press on fracking lately, which we all know by now is absolutely destructive, poisonous, toxic, murderous behavior, both toward human beings and toward the planet that we live on, Mother Earth. But I think a corner has been turned with fracking. But fracking, as my friend, the late Matt Simmons said, is a net energy loser anyway, so it's not sustainable.
How about the revolution that we're seeing in the Middle East? How does that affect oil supply?
Well, maybe oil supply affects it. That's probably the egg before the chicken. What is happening now is not an Arab revolution. It is a generational revolution. It is a revolution coming up from people who understand that the way of life that we have known, that my generation, the baby boom, it's over. There is no pot of gold for them, and that's what's dawning around the world. And that's why, even though mainstream chooses to not highlight the fact that 40,000 people protested in the streets of Delhi, India last week over food prices. They aren't Arabs. Same in Mauritania. Same in, it's happening all over. And of course, the people in Wisconsin are carrying signs like "Fight like an Egyptian." So that's what this is. This is the start of a generational revolution. And it is probably, in my opinion, going to erupt pretty much simultaneously, because I've been predicting the events in the Wisconsin legislature and with the assault on collective bargaining, because the state pension funds are already looted anyway. And a number of American states are going to go bankrupt pretty much simultaneously. I've been calling this since last October, November, and it's all lining up that way. So this is going to hit almost like a blitzkrieg of unrest around the world. I don't think it's just an Arab revolution. There's no money to bail that out, and as we tape this even now, it's pretty unclear whether NATO can muster enough military force to go in and try to solve the situation. Now, what Libya does is, number one, there's no elasticity anywhere in the global supply chain. And although the Saudi government has said they will increase production by 3 million barrels a day, I doubt it. I think they're lying through their teeth. Matt Simmons clearly established that they had passed peak. And the Saudi kingdom right now, King Abdullah, is absolutely desperate and panicked. He's offering bribes to the people, handing out $38 billion and now trying to guarantee everyone in Saudi Arabia a state job. That's a sign of desperation. The significance of Saudi Arabia is that it's 25% of the known oil on the planet. Saudi production has never passed 10 million barrels a day, ever. And yet they're claiming that they can just flip a switch and hit 12. No, they've passed their peak. So with no elasticity now, what we are looking at is a looming price spike that may be hard to describe. Iran is now in a catbird seat. No one in the world will dare attack Iran at this minute. Nobody, under any circumstances, because if Iranian production goes offline, the start of a generational revolution, and it is probably, in my opinion, going to erupt pretty much simultaneously, because I've been predicting the events in the Wisconsin legislature and with the assault. Well, maybe oil supply affects it. That's probably the people who refuse to admit that the boat is sinking, taking away the personhood of corporations lately, which we all know by now is absolutely destructive, poisonous, toxic, murderous behavior, both toward human beings and toward the planet that we live on, Mother Earth. But I think a corner has been turned with fracking. But fracking, as my friend, the late Matt Simmons said, is a net energy loser anyway. So it's not sustainable.
How about the revolution that we're seeing in the Middle East? How does that affect oil supply?
Well, maybe oil supply affects it. That's probably the egg before the chicken. What is happening now is not an Arab revolution. It is a generational revolution. It is a revolution coming up from people who understand that the way of life that we have known, that my generation, the baby boom, it's over. There is no pot of gold for them. And that's what's dawning around the world. And that's why, even though mainstream chooses to not highlight the fact that 40,000 people protested in the streets of Delhi, India last week over food prices. They aren't Arabs. Same in Mauritania. Same in, it's happening all over. And of course, the people in Wisconsin are carrying signs like "Fight like an Egyptian." So that's what this is. This is the start of a generational revolution. And it is probably, in my opinion, going to erupt pretty much simultaneously, because I've been predicting the events in the Wisconsin legislature and with the assault on collective bargaining, because the state pension funds are already looted anyway. And a number of American states are going to go bankrupt pretty much simultaneously. I've been calling this since last October, November, and it's all lining up that way. So this is going to hit almost like a blitzkrieg of unrest around the world. I don't think it's just an Arab revolution. There's no money to bail that out, and as we tape this even now, it's pretty unclear whether NATO can muster enough military force to go in and try to solve the situation. Now, what Libya does is, number one, there's no elasticity anywhere in the global supply chain. And although the Saudi government has said they will increase production by 3 million barrels a day, I doubt it. I think they're lying through their teeth. Matt Simmons clearly established that they had past peak. And the Saudi kingdom right now, King Abdullah, is absolutely desperate and
Sie zielen auf dich.
Schließt sich in einem. Hier drüben ist ein Feind.
Sie haben Stehe unter Beschuss.
I just got
Meine
beat
Schilde
shot.
aufladen.
Melted within seconds. Big kill.
Dafür Granate.
Nur noch wir.
Like, dude, are kids cheating?
Du kannst es gerne weiter.
Like, for real?
I don't know.
I didn't even get team shot there, just absolutely melted.
I mean, I got shot by 2 at once, so I don't know.
הודענו לפני חודש שכל מדינה שתכיר חד צדדית במדינה פלסטינית אנחנו נקים על שמה יישוב ביהודה ושומרון. 5 מדינות עשו את הטעות הזאת, הקמנו עכשיו 5 יישובים. זו התשובה שלנו. מדינה פלסטינית מסכנת את קיומה של מדינת ישראל והיא לא תקום. אנחנו נפתח את ההתיישבות בבנייה, להביא 1,000,000 מתיישבים. זו התשובה הציונית שלנו לאויב.
Entsichern. Feuern nach eigenem Ermessen. Wer mich unterschätzt, muss dafür bezahlen. Siegen.
Ich darf vorstellen, euer Champion.
Habt ihr euch schon von allen verabschiedet?
Ich bin der Jumpmaster. Dieses Mal. Absprung. Sie könnten dich beobachten.
In meiner Nähe ist ein Gegner gelandet.
Muss kurz nachladen.
Ich ziehe meine Schuhe, wurde gesichtet.
Angriffsmitglied am Boden.
Bogenstern unterwegs. Feindlicher Schild geknackt. Ich bin am Boden. Brauche einen Sanitäter. Einspiel ausgeschaltet. Feind gesichtet.
Wir sollten hier entlang gehen. Weiter entfernter Ring. Lauf ins nicht weit. Granate.
כל כך הרבה.
Wozu es schnell zu Ende bringen? Wo bleibt da der Spaß? Vertrau mir. Ich weiß, was ich tue. Ich versichere euch, ich akzeptiere nicht weniger als Perfektion.
Ich darf vorstellen, euer Champion.
Zusammenbleiben. Ich bin Jumpmaster. Es geht los.
Panic.
Sie könnten dich gesehen haben.
He's offering bribes to the people, handing out $38 billion and now trying to guarantee everyone in Saudi Arabia a state job. That's a sign of desperation. The significance of Saudi Arabia is that it's 25% of the known oil on the planet. Saudi production has never passed 10 million barrels a day, ever. And yet they're claiming that they can just flip a switch and hit 12. No, they passed their peak. So with no elasticity now, what we are looking at is a looming price spike that may be hard to describe. Iran is now in a catbird seat. No one in the world will dare attack Iran at this stage. Nobody. Under any circumstances, because if Iranian production goes offline, everything is over. But there's a very good possibility, as we do this today, that the Libyan situation may be, well, it's going to be a bad pun, the straw that broke the camel's back of human industrial civilization.
I live 30 miles from the Capitol in Wisconsin, Madison, Wisconsin, and we've been talking about storming the Capitol for the last couple of weeks. I believe I read on your website, Mike, that it's so much more than bargaining rights that are at stake. And I just read an article recently that suggested that hidden in Walker's bill are provisions for our energy companies to be sold off on no-bid contracts.
It is so important, and I've written about this on CollapseNet extensively, a lot of free essays, that what the unions need to understand here and every place else in the world is that there is no pot of gold that somebody's holding out. There's no cash stash because money is only a symbol for energy. Money is useless without energy to give it value. That's the conundrum that we're all in. There's no coming back from this. And all that, what you tell me is in that, all that says to me is that It is known that governments are shutting down, that collapse is underway. These are desperation moves. A public employee in Wisconsin, Ohio, Indiana, New Jersey, any of these states can say, well, gee, they want to take away my pension. What you don't understand is that your pension fund is broke. It's already been looted, and they're trying to cover up the evidence. And it can't be replaced. It's not going to be replaced. And these are tough decisions, and leadership's going to be required. It's kind of brutal the way it's being launched, but in November I said that's the way it's going to happen. It's going to happen like a blitzkrieg, and very clear record that I saw this coming. So I think people just need to get a fundamental understanding that we are not going back to anything like we knew, and it's not going to be possible. And then the question is, and I addressed a lot of these issues in my latest book, Confronting Collapse, with some plans. Fortunately, a lot of time has passed, but some of those are still very important on how to save as much as possible. As far as I'm concerned, every state pension is gone everywhere in the country right now. It may still look like a couple of bites, it may look like a reduction, but it's gone. Because there's a bill moving through the House now, sponsored by Republicans, that will allow states to go bankrupt. And once that happens, when a state like California, New Jersey, Michigan, New York, Illinois, any of them, go bankrupt, and that's allowed, there is no legal recourse for the unions anyway. It's a fait accompli, and that's what's coming.
If the spigot is being turned off at this point because of the unrest in the Middle East, how do we begin to see the results here in the U.S.?
Well, there's one of those questions again. You mean you can't see it now? I mean...
Yeah. I still believe that lots of people are thinking, well, I can afford slightly higher gas prices to get to work. And if I have to pay 50 cents more for a loaf of bread, that's doable. Many people still think there's a fix. That's what I'm saying. There is a fix.
There is no fix. Let's start with the most simple of concepts. Infinite growth on a finite planet is not possible. Anybody disagree with that? No. The human economic paradigm, based upon fractional reserve banking, compound interest, and fiat currency, is by definition a pyramid scheme, a Ponzi scheme, and infinite growth. That is the church that the people of that human beings have worshipped in for the duration of human industrial civilization. That's our real church. That's been our real religion. Infinite growth is ending because not only are we short of oil, unless you are brain dead, we're having massive droughts all over the world right now. We're using up and destroying all the fresh water on the planet. The climate is absolutely disintegrating around us. So, again, we kind of come back to, it's like, how much time do we want to spend asking anybody to see this yet? What's really important, I think, and here, really tip my hat and my heart to everybody who labored in peak oil for so many years. The Colin Campbells, the Rich Heinberg, but even the ones before, Ken DeFaze, M. King Hubbard, Ali Samson Bakhtiari, there's a whole long list. And the people who spent all this time preparing the answers that people were going to need now. And those answers are out there. So that should take some of the panic away. It's like, take a breath. We have an oxygen mask here for you. We've been doing the work. There are many things you can do, but the first thing you have to do is to understand your exact position. Because you really can't start taking a map from point A to point B until you understand where you're starting from.
Well, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is home in Australia.
Da, Eierkopf, hauen wir ihn in die Pfanne.
Gegner in der Nähe.
Sie fokussieren sich auf mich.
Neuer Kill.
Sie haben mich erwischt. Niemand entkommt meiner Bohrer. Werde beschossen. Gerade meine Bilder auf Schätzelein. Bogenstern unterwegs.
Feind neutralisiert. Muss meine Schilder aufladen.
Oh, Kumpel, ich hatte gehört, du wärst ein knallharter Bastard. Hier ist ein Laufstabilisator. Stufe 3.
Legen wir den.
You haven't changed, you just do. Oh, actually, what's changed? You haven't got $10 in your bank account anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, that's mad.
So there was a point when I left Acapulco and you messaged me saying, I've got no money.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. I've got a day left.
I arrived from Mexico to Cartagena and I was staying in this nice hotel. It was like $20 a night. And after 2 nights, I messaged Martin. I'm like, yeah, I'm in a little bit of a problem. I don't have any more money left. Just letting you know in case I need some reinforcement here. Luckily, my brother sent me some backup money. So
it was closed because you were waiting for your first payment from the Egypt videos, your first ever.
Yeah, that only came like 3 months later. I was in Medellin. That only came the first month in Medellin, which was like 2 months after I arrived in Colombia.
Yeah.
So I was, like 2 months in Colombia surviving.
You haven't changed, you just do. Oh, actually.
Kontakt mit Ziel. Stehe unter Beschuss.
When you first put me on, it was at a time, Megan, that nobody was allowing me to speak. I was just, a pariah in the media. I was exiled, and it was blanket. It was, wall to wall. I was just not allowed on. And you were one of the first people to have a conversation with me on this show. And you did something very unusual, which is you would interview me, and then you'd play a section of that interview, and then you would play your fact check. And people called me up and said, that's not fair what Megan's doing, because she's after checking you rather than having an argument.
do your own research. You need to do that to protect your child today. And what you did, Megan, I said to people who were questioning that, I said, what she's doing is exactly what she needs to do to allow me for the first time to speak. So I was very, very grateful for the way that you handled that. You figured out a way to do that. When you first let me on, it was at a time, Megan, that nobody was allowing me to speak. I was just a pariah.
A free man. Assange landed in the Australian capital of Canberra today to cheers from support.
Mit der Abhängerei. Wir springen.
Nicht weit von mir ist der Gegner gelandet. So ein Satanswagen.
Nicht weit von mir ist ein Gegner gelandet. Aufpassen. Treffer.
Erster Treffer. Das Spiel ist begonnen, Leute.
Runde 1. Starte den Countdown. Hier ist eine Flatline. Kontakt mit Ziel.
Werde beschossen. Eine Minute.
Der Schild macht. Hab mich entdeckt. Werde beschossen. Feind am Boden.
Ungefährlich.
Lade nach.
Ich muss meine Schilde aufladen.
Ich wurde ausgeschaltet.
Ring ist nah und schließt sich in 45 Sekunden. Jetzt kommt mein Knöchelcluster.
Ich bin unterwegs. Bleib ruhig.
Kontakt mit Ziel.
Granate, Leute. Schießen auf.
Steh unter. Das Bild eines Feindes geknackt.
Lade meine Schilder auf.
Lade nach.
Jede Narbe erzählt eine Geschichte, Kumpel.
10 Sekunden bis zum Ring. Wenigstens ist es. Sie haben mich entdeckt. Stehe unter Beschuss.
Eine Heildrohne, falls nötig.
Heile mich. Sekunde.
Lade meine Schilde auf.
Lade nach.
Hört mal her, der Ring bewegt sich.
Lade nach.
Zurück. Knöchelcluster feuert.
Heile mich. Bin trotzdem wachsam.
Lade. Feind neutralisiert.
Neue Stufe. Feind, werde beschossen.
Schießen auf mich. Unterwegs.
Das war der.
Eine Heildrohne, falls nötig. Lade meine Schilde auf.
Fühlt sich gut an, wenn ein Plan tatsächlich funktioniert. Gut gemacht.
Lade meine Schilde.
Neuer.
Did I not tell you James used to do like
to McCallum, that was a few years ago now. They're very similar to the UK
Das könnte ich
numbers.
brauchen.
Schwere Munition.
So, well, so what's happened? I mean, how is policy responding to this? Because as far as I'm aware, there's been, not just in the UK, huge increases in the demand for oil and gas licenses and exploration around the world. Biden's administration has absolutely backed a huge liquefied natural gas expansion and is building pipelines all over the country. Obviously, similarly in the Middle East, with Qatar now vying to kind of overtake the United States as a major exporter. There's resource wars going on over fossil fuels. I mean, I suppose they always have, but that's really quite evident at the moment. Do these... They must know, don't they know? They must know.
I don't know. I don't know whether they know or not. It's not known by me. We did an analysis. America for us is a bit more problematic because we don't have all the production. In fact, all of the rest of the world is more problematic because they don't produce the data the UK, Norway and Alaska do. Australia do, but there's not enough of it. But what we can do is we can look at the depth of oil reservoirs over time and look at the thermal gradients in these producing regions to get an idea of the temperature of the reservoirs and how that changes over time. So we did that, and that's in our report. And for the USA as a whole, the lower 48 states, we've got a lower threshold of 2008 and an upper threshold of 2014, which is now 10 years ago. But don't forget that America has, or still has, exorbitant privilege because they have the world's reserve currency, which is the dollar, which they can effectively print for nothing and other people use. So they're in a very kind of privileged situation, a bit like, the British were when there's the British Empire. But that's...
Gegner, genau hier.
Aber ein dieser Clowns erledigt.
Genau hier.
Gegnerischer Schild geknackt. Feind eliminiert.
Beschossen. Feindlicher Schild geknackt.
Aktiviere meinen Köchelcluster.
Feind am Boden.
Zurück. Köchelcluster feuern.
Meine Schilder aufladen.
Wir haben mit diesem Squad den verdammten Boden gewischt.
Ich hab's auf die nächste Stufe geschafft. Upgrade, ich komme. Ich habe mein Upgrade. Mal sehen, wohin es mich führt.
Schildkern hier. Stufe 1.
Und 2. Starte den Countdown.
Ich habe hier eine Anpassung. Unterbrecher.
Gegner, genau hier.
Komm und hol dir dein Geburtstagsgeschenk.
Replikator nähert sich. Wie cool ist das denn?
Gegner da drüben.
Gehen wir hier lang, Leute.
Evo-Ernter, hier.
Danke.
Sort of hegemony seems to be slipping, and that slippage seems to be have been sort of sped up, if you like, by what happened surrounding Russian sanctions and the Ukraine war, and then further by what's going on with the BRICS countries. The fact that Saudi wants to join the BRICS, where formerly they had been backing the dollar with the petrodollar arrangement that Henry Kissinger, who recently passed away, had kind of negotiated with the Saudis. I think that kind of tells you that America are in a wee bit of a tricky position in terms of geopolitics, and what we are seeing seems to imply that they're in a tricky position in terms of kind of energy, if you like. So the fall for them might be a lot harder.
And yeah, thanks for bringing that up. It's a hugely relevant point. I was very shocked when Saudi Arabia joined it on January 3rd or something of this year, along with Qatar. And it is very surprising to see former Middle Eastern allies now, essentially hitching their wagon to possibly a Chinese-driven initiative. And it looks in many ways like the future is going to be electric if we can get there and use our fuel source in time, but that would guarantee a sort of different kind of world order with different people behind the wheel. But can you speak to that as well, perhaps, this idea of spending energy in order to get energy? Equally, that is what we need to do with wind turbines. If we need a huge ramp up in our different kinds of energy infrastructure, we're going to have to spend a huge amount of energy in order to do that. And we need to surely be using the very last supplies of our fossil fuels in order to do that.
So maybe just paraphrasing what you just said, that doesn't seem like a very sensible idea. Yes, I think that's really the conclusion. overbuild of renewables and coal in order to tackle things like intermittency. We're told that to have renewables to increase mining. I was reading Ed Conway's book. I don't know if you Ed Conway's the economist on Sky News, and I just think it's fantastic. He's got a book called Material Work. He was saying that we need to take the existing largest mines for copper in the world, and we need 3 of them every year.
I know, and this is the thing, it's actually not entirely feasible. I don't know if you saw the UN report that came out a few weeks ago, but at the time of recording, that said that if we want to sort of electrify our energy supplies, decarbonize, say, our energy system, we're looking to increase mining by 60% around the world. And their conclusion was that that is simply not feasible. We need degrowth, which is, as far as I'm aware, it's the first time degrowth has been on a UN report. And quote unquote, there are no safe places left on Earth.
Yes. So anecdotally, you talk about copper mining. I don't know, there's a guy called Chris Martenson who talks about this. And he talks about, he's got a book that was a bestseller as well. I can't remember the name off the head. But he talks about Westerners going to the United States, a few hundred years ago, and being able to pick up boulders in the environment that were a high percentage of copper ore. And so the mining process was going along and finding these boulders and taking them away for processing. And then apparently the miners got a bit upset because all the bigger boulders had gone and all the ones in dry land had gone, but there were some in the riverbeds. And they got a bit upset because they had to get their feet wet. Out the riverbed. Then Ed Conway talks about the largest role that humankind has produced. And that's being mined for ore. And in fact that the tailings from the production are kind of swamping the local town. He did a wonderful video to search back on Sky News. So the ore grades have gone down, and he's now talking about subsea mining. So he's talking about where the continents split apart between America and Europe, from Iceland all the way down the centre of the Atlantic, and ships going out there, and people even with businesses trying to extract natural resources from that environment. So subsea mining is a thing, and the energy cost of that must be extortionate. But if you talk to, maybe go back to our mining engineers that kind of worked with at the start of this project, then they had a graph, and it showed on the sort of x-axis they had ore grades, and then up the y-axis they had energy cost of extraction. As your ore grades go down, your energy cost of extraction goes up like that. So that's essentially what we're doing. And if we think about copper as being one material that's a very good conductor of electricity, then that's what's happening to copper. So we're struggling with the energy that we're producing for most things in the world in terms of transport and driving machinery, which is oil.
Sie zielen auf dich.
Warnung. Ring aktuell in Bewegung.
Wir sind schon im Ring, Leute. Die nächste Runde geht auf mich.
Laufe Instinkt.
Can you cover me? I'm a resident. I found one.
Tunnel.
Werfe eine Termitgranate.
Are you still up there? Can you climb that?
Portal bereit. Wir sollten hier entlang gehen.
Warnung. Hier ist Scharfschützenmunition.
Hab was abgekriegt.
Erleide hier drüben Schaden. Ich lade nur schnell meine Schilder auf. Los jetzt, sag Hallo.
Hier ist eine Schildbatterie. Hier ist eine Schildbatterie. Hier ist eine Schildbatterie.
Attack mich hier. Kommt mal her, ich werde beschossen. Meine Aufladung.
Jetzt kommt mein Zwischenglaster. Schieße! Lade nach! Tiger Sandwich, komm sofort!
Lade nach.
Aufpassen, da greift noch ein Spot an. Gegner, da drüben. Plünderer, da drüben.
Feind eliminiert.
Lade meine Schilder auf.
Jetzt kommt mein Knöchelcluster.
Helde Schaden.
Ganzer Squad. Ich würde meinen Schild hier schneller aufladen. Ich bin der T-Spitzenreiter. Wir kriegen das hin.
Der Ring schließt sich in 30 Sekunden. Die schießen auf mich.
Werde geschossen. Haken muss mitkommen.
Kommt mal her, ich werde beschossen. Ich werde meinen Schild nur eine Aufladung.
Ring ist in der Nähe. 10 Sekunden. Hier kommt der gute alte Knöchelcluster. Die schießen auf mich. Zurück, Knöchelcluster feuert. Gerade meine Schilde. Der letzte Ring. Bogenstern kommt.
Bogenstern unterwegs.
Gegnerischer Schild geknackt.
Hört mal her, ich werde beschossen.
Gegnerischer Schild geknackt. Diese Clowns schießen auf mich. Hier kommt der gute alte Knöchelcluster. Gegnerischer Schild geknackt.
Lade nach.
Lade nach. Feind eliminiert.
Verschiebung kommt.
Gegnerischer Schild geknackt. Hier kommt der gute alte Knöchelcluster. Lade nach. Aktiviere meinen Knöchelcluster.
Because that's kind of suffering from the same effect, really. And yet we need to expend a lot more energy to get these ores out of the ground. So it's not a winning strategy, that one, I would say. But there are other strategies that do win. And I've heard you talk about this. You know about this, I know, because I've listened to one of your other podcasts when I was prepping for this one. And that's to decentralize the energy system. And as I think I said to you before, that in our email discussion, we need to go back to the Reverend Robert Sterling, who was a minister from Ayrshire, and listen to what he had to say, and then take advantage of 200 years of engineering and scientific advances, but basically what he was doing was using heat. So he had an external heat engine. And if you put an external heat engine, then you can use any source of heat you like. So it could be the sun, or you could burn biomass, or you could burn anything you have to hand. And from that, you get motion. I believe his machine, you can go and see in the Hunterian Museum in Glasgow. I've not done that yet. I'd like to go across and do that. You can produce motion, and from the motion you can produce electricity. And in fact, these machines are being used in space. So they power spacecraft, and they're being proposed to be used in colonies on Mars, because Mars is too far from the sun to be able to use solar power. Okay.
It's too far from Earth to have humans.
Well, yes, I'd agree with that, but they are talking about it. And if you look back into the past, then in the 1970s, NASA were using Stirling engines to power vehicles that were driving around the Air Force bases of America. So there's another way possible.
Can you speak a little bit more to the decentralizing our energy system idea? What exactly, or broadly, would that look like?
Well, we have very centralized power generation at the moment. So we have coal-fired power stations, we have gas-fired power stations, we have nuclear power stations. We have wind farms that are usually in remote places that are good for wind, because we tend not to live where the winds are high, unless you live in Scotland, of course. But in general, wind farms are kind of on, in open areas away from populations. And now they're going into the North Sea, because that's got a good wind resource. And other things like, always you look for, where the energy is concentrated. So, if it's oil fields, you look for the biggest and you use that first. If you're using wind, you look for the best winds and try and use that. And if you're using tides, you look for the best tides, which is why there's tidal energy being produced from the Pendant Firth between the mainland of Scotland and Orkney, because that's a concentration of water flow. So that's typically the model, and that kind of, I guess, suits a capitalist kind of point of view. But there's been many attempts to do things slightly differently. To perhaps have cogeneration. So perhaps you have a gas boiler and you cogenerate electricity by using some kind of heat engine in order to turn a turbine to produce electricity from the waste heat. So that is distributed, if you like. Now, I'm not going to claim much credit for this, because I haven't really done enough original thinking on it. It's really one of my collaborators, Louis Arnoux, who's done endless thinking on this, endless detailed calculations, plans, etc. implement this. And the way my work is being used at the moment is to try and leverage funding for the sort of vision that Louis has. Okay, so for that you need a demonstrator. So Louis is looking, I think, for about 25 million euros in order to be able to demonstrate a suite of technologies that solve all the issues associated with our current predicament, as I've been discussing. So that is heartening, but we need to kind of get that funded, and we need to get on with it. So I would really recommend as someone else to have on your show, and I've spoken to Louis and he's very keen to come on your show, would be to talk to Louis Arnoux of Force Transition Limited. But he was the former director of the energy research program for the New Zealand government. He's a wee bit older than me, he's been around a long time and has an incredible depth of experience and knowledge in this area.
Feind am Boden. Ich lade nach.
And a vision
Wonderful.
to get our way out of, including carbon capture from the atmosphere.
Wonderful. You've platformed him even before the end. That's excellent. I will be sure to reach out to him.
Yeah.
I think one sort of important line of inquiry, and this, and then we can wrap up, but it's, have you tried to get this in front of policymakers?
Yes.
I'm assuming you have. And what has their response been?
So in 2016, I approached the Scottish government. I wrote to the First Minister, and I got a reply from their economic team at least. And they said basically, other people are saying a similar thing, and we'll take into account your considerations in terms of policy. I then became director of the Electric Vehicle Association of Scotland, really with a view to helping that community, first and foremost, but also it gave me a chance to speak to Scottish ministers. So Kate Forbes, for example, was one who I put this in front of, and her research was brilliant. They were very good at taking on board the information that I provided. And of course, the Scottish Government have come up with a whole load of targets that were kind of leading. But I still think the more subtle message hasn't got through yet. I gave my report to Sir David King via the university apparatus where I work, but I haven't had a response from him. So I guess he's maybe just he's a very eminent person, very busy. So had Nicola Sturgeon had an electric motorhome taken from her driveway and recently, then I think it would have been a sign she's paying more attention to what I had to say. Maybe we need to cut that out.
It's an interesting strategy, I think, framing around driving, because driving on both sides of the political aisle is sort of seen as a form of like libertarian, self-sovereignty, whether it's fossil or electric. Obviously, I think we should scrap all cars and just have amazing public transport. But it's a really great frame or way to like shoehorn this into a conversation, because this is going to impact everyone. In fact, one of my favorite lines in your report was in the conclusion when you said that, cars, which on average have a lifespan of 13.9 years, bought, in the year sort of 2020s, are going to run out of fuel before they actually serve their time, essentially. And I think that this would speak to a lot of people, especially given most people can't afford an electric vehicle, and thus that brings us quite nicely back to the public transport point. Are you seeing anything in the Scottish Government's policies now which give you some hope around their understanding of an energy transition or their understanding of what's going on? Or do you think that the powers that be have kind of failed to grasp this?
Well, what we're saying is at the moment is very niche, and one of the reasons for coming to talk to you about this is because to try and just talk about it and try and get some publicity. So it's very niche, our point of view, but it needs to get across more, and it's very difficult to, what politicians need is solutions. You don't want to go and tell them that the sky is falling. You want to tell them the sky is falling and we know how to fix it. Yeah, and this is what you need to do. So that's really why Louis' work is so important. I can come and talk about this kind of stuff, give you her perspective on it, but really the solution space is where you want to be, because if you get every home or every other home fitted with some kind of device that can produce, works on sort of sound thermodynamic crystals, like a Stirling engine. I'm not saying a Stirling engine, but like that, and it can produce all the heat you need, produce all the electrical power you need. You can store energy in a thermal store. You can you can monetize that. It can be the basis of your currency. You can sell it to your neighbors through a kind of interconnected mesh network. There's a lot of things spring from that, including, and politicians really like this, is jobs. And this kind of technology maps into the general kind of heat pump area. It's just a lot more kind of comprehensive than that, because you need to heat it up a lot of different temperatures. Whether you're heating water for shower or whatever, or you're heating an oven, or you're doing other tasks, and you need cooling, for refrigeration, freezing. So you need a lot of different kind of thermal outputs, and that can be done, using heat pumps or heat converters, based on this kind of engine type, if you like, and associated technology. So the good news really is the technology is all there to do this. What we really need is a demonstrator, and that's what Louis is pushing to try and get funded. And that's the sort of thing that could be funded by government, I suppose, or it could be funded by investors, and would lead to a transition that has a lot more credibility, in my view, than trying to fight these curves that are all going the wrong way from your perspective, in terms of the energy cost of extracting gas and oil, and the energy cost of doing all that mining you have to do. So that is a very attractive package. It's also a tremendous business opportunity. If you think about it, if this can scale, it becomes, what Louis says is that, our energy system is only 12% efficient. Okay, so we're wasting, 88% of the energy is just kind of going out the window, as it were. So if you redesign your energy system to be a bit more like nature, the nature does it, animals quite happily, but we haven't quite figured out how to do it yet. That's our problem, without destroying the environment. And I think what Louis is proposing is a great big ray of sunshine into all this.
I cannot wait to speak with Louis. This has been really interesting. Thank you so much, Alistair. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your work.
Thank you for having me.
If you want to learn more, I've put links to everything in the description box below. Remember to subscribe to the channel if you're new here, and share the episode if you enjoyed it. To support the show, subscribe at planetcritical.com, where you can read the weekly newsletter inspired by each interview. You can also become a Planet Critical patron. All links are in the description box below. As always, my deepest thanks to that community. Planet Critical wouldn't exist without your support. Thank you everyone for listening and for coming on this journey together.
Ich gönne meinen Schilden eine Aufladung.
Werde beschossen.
Da drüben ist ein Überwachungssender.
The energy that goes into a biological organism defines its size and complexity. Reduce that energy, which is what's about to happen to us, the size of the organism and the complexity must reduce.
Hello and welcome to Planet Critical, the podcast for a world in crisis. My name is Rachel Donald. I'm a lecturer, a climate corruption reporter, and your host. Every week I interview experts who are battling to save our planet. My guests are scientists, politicians, academics, journalists, and activists. They explain the complexities of the energy, economic, and political crises that we face today, revealing what's really going on and what they think needs to be done. This is a critical time for our planet. It demands click the subscribe button now and go to planetcritical.com to learn more. My guest this week is Simon Lushaw. Simon is an associate professor at the Geological Survey in Finland, and for years he's been researching the minerals crisis. The fact that we just don't have enough minerals and materials in the Earth's crust to develop a fully renewable economy. Simon's work shows that if we want a livable future, we're going to have to reduce our energy demands, our material demands, and live smaller, simpler lives. This is the second time I've had Simon on the show. He is the first repeat guest on Planet Critical. He joins me to give me an update on his work in the year and a half since we've spoken. He explains the mineral shortage for those of you who haven't heard the first episode. He then discusses the mining problem, looking at the fiscal structures that will make a renewable...
Die Gegner schießen auf mich.
Ich stehe unter Beschuss.
Sie haben mich gesichtet. Stehe unter Beschuss.
Gehen wir dort entlang.
Lade Schilde auf.
Ich wurde ausgeschaltet.
Beschuss, Freunde. Gegnerischer Schild geknackt. Seilrutsche im Einsatz.
Der nächste Ring ist weit weg.
Ein Gegner ist ausgeschaltet.
Wird geliefert.
Ich erleide Schaden. Die werfen einen Replikator. Ich gönne meinen Schilden eine Aufladung. Lade nach.
Economy very difficult. He walks us through how renewables are underperforming and discusses the battery problem. He then explains how to engineer a society that is livable and sustainable for the future, introducing us to a concept he's been working on called the resource-balanced economy. He also takes a little detour to discuss who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, which is a fascinating analysis of how
Dem Tod entkommst du nicht. Steh auf, bevor ich dich selbst erledige.
Gegnerischer Schild geknackt.
Danke.
Benutze Haken.
Muss meine Schilde aufladen.
Ich gönne meinen Schilden eine Aufladung.
Sie haben dich im Visier.
Nur noch.
Springe ins Nichts.
Ich repariere mich selbst.
Ich wurde ausgeschaltet.
Ich sehe auf der Karte, dass der Ring sich bewegt.
Da drüben könnte gleich was passieren. Ich behalte das im Auge.
Muss meine Schilde aufladen. Eine Minute. Der Ring ist ziemlich nah.
the mineral and energy crisis is playing into geopolitics around the world. I hope you all enjoyed the episode.
In college, I worked with kids with autism. One of the kids, like, for example, their dad was like the CEO of the New York Stock Exchange. And like, I looked at him once and I was like I had a conversation with him and I was like, oh dude, you are so autistic. like 100%. And you can look him up. I mean, obviously he's like a public figure. I think personally that like desegregating instead of like segregating and like with like special needs,
Will there really be a staggering surplus of oil by the end of the decade in this world, as the International Energy Agency said yesterday? Now, this organization does pretty rigorous work, and they say that we'll have 8 million barrels per day of spare capacity because of reduced demand as the world goes electric, the Middle East switches to renewables, and the Chinese economy is slowing down. Now, if you read this report, you'd think that the world's gotten religion of global warming, that the entire globe's turning against fossil fuels, and there's nothing the oil companies can do about it. To me, this is pure wishful thinking. We aren't selling nearly as many EV cars as we were not long ago, and the market's not growing as most expected. Hybrids are in vogue in this nation now, not pure electrics. We know that two candidates for president have very different attitudes toward the fossil fuels. So I think this IEA forecast, it may not be accounting for the White House possibly changing hands. Now, if we allowed Chinese cars into this country without tariffs, instead of the 100% tariff we're putting on them, electric vehicles would be much, much bigger. But that could be a huge threat to the American auto business. And they would take over Europe, too, if it weren't for the EU's 38% tariff. They just stopped on most Chinese cars. The average price of a Chinese electric vehicle is about 10 grand. My wife just came back from Italy, where she drove in a $10,000 sedan from China and thought it was every bit as good as a Tesla. Now, you might say, well, that at $20,000 with the 100% tariff, it may still be worth it, and it would be the standard beer here. But you know what? If that starts happening, I think our government will just raise the tariff again. Our government wants to protect the American auto industry. It's not like Tesla can bring down the price of its sedan to match even the tariff prices of Chinese electrics, no matter what what happens with his contract or what he can do. Just can't. And while I've been consistently bullish on the future of the oil industry, and I remain that way, I think it's possible that we pretty much reach peak output here. We're beginning to run out of new sites to drill, even in the oil-rich Permian Basin. Now, on a day where we saw the producer price index come down, I will say this. If the IEA is right about oil, we could have dramatically lower inflation. We already know oil will be cheaper if not for the war in the Middle East and the war in Ukraine. Crude's now at nearly $78. And at the world war peace, I think you could easily imagine it in the low 70s or even in the high 60s. Second, OPEC Plus only controls about 48% of the market these days. If demand shrinks the way the IEA is projecting, then OPEC would be powerless and the price of crude could be just down dramatically. But I don't see that happening. The supply situation may still be perilous. And amazing, the discipline of the U.S. drillers is just plain shocking. When oil shot up this year, the U.S. producers did not ramp up production. They kept it steady. There was a time when they'd be pumping like mad to get these new prices. So we can hope that there will be an oil glut, which would be fabulous for inflation. But as I see it, the IEA report is merely wishful thinking. There's just too much resistance to free trade with China to make it so electric vehicles are cheap enough to be widely popular in the developed world, even as China will surely be using less carbon itself because of these cars. If we take China's cars in at the Chinese government's subsidized price, again, I have no doubt the IEA report will be correct. But the only thing Trump and Biden agree on is the need to stay tough on China. So my bottom line, I say, don't hold your breath. I like to say there's always a bull market somewhere, and I promise to try to find it just for you right here on Mad Money. I'm Jim Cramer. See you tomorrow. Last call starts now.
Jason, it's so cyclical. People, they've been able to buy on dips and
Ultimative Fähigkeit ist jetzt bereit. Panzersquad am Boden.
Ich bin aufgestiegen. Mein Upgrade wartet schon. Dieses Upgrade sollte helfen.
And then sell on rallies.
Ich fordere ein Lifeline-Paket an.
Hier ist ein erweitertes Leistungsmagazin. Stufe 3. Hier ist eine Schildbatterie.
Nicht schlecht.
Waffenversorgungsbehälter da drüben.
Heilige Scheiße.
Feind, da drüben.
Habt ihr
Hier ist
zusätzliche
eine Optik.
Ausrüstung?
Mitteldistanz.
Das brauche ich.
Brauche ein erweitertes Energiemagazin. Also wenn ihr eins seht. Gegner genau hier. Feuer! Das Feindes geknackt. Granate! Steh unten!
Eine Heildrohne, falls nötig. Ich kenne nur meinen Schild meiner Aufladung.
Feind eliminiert. Hier ist eine Optik. Hier ist ein erweitertes Energiemagazin. Stufe 2.
Feind gesichtet!
Laden ab. Feind eliminiert.
Ziel gesichtet.
Anderer Squad greift uns an.
Hört mal her, ich werde beschossen. Feuere.
Benutzt ein 5. Habt da drüben einen Clown gesichtet.
Gegner in der Nähe.
Der nächste Ring ist perfekt.
Mich hat's erwischt.
Schießen auf mich!
Trying to finish me.
Muss meine Schilde aufladen. Baue einen Tunnel. Sie haben mich gesichtet. Stehe unter Beschuss.
Oh, Spielerin des Spiels ist Conduit. Yeah.
Keine Sorge, ich bin hier.
Ich bin aufgestiegen? Cool.
Over the course of the last several years with oil, but are we at that inflection point, a turning point for that oil and gas trade?
Hey, I don't exactly think we're at a turning point yet. I think there's going to be some seasonality here, some demand strength in the summer, but there is some concern as we move past 2024 into 2025.
Welcome back to Decouple. Today I'm joined by Art Berman. Art is someone who I've been following for a while now. I think probably I discovered you through Nate Hagen's podcast, The Great Simplification, but I've been a big fan of your blog. And, I've been reading so many articles, I've kind of forgot to do my own little research into exactly who you are. So I know you're an energy expert, you're a speaker, you're a friend of Nate Hagen's, a mutual friend. Tell us a little bit more about yourself before we jump in, so our guests have an idea of your expertise, your formation, your values, whatever you got. But you only got about 60 to 90 seconds, so take it away, Art.
Okay, well, it won't take that long. So I'm a geologist. I've worked in the energy business now for 45 years, worked for Big Oil for about half of that. I've been a consultant ever since, and most of what I do today is sort of on the macro side of things, trying to integrate all the various imaginary ideas that everybody has for whatever energy transition we think we're involved in, and to try to help people understand how that fits into the perspective of larger systems, human behavior, and what is feasible or reasonable versus what we imagine to be all of those things. So that's what I do these days. But yeah, my original work was all in oil and gas. I still do some of that. I guess more and more it's the broader energy picture and sort of the climate change, ecological crisis that I'm most interested in.
Right on. Well, we're big fans of the cold, hard truth here. And, I'd say, over my journey as a total outsider, right? I'm an emergency medicine physician by training and got fascinated by energy over the climate change issue. Sort of found nuclear as a bit of a panacea, and I think I've matured a little bit in my outlook on this, but we do a lot on the podcast in terms of energy analysis, looking at the climate debate, even some of the philosophical underpinnings, the romantic origins of the environmental movement, et cetera. So Art, you're in good company here, and we're glad to have you. I've been reading a few of your articles. There's been a lot of great stuff in this peak cheap oil debate. You had a great response, I believe, to Doomberg and Adam Rosenzweig's recent appearance on Thoughtful Money, which I'd love to jump into. Very interested in talking about the Biden pause on LNG export facilities and maybe what some of the underlying energy or realpolitik is behind that. Certainly interested in a little bit of discussion of what I'll call energy quality returned on energy quality invested, both in terms of renewables, I guess, as well as sort of unconventional natural gas to liquids processes, and maybe a little cherry on top and talk nuclear at the end. I think we have some shared opinions and some differences, but vive la différence. I love living in a world of well-argued differing opinions. So anyway, why don't we jump in a little bit on the topic of peak cheap oil, something we've covered before. We've chatted with Nate about it. We've had Lee Gehring on to talk about potential peak shale. We've had a bit of a back and forth. It's been really interesting. I think you were involved maybe with the oil drum, but you've been talking peak oil for a while. When did it go from peak oil to peak cheap oil? What's the difference? Let's just get situated there with a few kind of quick questions to make sure we're all talking about the same things.
Yeah. Well, peak oil got off track very early on. The folks who originated, I think, the discussion in the 90s were actually talking about the end of cheap oil. I mean, that was the Scientific American article that kicked it off. Obviously, King Hubbard, way back in the 50s and 60s, was the fellow who originated I guess he didn't come up with the concept, but everybody attributed peak oil to him. But originally, from my perspective, it never was about when will supply or production peak. It all had to do with are we done with cheap abundant oil supply? And in my estimation, the answer to that was and is yes. That ended. Cheapest oil we ever had in real dollars was in 1998, and that we haven't approached anything close to that. We've gone up, we've gone down, but I think a lot of people, they just take a very short-term, narrow view of oil prices. So if oil prices are, got to 140 or 50 bucks in 2008, that was high. And if they got to negative 37 in 2020, that was low, and everything else in between, whatever. But I look at it in a sort of a simpler way, which is if oil in real terms, let's just say, for argument's sake, prices as it was in 1998, then, I don't really care about the peak cheap oil debate, but since we're talking about it, then it's over. We're done. Oil is significantly more expensive than it was in 1998. And let's move on, because I don't really care about, inventing some argument like, Doomberg and Adam Rosenzweig were talking about. I mean, the real discussion isn't whether a myth is right or not. That's a human construct. The real discussion is, what is the human and planetary predicament, and what do oil prices have to do with it? And again, I'm not in any way criticizing that discussion. I mean, that was the subject they were given, and they discussed it. So I just think it was the wrong. Well, I wouldn't want to discuss that subject. Let's put it that way, because it's yeah.
So I mean, it seems like what you're pointing at is the differences between the actual cost to produce a barrel of oil versus what we end up paying in terms of the consumer price. And obviously, got to get this wrong a lot, but the price inelasticity of demand means that oil can undergo big, cycles, etc. But is that what you're getting at in terms of just like energy, return on energy invested? What kind of metric is used to sort of say that 1998 was sort of cheap oil? If it's not the price of a barrel.
Okay, so price of a barrel is fine. All I'm saying is that if you take that price and you adjust it for inflation, or just normalize it in some way, normalize it to December 2023 U.S. dollars, and any way you want to cut it, oil was never cheaper for the consumer out of our collective pockets than it was in 1998. End of discussion. So to me, I mean, Doomberg, I don't know what he does with somehow looking at the price of gold and as if that really matters. But for most ordinary people, and I include myself and you, Chris, and that, we kind of we decide if oil is expensive or not by how much money it costs us to fill up our car. Okay, assuming that we have a gasoline or a diesel powered car, and I just filled mine, and it cost me pretty nearly $50 US. And I can remember a time not very many years ago where it cost me maybe 35. And so from my limited perspective, it costs me more today than it did then. Therefore, the price of oil is more. And I don't care about what gold says, or I don't care about, anything else. I just know that that's a fact. And when I go to the grocery store with my wife, and she says, gosh, the same pound of fish or whatever, it used to cost me this, and now it's 2x that. And I say, well, yeah, that's because the price of energy is more, and that translates into everything. And that's what I would like people to understand, is that energy is the economy. And when the cost of energy increases, then the cost of everything, the cost of doing business, the cost of gasoline, the cost of fish, whatever you want to talk about, it all goes up, because it is the basis of doing all business. Now, it's not proportional necessarily. It's not equivalent. I mean, the price of oil goes up 5%, and maybe the cost of gasoline goes up 15%, but it always goes up. And that's the bottom line. That's what people don't understand. And people think, oh, well, inflation, I mean, that's a policy problem. No, it's not. Inflation is because the cost of energy went way up after the pandemic for a variety of reasons. The economy came back to life. Russia invaded Ukraine. Name your poison. But the bottom line is that inflation is not, it's an abstract concept. And it responds to the underlying cost of everything, which eventually is based on energy. And so, people in the U.S., I don't know what people do in Canada. Maybe they blame Trudeau. People in the U.S. blame Biden. Well, guess what? Inflation is a global phenomenon, and I don't think that Trudeau or Biden are powerful enough, even though they're powerful, to create inflation in Hungary or Australia. I mean, inflation is a global phenomenon because the price of energy costs more than it did in 2020. Again, end of story for me. But I don't expect everybody to understand the logic behind that. But what I want everybody to, at least the people listening to this podcast, to understand is that energy is the currency of life. Ask any animal, they get it. They may not be able to speak it in language, but they get it totally. Humans don't get it. Humans think that the economy is about money, but money doesn't have any value. Money is just a way that we exchange value underlying it, and that value is work or energy. I mean, everybody, I think, can admit that the economy is based on work.
Yeah, I mean,
people work. That's what makes the economy run.
I think it's a product of energy having been just so incredibly cheap and abundant for so long that you take for granted even the most important things around you. But Art, I wanted to introduce you to a little equation that I've been working on to try and understand our human predicament, to understand the hockey stick of GDP growth with the Industrial Revolution. I'm familiar with saying, well, it's just because of fossil energy, and that's definitely a big part of it. I came up with this kind of equation. It's got three variables in it. One is materials, one is innovation or technology, and the other...
Champion ausgeschaltet. Mächtig.
Wir machen aus hier Wald eine Wissenschaft.
Werde beschossen. Oi, stopp. Feindlicher Schild geknackt. Feind ausgeschaltet.
Da ist ein Gegner.
Lade meine Schilde auf.
Hoch mit dir, Schätzchen. Du hältst schon noch eine Weile durch.
Voll angegriffen.
Lade mal.
Werfe versteckte Deckung. Ein Gegner weniger. Danke. Das erwischt.
Werde beschossen. Ich wurde ausgeschaltet. Haltet mir den Rücken frei, Leute. Da draußen gibt's neuen Krieg.
Ich darf den schädlichen Dingens hier knacken. Diese Idioten wissen noch nicht. Sich ganz ruhig.
Das war nett, aber ich muss ein Match gewinnen.
What an absolute little bitch.
Damn, he baited your ass, bro.
Tut es nicht auf unserem Weg. Noch nicht. Das ist euer Champion.
There is energy, and they exist in this kind of dynamic equilibrium. Innovation and technology don't progress unless you have energy and materials. And what I think is the source of the limits that we're running into right now is that our materials are decreasing in quality, our ore grades, etc., are going down. And we've been able to paper that over with more and more abundant, cheap energy, such that, as ore grades, say, in Chilean copper mines go down, we can put more energy in the form of ammonium nitrate, blow up bigger rocks, make bigger pits, have larger trucks fired by diesel electric motors and move more rock, crush more of it. The energy sort of papers over that. But the moment that we start running into constraints on materials quality, which is natural, we've, as human beings, just like any other organism you're mentioning, we'll go for the easiest sources of nutrients, whether that be material or energy first. That means that that's come down. And I think what we're starting to see, maybe, and people like you and I are worrying about, is that the energy quality is starting to decrease, or even that we're making policy choices probably quite in vain, to move and transition towards energy sources that have a lower energy return on energy invested or produce lower quality energy. So with that as a bit of a framing, I want to understand just, in terms of that master resource of energy and probably the master of the holy trinity of fossil fuels, oil. What is oil? Because that seems to be a contentious issue right now. If you can break down what oil is, how we define it, and so we can talk about peak, what is actually peak and cheap.
Well, good. So oil is crude oil, which is a liquid, at least at surface temperature and pressure, that contains all sorts of very long chain complex molecules made of hydrogen and carbon. Okay, it is a liquid. And in and of itself, it's not very useful for anything except to refine. And when it's refined, it can be converted by distillation into very useful products like gasoline, kerosene, jet fuel, and a variety of other things. And so when people
Ich hab's auf die nächste Stufe geschafft. Upgrade, ich komme.
People, when we hear, the International Energy Agency or somebody on CBC or CNN says, oh, well, oil demand is expected to go to 102 million barrels a day. Well, that's crude oil plus a bunch of other stuff. Okay, that includes other stuff like natural gas liquids. That includes, other things like the volume change when you put something very dense like oil into a refinery and out come less dense products like gasoline and kerosene. There's a volume change of a few barrels there. So there's crude oil, and then there's a bunch of stuff that's laid on top of that. So what's commonly called oil, fair enough, let's call it oil, but it's an awful lot of it today comes from natural gas, which doesn't really have anything to do with oil at all. So when you hear 100 million barrels a day of supply or demand or whatever, understand that the crude oil part, which is the critical part from an energy density standpoint, is about 80%. Okay? About 80% of what's called oil is oil. Now, Doomberg wants to, he thinks he just discovered sex and that he's the first guy that figured out that, that there's a lot more in the definition of oil than crude oil. And I don't know why. He's a smart guy. I don't know why he thinks that somehow everybody else missed that. I've been in this business 45 years, and 45 years ago, somebody sat me down and said, okay, this is what's oil. And natural gas liquids and all these other kinds of things have always been part of oil. So, but your point that I think is important here, Chris, is about quality. And so what can we do with crude oil that cannot be done with natural gas liquids? And so, for instance, the majority of natural gas liquids, these are liquids that come from natural gas. We have to process them through a plant. But the predominant one is ethane. Okay, and most people don't even know what ethane is, or do they care about it? But ethane, the biggest use of ethane is to make plastic bags. Okay, it's sort of a plastic feedstock. It's also used as a bad substitute for methane, which is natural gas. But I mean, ethane is probably, it's 50 or 60% of natural gas liquids. So right off the bat, you're talking about something that, while it can be used as a fuel, for the most part isn't. It's used to make baggies. Okay, that's not 100% true, but just to keep it simple. Okay, and then the next thing, the next biggest thing is propane, and propane and butane. A lot of people, particularly in rural areas, heat their houses with propane, so it is a fuel, and that's great. But and there are propane trucks and buses in some cities, but for the most part, you can't just pull up to a gas station and put propane in your car. Okay, you can't run a jet with it. It's not the same. Butane is another natural gas liquid. We use that for lighters, Bic lighters and stuff like that. It burns, it's a fuel, but it's not a transport fuel. I guess that's the bottom line.
And why not? Why not, Art? Is it
all these natural?
Is it just an issue of the?
It's too light.
Okay.
it doesn't have the heavy hydrocarbons that give it the energy density that's needed for an airplane or whatever. So it all comes down. You were talking about energy invested versus energy returned. I mean, you can say, okay, so let's go back. I don't want to criticize anybody so much, except that he made himself so damn vulnerable with all these arguments. So, is all alcohol the same, for instance? If I like whiskey and somebody offers me, 3.2% beer, I'm going to say, forget that, buddy. I said I wanted alcohol. Oh, but they're both alcohol. Well, okay, yeah, but one of them, the 3.2 beer or even 6% beer, it doesn't have anywhere near the buzz that whiskey does. Okay, crude oil has a buzz, and natural gas liquids are 3.2% beer by comparison.
So am I understanding Doomberg's argument correctly? Jesus turned water into wine, but I think there's this idea that we can turn beer into whiskey. And I don't know enough about distilling, but potentially you could distill beer into a higher alcohol concentration. When talking about anything that goes into a refinery is oil, and sort of we can just do complex chemical engineering to create whatever hydrocarbon molecule we want.
Sure.
I was chatting with a friend who's involved in the heavy oils up in the oil sands, and we were talking about refining and the analogy of fission versus fusion. Fissioning or breaking apart these really long, heavy hydrocarbon chains to make products that you want, maybe diesel or more gasoline. I don't know why you want more gasoline, or fusing these lighter hydrocarbon chains together to make heavier oils. Can you do that? Is it just a big enough investment in a refinery, or is there big energetic costs?
Okay, so again, this is discovering sex and thinking you're the first person that's ever done it, and you really want to tell the rest of the world about it because it feels so great. So, this process of taking natural gas and turning it into diesel and gasoline, this was something that was figured out back in the early part of the 20th century, and Germany wanted to use it to power its army because Germany didn't have a hell of a lot of oil, and so if we're talking about hydrogen and carbon, which is what we're talking about, that's what oil is, that's what natural gas is. Then, if in a perfect world all I need is enough, the right combination of carbon and hydrogen, and I can make anything. I can make crude oil, gasoline, kerosene, whatever. But the question is, as you correctly point out, what is the energetic cost of doing that? And so not to mention the money cost of doing that. And so Doomberg talked about this Pearl GTL plant, gas to liquids is what GTL means, in Qatar. Well, I looked at that in some detail, and the energy out versus the energy in is about 1-to-1. Okay, so it sucks. No intelligent animal would choose a food source. No elephant, no lion, no fish that only gave it the amount of energy that it took to eat it. That's just stupid, okay? So why does Shell have a GTL plant in Qatar? Well, because Qatar supplies all the natural gas for free, because Qatar has this gigantic gas field off in the Persian Gulf that is what we call stranded. Okay, there's no way to market the gas. They take as much of it as they can and convert it into LNG, liquefied natural gas, and send it to Europe and whatever. And there's still tons and tons of it left. So they're interested, and let's use this stranded resource, and we don't care about either the energy, the energetic budget, or the money. We don't care about either of those. So, hey, Shell, build us a shell, build us a plant, and we'll make all your costs go away, and you can make gasoline and kerosene. And isn't that cool? Okay, but in the real world, is that realistic? Is that something that we're going to do? And so you mentioned early in this discussion innovation. Okay. And we are we are great worshipers, we as a civilization, at the altar of innovation and technology. And, you know, I mean, I like technology, I like innovation, who doesn't? But realistically, I mean, innovation and technology are castaways on this gigantic ship, which is powered by giant diesel engines, and they are too naive to know that the boat is running on giant diesel engines underneath their feet. So in real terms, if you calculate the impact of technology and innovation on energy efficiency, it's about 1% per year. Okay, I mean, it's good, it's nice. I mean, let's do it. I mean, we are smart. We figure out better ways of doing things. But, I mean, if somebody offered me, hey, you know, I'm going to pay you 1% of your current salary to come to work for me, I'm going to tell them to go take a hike. You know, I'm not interested. I mean, that's a rounding error. So, again, I'm not in any way, you know, saying that innovation and technology aren't important. But they're a very small piece of the overall picture. It's just when you pump them up, you know, to imagine that they're, you know, they're everything. And in energy, technology is just, it's a bigger straw. It's just a more, it's a quicker way of getting more energy out faster. And I'm not saying that's not important, but it doesn't create energy. It does not create energy. It just sucks it out faster. And there's some value to that, no doubt.
So, yeah, again, getting back to that equation, Stephen Keen, an economist that Nate said on the podcast, I think that's how I discovered him, has this great saying.
I know Steve. Yeah, he's
so
he's great.
Technology without energy is a sculpture. But I heard a few more. This isn't from Steve. This is from a Twitter reply to that. Energy without technology is a fire. And then I just added another one on here, which is innovation without energy is a hand axe. You know, going back to Homo erectus or something, right? So that there's this complex interplay. I want to get to this idea of people kind of losing track of, you know, energy source, energy carrier, just the incredible amount of energy blindness that's around us. Because I had a very interesting conversation again with my friend Chris Popoff, who has worked significantly in the oil sands in Alberta. And what he was saying, the kind of analogy he was making, is that we are turning unconventional oil, for instance, in the case of bitumen, we're sort of using the local energy reserves of Alberta, which are plentiful natural gas and this hard to extract bitumen. We're turning the bitumen into a battery. We're charging it with this natural gas, similar to the Pearl GTL facility where the gas is stranded, or, you know, you can't get it to market in Alberta, or et cetera. I mean, I guess that's the same situation in Qatar. So you're using that energy kind of for free to create a molecule, to store that energy into a molecule that you can sell that does have economic value. I just found that's interesting because you see that with hydrogen. You know, we're confusing an energy carrier like politicians do this all the time, thinking it's an energy source. We have a lot of delusions around, say, grid scale batteries and being able to, you know, balance the Rube Goldberg machine of you know, an all renewable grid, for instance. So maybe comment a little bit on some of that, if you don't mind.
Sure. So I think the fundamental thing, I mean, people can get really, really glazed over and confused by what you just said and what I just have said. And in the interest of, of keeping it relatively simple, let's just do it this way. That another Canadian, Václav Smil, used to teach up in the University of Manitoba. He described what he called the 4 pillars of civilization. These are 4 things without which civilization will collapse: steel, concrete, plastic, and ammonia for fertilizer. Okay. Now, of those 4 things, we don't know how to produce any of them at scale without fossil fuels. Period. That's it. We don't know how to do it. It's not technically possible. So without steel, we have no buildings. Without concrete, we have no buildings and no highways. Without plastic, we have no electric cars because, well, electric cars are mostly steel and plastic. Okay, next time you go into a hospital, or go for a medical checkup, look around the room and see how much plastic is in there. I mean, the healthcare industry is one of the largest consumers of plastic in the world. So we shut down our entire healthcare system without plastic. And ammonia, I mean, if it weren't for the fertilizer that comes from ammonia, which comes from natural gas, the Earth's population might be 2 billion, which would be a better thing for the planet, but it's 8 billion, and it's 8 billion because fertilizer has increased the carrying capacity of the planet. So, you know, so right off the bat, none of the things that hold up our civilization are possible without fossil fuels. And for those who want to get off of them, and I'd love to get off of them too, but I'd also like to get off of them in a way that doesn't crater the whole civilization and create mass pandemonium, you know, and war and starvation and a lot of other things. So, you know, I don't have an answer to that, but it's not binary. You know, it's not either or. And I hear anybody who says we need to get off fossil fuels and people that say, oh no, we need to have more of them. I'm sure they're both wrong, or at least that they have no comprehension about what they're talking about. So for the average person, all we want to do is just have our lives be more or less okay. And I promise you that without the right fuels to provide us with these 4 pillars of civilization, our lives will not be okay, at least okay in terms of, you know, whatever we think is normal. So keep that in mind when you hear people who talk about, well, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to transition away from, and I always say, great. Transition away from fossil fuels to what? And what will those 4 pillars of civilization, what will my life look like after that? And if somebody answers me honestly and says, oh, well, your life will be a lot more difficult, you endure, the world will endure, but, you know, we're going to have a planet that's more in balance with the kinds of things that make the quality of life on Earth better. Okay, now I know what I'm signing up for. When people say, oh, look, you know, all you got to do is go for our, you know, Green New Deal or the energy transition, and nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change except you're going to be driving an electric car instead of a regular car. But life, that is I was going to say that's a lie. It's only a lie if the people saying it know it's a lie. If they honestly believe it, in other words, then it's not a lie, but it isn't true. It's just not true. And I'm not trying to be pessimistic or negative here. It's just back to your point, Chris, and that is if you're using energy sources that are 3-2 beer instead of Scotch whiskey, you're going to get a different. You don't have the same input. You're not going to get the same output.
You're not going to stay drunk for very long, or yeah.
You're not going to get drunk very well either.
Well, there was alcohol consumed in huge amounts before fossil fuels, but life back then was also nasty, brutish, and short. And I think a lot of people are fooling themselves when they think it wouldn't be in the future without it. Unfortunately, I, like you, would love to see a beautiful utopia and everything in balance, but we have to remember that we didn't live in harmony with nature. We died in harmony with nature, and it was mostly, children under 8 and women in childbirth. So it'd be lovely not to have to go back there, but still find some good solutions. Before we get into even talking about solutions, I want to dig your brain, maybe horizontally frack your brain to understand a little bit more about the shale revolution. So, I mean, this really, more than anything, I think, put discussion about peak sheep oil on the back burner. The U.S. this year announced its highest production ever, 12 you'll know the number better than me, million barrels per day.
13.2.
Oh I'm behind. So, absolutely. Can you talk to us a little bit about the significance of the shale revolution, and then we'll sort of get to where we are at right now, the Red Queen problem, etc. Take it away, Art.
Sure. So, oil prices went from their all-time low in 1990.
war is ours. Yes, I will see you through the smoking flames on the front lines of war. We have to find a better way, and I will stand my ground until the end, till we conquer them all. We have to find a better way, till we conquer them all. Yes, I will meet you through the smoke and flames on the front lines of war. And I will stand my ground until the end, till we conquer them all. We will conquer them all. We will conquer them all. We will conquer them all. This war is ours. Yeah. This war is ours. Yes, I will see you through the smoking flames on the front lines of war. And I will stand my ground until the end, till we conquer them all. So I will fight my battle till I fall, and I conquer them all, till we conquer them all.
Jetzt braucht er nicht.
Es geht los. Sie wollten mich gesehen haben. Vorsicht. In meiner Nähe ist ein Gegner gelandet. Feindlicher Schildgegner.
Haben Sie den Kaminer geheilt?
Gewinnen!
Es geht los. Der Feind hat dich im Visier.
pounding away. To the rhythm of the awful rusting machines. We sleep but don't sleep. Each breath we take makes us thieves. Like horses without rebels. Just talk but promise nothing else. We crawl on our knees to you under a sky not longer blue. We sweat all day long for you. But we so cease to see us through. 'Cause sometimes dreams just don't come true. We wait to reap what we are due. And the blare of the sirens coming to strays. Chased down like dogs we run from your grasp until the sun comes up. We crawl on our knees to you under a sky not longer blue. We sweat all day long for you. But we so cease to see us through. 'Cause sometimes dreams just don't come true. Look now at what they've done to you. White needles buried in the red. The engine roars and then it gives, but never dies. 'Cause we don't live, we just survive on the scraps that you throw away. I won't crawl on my knees to you. I won't believe the lies that hide the truth. I won't sweat one more drop for you. 'Cause we are the rust upon your ears. We are the insect in your ears. We crawl, we crawl, we crawl all over you. We so cease to see us through. Our days are precious and I love you. Until this sky no longer blue, we bring the dawn long overdue. We crawl, and we crawl, and we crawl all over you. It kills me not to know this, but I've all but just forgotten what the color of her eyes were, and her scars or how she got them. As the telling signs of age rain down, a single tear is dropping through the valleys of an aging face that this world has There is no reconciliation that will put me in my place, and there is no time like the present. Drink these drain seconds. Welcome to these words we drew it on. Constantly failing you. Walls that we just can't break through until we disappear. So tell me now, since till you take a hit. You won't find the beat until you lose yourself in it. That's why we won't back down, we won't run and hide. Yeah, 'cause these are the things that we can't deny. I'm passing over you like a satellite. So catch me if I fall. That's why we stick to your game plans and party lights. But at night we'll be smothering by candlelight. We are the orphans of the American dream. So shine your light on me. Fill your cup until you empty yours. You can't understand what lays ahead if you don't understand. You'll never learn to find out till you're standing at the cliff. And you can't truly love until you've given up on it. That's why we won't back down, we won't run and hide. Yeah, 'cause these are the things that we can't deny. I'm passing over you like a satellite. So catch me if I fall. That's why we stick to your game plans and party lights. But at night we'll be smothering by candlelight. We are the orphans of the American dream. So shine your light on me. She told me that she never could face the world again. So I offered up my plan. We'll sneak out while they sleep and sail off in the night. We'll come and start over the rest of our life. When we're gone, we'll stay gone, out of sight, out of mind. It's not too late. We have the rest of our life. We'll sneak out while they sleep and sail off in the night. We'll come clean and start over the rest of our life. When we're gone, we'll stay gone, out of sight, out of mind. It's not too late. We have the rest of our lives. The rest of our lives. us. It's 95 and up. Synchronize your watches. Seconds after us. And I looked up and saw you. I didn't saw me. We froze both for a moment. In empathy, I brought down the sky for you, but all you did was shrug. You give my emptiness a name, and you ran away. Now all my friends are gone. Maybe we've outgrown all the things that we once loved. Run away. Where we're running from. Some knows in the side is our fun. Where have they until the day we're not. Times while the inside runs. Sunset and we almost won. We slammed the brakes, but the wheels went on. And we ran away. Now all my friends are gone. Maybe we will all the things that we once loved. Run away. What are we running from? A show of hands from those in the audience of one. Where have they
Ich bleibe nicht lange. Stelle Portal auf.
Köderflucht eingesetzt. Segne mich mit Klarsicht. Verwirrung für den Gegner.
Portal bereit.
Pack ich die Trickkiste ab. Lade Schilder auf.
flames on the front lines of war. And I will stand my ground until the end, till we conquer them all. We will conquer them all. We will conquer them all. We will conquer them all.
Der Tod hat mich noch nie aufgehalten.
Do you think about everything you've been through? You never thought you'd be so depressed. Are you wondering, is it life or death? Do you think that there's no one like you? I'm sick of wondering, is it life or death? We are the ones, we get knocked down, we get back up, stand above the crowd, we are one. We are the ones, we get knocked down, we get back up and stand above the crowd, we are one.
I was trying to shoot him through you. Because y'all are both lined up.
I was down. Oh.
No, you're still up.
Oh,
Oh, wait. Ew, it's Vondel. Gross. I hate that map with a passion.
Ooh, you made it.
It worked. Only one of there's a... What? Jake Tuck, you don't like the Take 5? Dude. It's so good. This guy has a little bit of everything. What stupid games COD decided to drop today. We already established that the piggy one was pretty lame yesterday. Nothing dumb and new? What is this? It's actually kind of cool. MTZ? Ooh, ooh. That's what I use. Very pretty. Believe in the rumors that Verdansk is coming back.
Let's make it rain blood tonight. Collide your soul with mine. I'll sing your
Sterne unterwegs.
The path is cheating. Yeah, that path is cheating, buddy.
Funkstern kommt.
Everybody report the Pathfinder to the team because the motherfucker's cheating.
Spitzenreiter. Ring bewegt sich. Nichts wie los, Newt.
Signalisiere meiner Drohne, sie soll zurück.
Upgrade ist bereit.
Ich mache eine Frischzelle vor.
Lade nach. Das war der letzte von diesem Squad. Diese Dimension macht sich.
Ja, ein Squad in der Nähe. Lade meine Schilde auf.
Ausgeliefert. Ich mache eine Frischzelle vor.
Ich habe mein Upgrade. Mal sehen, wohin es mich führt.
Sekunde. Ich muss mal heilen. Schilde werden hochgeladen.
Ich sehe da drüben einen Feind. Meine ultimative Fähigkeit ist gerade klar. Ein Squad vor. Das ist der Sicher.
Bin aber voll bei der Sache. Der Feind hat dich im Visier.
Ich rufe meine Drohne zurück. Das war der letzte ihres Squads. Das ist schwierig, alleine zu überleben.
Da drüben ist eine geschlossene Tür. Ein Upgrade wartet auf mich. 2 Möglichkeiten, 2 Wege. Der Weg ist gewählt. Ich ahne, wohin er führt. Werfe Bogenstern.
Ich mache eine Frischzelle.
Hier ist es nicht sicher. Habe das. Flicke mich selbst zusammen. Flicke mich selbst zusammen. Heile mich. Ich heile mich selbst.
Sekunde. Ich muss mal heilen.
Danke, dass ihr mich nicht aufgegeben habt.
Ich trage nur im Orbit.
Heile mich. Bin trotzdem wachsam. So macht man das. 45 Sekunden. Gegner gesichtet. Zuhören. Lasst uns den Weg da nehmen.
Gib mir eine Sekunde.
Wir sollten unseren Orbit dorthin verlegen.
Moment. Schilde werden aufgeladen.
Ziel gesichtet.
Feuer dann.
Aufpassen, Jungs. Nicht weit von hier ist ein Gegner gelandet.
Wir sind alle außerhalb des Rings. Drin sind wir sicherer.
Ich mache eine Frischzellenkur.
Achtung, meine ultimative Fähigkeit ist bereit.
Achtung.
Feindlicher Schild geknackt. Phasenverschiebung kommt.
Genau hier. Hab eine.
Und tschüss. Feind entfernt.
Lade nach.
Das wird nicht wehtun. Durchhalten.
Kompletter Sport gelöscht. Lade nach.
Runde 3. Starte Ring-Countdown.
Mir geht's gut. Flicke mich nur zusammen.
Schilde werden aufgeladen.
Ich rufe meine Drohne zurück.
Achtung, Replikator ist unterwegs.
Sekunde. Ich muss mal heilen.
Ach, Replikator nähert sich.
Hier ist eine Optik. Ich habe einen mobilen Respawn-Center entdeckt. Ich brauche schwere Munition.
Da drüben ist eine Seilrutsche. 1 Minute. Der Ring ist ziemlich nah.
Hier ist eine Schildbatterie. 45 Sekunden. Ring ist in der Nähe. Vorsicht, sie könnten uns beobachten. Ich stelle gerade etwas her. Ja, ne.
Gegner, da drüben.
Aufgepasst. Der Ring ist nah und schließt sich in 30 Sekunden.
Lade nach. Ich habe einen Feind ausgeschaltet. Ich bin jetzt auf Maximalstufe. Für mich gibt's nur noch eine Richtung. Ich benutze ein Phoenix-Kit.
Oh, ich schieß noch nicht.
Care-Paket aus.
Gelegener Trottel, gleich hier.
Ja, sie haben ein Care-Paket abgeworfen.
Direkt an uns dran. Feindlicher Schild geknackt.
2 Squads in der Nähe.
Gegner in der Nähe.
Trottel, direkt hier.
Lade, hab einen eliminiert.
Feindlicher Schild geknackt. Lade nach. Stehe unter Beschuss.
Noch ein kleiner Hühnchen.
Hier ist schwere Munition.
Lade meine Schilde auf.
Hier ist schwere Munition.
Ich rufe meine Drohne zurück.
Mach eine Frischzellenkur.
Hier ist ein erweitertes leichtes Magazin.
Achtung,
Stufe 4.
meine ultimative Fähigkeit ist bereit. Hier ist ein Rucksack. Stufe 3.
Replikator wird geliefert.
Replikator im Orbit, Freunde.
habe die Position des Feindes markiert. Bin wieder da. Hab mich bei meiner
Schießen Sie mich. Lade nach. Lade meine Schilde auf.
Achtung, wir werden von einem anderen Sport angegriffen.
Ring schließt sich.
Stell etwas her. Bin aber voll bei der Sache.
Schilde werden aufgeladen.
Moment, Schilde werden aufgeladen.
Ich feuere. Lade nach.
Da drüben, schnell. Vergiss es.
Springe ins Nichts. Ich muss meine Schilder aufladen.
Lade nach. Okay, greif vor.
Der Ring ist in der Nähe und wir haben eine volle Minute Zeit.
Feind da drüben.
Werde beschossen. Schilde werden aufgeladen. Splittergranate. Ich knall sie ab.
Wir sind in der Nähe des Rings. Bereit machen. Noch 30 Sekunden.
Springe ins Nichts. Sie haben dich im Visier. Ich wurde ausgeschaltet.
Ja, du bist immer noch dabei.
Schilde werden aufgeladen.
Ich muss meine Schilder aufladen.
Eine Beförderung. Feindlicher Schädchen knapp.
Jetzt mal Feuer.
Stehe unter Beschuss. Lade nach. Wir werden von einem anderen Lade meine Schilde auf.
Sie sehen, Schilde werden aufgeladen.
Ich schieße.
Ich habe den Schild alles. Genau hier. Arbeit.
Ich bin am Boden.
Noch ein kleiner Höhenbringer.
Aufgepasst. Der Ring ist laut. Das ist nur ein kleiner Kratzerkumpel. Ich muss meine Schilder aufladen.
Du hättest schon noch eine Weile.
Gehen wir hier entlang.
Das ist nur ein kleiner Kratzerkumpel.
Moment. Schilde werden aufgeladen.
Letzte Sekunde. Ich muss mal heilen.
Auf Gesundheit.
Nur irgendein unwürdiger Hautträger.
ist direkt vor mir.
Ich bin aufgestiegen. Das ist der einzig wahre Weg.